and suspicious.
There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying the stairway to heaven. When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed, with a word she can get what she came for. She's buying a stairway to heaven. There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure, 'cause you know sometimes words have two meanings. In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven. It makes me wonder.
I am for bloodlust right now.
There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees, and the voices of those who stand looking.
there's any thought that'll think of me for a little support, at a time of need it'll be enough. Not a chance. Try to hit the town, can't see or hear. Kill communication, stepping off the grid just to let me know. Too many got my time. Being for lovers when I freeze. Summer's burn, shut down on the knees. Take what you learn, have words to me. If there's any more that'll think of me, could you feel no different? After half a week it'll be enough. Not a chance. It'll be enough. Too many got my time. Summer's burn, shut down on his knees. Take what you learn, have words to be. Being for lovers with a breeze. Summer's burn, shut down on his knees. Bachelor's walls, no one's gonna leave. Take what you learn, have words to be. Take what you learn, have words to be. Words to me. Words to me. Words to me. Words to me.
Hi, Justin Harris. Oh, I don't need the politics sign no more. You're all safe this time, I swear. Don't worry, we've established politics are not scary. This is more of an Ewu watch party than a good stream. That's the truth. And I'm gonna draw this beautiful picture. Look at this. Did you ever think it could be so beautiful? I'm still working on it. We got all the time to detail it. But yes, this here is what you think it is. Before we get to the good Ewu murder shit, we gotta figure out Indiana's Burger Chef murders. In 1978.
17th, 1978, a teenager named Brian Crane was on his way home in Speedway, Indiana, when he decided to stop by the Burger Chef he worked at to see his friends and co-workers. Burger Chef was an American fast food chain that started in 1954 in Indianapolis, but by '82, the owners gradually started selling the restaurants to Hardee's. Brian's 4 friends on duty that night were 20-year-old Jane Freed, 17-year-old Ruth Shelton, 16-year-old Daniel Davis, and 16-year-old Mark Flemons. Since Brian worked there, he knew they closed up at around 11 p.m., and since he was passing by, he wanted to see if his friends needed help closing up the store for the night. But when he got there at about 15 minutes after midnight, he found the back door open, the lights still on, and no one inside. While looking around for the assistant manager Jane, Brian noticed a few odd details, like both Jane and Ruth's purses were still inside the restaurant, but Jane's car, a Chevy Vega, was missing from the parking lot. He also noticed that all the cash register's drawers were laying on the floor with all the money missing. So fearing the worst, Brian called the Speedway police. When the police arrived, they started searching the burger chef, and they found 2 empty currency bags and an empty roll of it.
I'm glad you enjoy it, because I'd be watching all this stuff on my own anyway. The Burger Chef, which then became the Hardee's, where all the meth was dealed.
Adhesive tape next to the open safe. It was determined that $581 was missing, of course along with the 4 employees as well. So the first theory that the police had is that the 4 employees stole the money and went for a joyride, presumably in Jane's car. And the police just believed that once the money ran out, they would all come back home. They never even considered the other possibilities, like perhaps the 4 employees were in trouble, or they got kidnapped, or that they were dead. And so when the morning shift employees came in to open up the Burger Chef, the police let them clean up the crime scene, and the restaurant was open for business that day. No evidence was collected from the scene before the shop was cleaned, and they cleaned it before the police even took photos. Yeah.
It was 1978, you're just not supposed to kill people. We gonna have a drawing art party? Art murder party, let's do it.
This is going to be one of those kind of stories. By the way, links for where I get all of the info from are in the description for you to check out for yourself. Also, the contents of this story is pretty graphic and disturbing, so watch or listen at your own discretion. So later on the morning of November 18th, Jane's car was found abandoned about 1.5 miles away on West 15th Street. Police now went from thinking that the 4 employees stole some cash and went out to party to, oh no, maybe they were kidnapped, and they quickly launched a search party for them. Speedway police went on to tell the press that it was, quote, a very peculiar case because there were no leads and neither they nor the employees' families had received a ransom call, end quote. However, the search would end the very next day, on November 19th. Police received a call from 2 people walking around their property in a secluded patch of Johnson County woods, about 20 miles away from the Burger Chef restaurant. While out for their walk, they came across 2 of the Burger Chef employees, Ruth Shelton and Daniel Davis, who were lying side by side on the ground, having both been shot in the back of the head with a .38 caliber gun. Jane Freet was found later, a few yards away from the...
So we got a triple homicide, ladies and gentlemen, and Dan can't follow it. What an unempathetic man Dan is. God.
2 bodies, and it appeared as if she got free briefly, and then she was chased down and caught, then stabbed twice with a hunting knife. Now, something that wasn't public knowledge at the time, a detail the police withheld, was that the handle of the hunting knife broke off and was missing. However, the blade of the knife was still lodged in her chest. Mark Flemons was found last, and investigators weren't really sure what happened to him, so they surmised that he also got free briefly. Now, some articles say that the police theorized that he ran headfirst into a tree and knocked himself out. Other articles say that he incurred blunt force trauma to the head after being battered with some sort of chain. Now, I'm using the 3 most comprehensive articles I've found to get the full picture here, but I'm going to prioritize Indianapolis Monthly, since it has a lot of input from the actual lead investigators who spent years on the case. So ultimately, no one really knows what happened to Mark Flemons. All they could determine is that Mark Flemons asphyxiated on his own blood, and that was the most likely cause of death. All 4 employees were found still wearing their brown and orange uniforms, and allegedly even still had the...
Imagine dying in that ugly-ass uniform. Imagine. You don't want to.
...cash in their pockets, and their jewelry and watches. Now, since the police allowed the Burger Chef employees to clean the shop, there were no fingerprints, there was no blood, and there were no hair samples that could be collected and analyzed. There was also no way to know...
I bet it was the managers, because why else would you tell them to do this? Unless corporate really wants you to get that store open in the morning.
...whether a struggle had taken place or not. So clearly, the police had a bit of a problem on their hands now. Now, according to Virgil Vandergriff, who was a detective with the Marion County Sheriff's Department at the time, said, quote, they didn't process it as a murder. They didn't know it was a murder. The police didn't have a clue what was going on in that restaurant. They kinda messed up the crime scene, end quote. And Buddy Elwinger, a Speedway police officer who worked on the case as well, said, quote, we screwed it up from the beginning. Well, yeah, but they didn't only screw up the restaurant. They also screwed up the actual site that the bodies were found. According to the author Julie Young, who wrote the book The Burger Chef Murders in Indiana, said, quote, "As various departments converged on the site, some drove through areas that should have been sealed off. There were rumors that one of the bodies was moved before the coroner or evidence technician arrived at the scene," end quote. And allegedly, one of the investigators even took a piece of identification found on one of the bodies home with him and didn't realize it until several weeks later. Yeah, I told you, it's gonna be one of these stories again, but
Well, maybe he worked part-time at Burger Chef as well and took it home on accident. Be a bit forgiving, my gosh. We don't know.
somehow it gets worse. Now, the next thing that happened was the FBI, the state police, and the Indianapolis Police Department, along with the Marion County Sheriff's Department, were called in to assist with the case. This is when Vandergriff was brought in to help interview potential witnesses. And since the crime scene was useless, all that was left was the hope that someone, somewhere, might have seen or heard something that could offer the detectives a clue. Burger Chef even offered a $25,000 reward, which in today's money would be like $123,000 for any information which would lead to an arrest. And to make the reward even more enticing, an anonymous donor added another $10,000.
I'm not sexist. Turns around and tells a woman what to do. Ah. Seen it over and over again, ladies. Sad.
So naturally, this reward money led to hundreds of letters and calls coming in. Unfortunately, not much would come from that, but a lot of people in Speedway started to speculate that there were two other crimes that may have been connected to the Burger Chef murders. The first one
Now that's sexier, but I just don't have any ingredients. I'm doing cross-stitch this week, you see.
was the murder of an elderly woman named Julia Cyphers, who was shot to death and killed in her garage in Speedway. Her murder still remains unsolved as well. Julia was also closely associated to a guy named Brett Kimberlin, who is better known as the Speedway Bomber, the other crime thought to be connected to the Burger Chef murders. However, Kimberlin's 8 random bombings, which fortunately didn't lead to any deaths, but unfortunately they did lead to several injuries, were later ruled out as being connected. Just to clarify, Julia Cyphers' daughter was at some point in a relationship with Brett Kimberlin, and that is how she was closely associated with him. I believe it is said she didn't like the guy. Well, rightfully so though, he was a fucking dickhead. He tried to blow people up. Alright, now, so with those 2 crimes being ruled out, the next...
Sorry, men, if you start making bombs in the kitchen Walter White style, gonna have to call it a day.
major theory the police worked with was that this was a robbery gone wrong. Perhaps one or more of the employees put up a fight, and the rest of the workers had to be quote-unquote eliminated.
I was feeling quite the victim of misogyny, for real, for real.
The only issue with this logic was that if this was a robbery, then the killers left behind a lot of valuables. They left behind the money, they left behind the jewelry, the watches, and Jane's car. And if this was just a spree killing, there doesn't appear to be any clear reason why the 4 employees were killed either, and it doesn't even appear if that was the original plan. According to the website aetv.com, quote, "The fact that the kidnappers had murdered them in 3 different ways seems to suggest they hadn't planned on murdering anyone in the first place. The kidnappers had shot Davis and Shelton multiple times in the head, neck, and shoulders, and stabbed Free twice in her heart with a hunting..."
Oh yeah. Trigger warnings. Sad. Murder. Victims. Feel sorry for. But they're already dead. What can I do? This is crazy though. I did not know this happened in my home state.
Knife. What happened to Flemons was a little harder to figure out. There were contusions on his face, but that is not what killed him. Investigators wondered if the kidnappers only meant to rob the store and had taken the employees hostage when one recognized them. Because Mark Flemons was covering another employee's shift that night, investigators speculated the kidnappers hadn't planned on him being there, and he was the one who recognized them. All pretty good points, I guess, but good points don't help an investigation like this. You know, the police were still fucking baffled, and it seems they just started exploring whatever possibilities they believed could get them closer to solving it. And you know, you can't blame them. The police probably got a lot of shit about this investigation too. According to Virgil Vandergriff, the best lead that they got came from a 16-year-old eyewitness who had seen 2 suspicious men in a car outside the Burger Chef just before closing time. Both men were said to be white and in their 30s. One guy had a beard and the other was clean-shaven with light-colored or fair hair. Van had sketches made of the suspects and even 3D clay busts. Several people of interest were soon linked to the visual aids, including a person Vandergriff tracked to a bar, where he had allegedly been bragging about committing the murders. So while off duty, Van went undercover and met this guy, and he started playing pool with him. According to Indianapolis Monthly, quote, "The man all but confessed to Vandergriff, even snapping his cue to illustrate what he had done to one of the victims. But when police brought the suspect downtown, the man passed a polygraph test and denied any involvement. There was no physical evidence, so the police had to release him and move on," end quote. I'll never understand why people do this, but you think you're fucking cool because you killed 4 teenagers. Pathetic. And this is pretty much where the case started.
Have you, YouTuber? If you have, you know, get a lawyer.
Going cold. Over the next couple of months, reports would be published every now and then about a new potential suspect, and it was usually someone arrested for a robbery of another fast food joint or a murder somewhere else nearby. But each suspect would eventually be eliminated. And even at one point in 1981, so about 2.5 years later, Jane Freed's own brother James was arrested on drug charges and implicated in the murders. However, he was later released and cleared of any suspicion and involvement. The police at this point got so desperate that Vandergriff even went to psychics for help. I'm not going to be a dick about it this time. The dude desperately wanted to solve this one. He said, quote, "It's not like we went that route immediately. As soon as we felt there was a reason to head that direction, we decided to do that. If it was a waste of time, it was a waste of time."
This is something they just do as last-ditch effort. No harm, no foul. And it ain't the supernatural. It's sometimes thinking about this weird connection, doing the stupid white women horoscope thing. Actually will get your brain, because detective is just putting the pieces together. It'll put your brain in the right direction sometimes. So when they talk about, like, psychics to solve crimes, they don't mean there's, like, a fucking agents out here using tarot cards to figure out who murdered. It means it's just another technique to use.
At least we tried something.
The burger
Fair enough.
uniform don't fit, do quit.
It was a waste of time and it didn't help, sorry. Couldn't help myself. Okay, so then what did help? Well, as a matter of fact, a confession from a piece of shit behind the bars of the Pendleton Correctional Facility. Donald Wayne Forrester, a 34-year-old, had just been convicted for the assault of a sexual nature of a woman in Hamilton County. He got sentenced to 95 years in prison, and he was just about to be transferred as a sex offender to the notoriously violent Indiana State Prison in Michigan City. He was apparently willing to confess to avoid his scheduled transfer, which according to the detective he called, Mel Wilsey, quote, "He didn't want to go to Michigan City. No one wants to go to Michigan City." Now Mel
Yeah, that's true. There's no lies here.
Wilsey was a 34-year-old detective, but unlike Vandergriff, Wilsey was never assigned to assist in the Burger Chef murders, though he did follow the investigation. Now, detectives are well aware that inmates confess or flip information to authorities in hopes of reduced sentences, preferential treatment, or some sort of whatever in exchange for information, and usually these don't amount to much, but detectives decide to hear them out anyway. But clearly, Forrester wanted to avoid the state prison in Michigan City. So Wilsey and his partner decided to sit down with Forrester, but it soon became clear that Forrester knew things that only a quote-unquote witness would know. Wilsey already knew from background checks that Forrester had grown up in New Whiteland in Johnson County, and not far from where the 4 bodies of the employees were found. Forrester was also living
Since I'm one of those journalist streamers now, because someone's gotta, the Indiana State Prison in Michigan City is widely regarded as old, overcrowded, and deteriorating, with enough structural and safety concerns that state originally planned to shut it down. In 2025, Indiana officials reversed course and decided to keep it open longer, which intensified criticism from local leaders who described the facility as outdated and problematic. Oh, is this the one where, like, 27 people got raped or something insane? Because, you know, Indiana is... Some say Minnesota got that way because Indiana people got there, not the Somalians. They're lawless folk out here. How many criminals escaped, Tonto? Are you on alert? The prison will remain open beyond 2027. The bottom line, the Michigan City is considered one of the most outdated and problematic facilities. Safety issues, how it compares to other Indiana prisons, and what the new Westville facility offers. Oh, a new one's coming.
In Speedway, having literally just been released from prison from a prior assault of a sexual nature conviction on the day of the Burger Chef murders. Now, of course, that's just circumstantial, but what was damning is that Donald Forrester confessed on tape that he was the monster that shot Ruth Shelton and Daniel Davis. Now, of course, a confession like this is not enough, so the detectives tried to test Forrester, so they put him in the back of a squad car and they drove with him out to Johnson County. Mel Wilsey claims that Donald Forrester directed them through the wooded area, which had been a secluded makeout spot or a lover's lane area for local teenagers for years. Forrester walked the officers back into the forest, right to the crime scene, and without any prompt, described exactly where he shot Davis and Shelton, and outlined precisely where and in what position the bodies were found 2 days later. Wilsey said, quote, "He was correct. That got our attention. Over the next 2 years, yeah, this asshole really dragged it out. Over the next 2 years, he fed Wilsey little bits of information. So now, according to Donald Forrester, this is what really happened. Jane Fried's brother James owed money from a drug deal, a fact that is backed up by his criminal record. So Forrester and his 3 associates came simply to threaten Jane. Mark Flemons then stepped in order to protect her. A scuffle then broke out outside the restaurant, and Flemons fell and hit his head on the bumper of the assailant's van, which could account for the blunt force trauma. Believing that they had killed Flemons, the group of 4 losers—
Dude, is the city gonna at least put like a Beelzebub statue or something above it? Or is it gonna be like the Native American cemeteries that are sometimes in parks where it's like, don't be digging up bones here, sacred?
then decided to take all 4 of the employees to Johnson County and eliminate any potential witnesses. Forrester then told the detectives that he was the one that pulled the trigger and shot Ruth Shelton and Daniel Davis, but he also gave the names of the 3 other people he said were involved. Forrester also somehow knew about the broken handle on the hunting knife that was found in Jane's chest, a detail that was not yet widely publicized. When asked where the gun was, he said that he had thrown the gun into the White River and directed the cops to the bridge from where he tossed the weapon. However, the gun was never found. Interestingly though, Wilsey tracked down Forrester's ex-wife, who told him that just after the murders, Forrester had taken her to the same wooded area where he left her in the car while he went and collected 3 or 4 shell casings. She said they then went back home and he flushed them down the toilet. Wilsey and his partner then went to the house that Forrester was living in, which is now owned by somebody else, but they found that it ran on a septic system. They then obtained a search warrant, dug up the septic tank, and when they inspected the tank, just like Forrester's ex-wife said, they found him. Several .38 caliber shell casings. Virgil Vandergriff was convinced that Wilsey got the guy. He said, quote, "I felt certain that we knew who committed the crime. We had communications with all the agencies, running over everything with a fine-tooth comb, trying to come up with the one thing we might have overlooked that would clinch it. And everything was looking good. And then someone on the police force made the biggest mistake yet. On November 14th, 1986, somebody inside the department leaked the details of Forrester's confession and his full cooperation. And then all of a sudden, Forrester recants his confession and claims it was coerced. It is speculated that perhaps he did this to avoid revenge or retribution from the 3 associates he implicated in the murders. Even though the police had quite a bit on him, without his continued cooperation, the investigation once again stalled, and no further evidence was found. And then on December 22nd, Marion County prosecutor Stephen Goldsmith announced that Forrester would not—
Can you believe Marion County is still around? Like, I just thought it would like just turn to dust and like speckle away, but nah, they still have a court system and things.
not be charged in the Burger Chef murders. In fact, Goldsmith added, with the case gone cold again, he doubted anyone ever would be. Donald Forrester then died in prison from cancer in 2006 at the age of 55, and I haven't been able to confirm if he did go to the state prison in Michigan City, but I hope he did. I really liked the ending to the Indianapolis Monthly article.
Do you hope he did, Tonto, or should no one go to Michigan City? You looked it up, it's been problematic, and if it was problematic for this guy back then, I don't know. Alright. Yeah, technically Marion is like, what, Jefferson County? Okay, now we're gonna get into actual Iwu. This one's the Scream Murders? The Scream Killers? I don't think I've actually seen this one, and this is like one of the popular interrogation ones. Oh, this is a long one too, but seems interesting.
Investigations of two 16-year-old killers have never been seen before on YouTube.
I just killed Cassie. We just left her house. This is not a f***ing joke.
I'm shaking.
I stabbed her in the throat and I saw her lifeless body just disappear. Dude, I just killed Cassie. Oh, fuck. That felt like...
Well, they're already screwed in this court of law, ain't they?
Real. I mean, it went by so fast.
Shut the fuck up, we gotta get our act straight.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Just 4 days after filming this video, Brian Draper sits alone in an interrogation room. He gets up and looks outside before shaking his head and sitting down to play the air drums. He takes out his wallet and reorganizes its contents. At first glance, it might seem he's not taking this seriously, but as his questioning goes on, it becomes abundantly clear that he's trying unsuccessfully to calm his nerves. And Brian has more than enough reason to be nervous. 4 days prior to the taping of this footage, a sweet local 16-year-old girl named Cassie Jo Stoddard was brutally murdered while house-sitting for her aunt and uncle. When the homeowners arrived back at the residence, their 13-year-old daughter stumbled upon the horrific scene of her cousin's bloodied body on the living room floor. The question echoed in everyone's minds: who would have committed such a heartless act upon the vulnerable young woman?
Someone like Fancy Dan would have, for sure.
Authorities immediately started looking into who Cassie was with in the days leading up to her death. On the night of Friday, September 22, 2006, Cassie did have some guests over. Her boyfriend, Matt Beckham, and two classmates, Brian Draper and Tori Adamczyk. Brian and Tori departed the get-together early, but shortly after they left, the power in the house went out. There were also strange noises emanating from downstairs. Eventually, some of the lights in the house started to flicker on and off. The couple was feeling very uneasy, and Cassie hoped her boyfriend would spend the night, but his mother declined. She did offer that Cassie could come sleep over at their place, but the responsible teen reluctantly stayed behind to fulfill her house-sitting duties as Matt's mother came to pick him up around 11 p.m. The next morning, when he tried to contact her, there was no response. With the knowledge that Cassie's two teenage pals, Brian and Tori, were some of the last people to see her alive, detectives went to Tori Adamczyk's home on the 24th, the very same day her body was found. He told them that after saying goodbye to Cassie and Matt on the 22nd, he and Brian had gone to see a movie at a local theater before spending the night at his house. Investigators found it curious that he was unable to describe what the film had actually been about, though. Reportedly, a similar unrecorded initial interview took place with Brian that day as well. The police then brought Brian Draper in for questioning on September 26th. Tori would be brought in the day after for a second interview as well. Tori's parents were in the room with him this time.
Now, let's keep in mind with these Iwu interrogations, these are teenagers. And what the teenager killers do is they make us quite happy that they got caught. Because they would have been real problems if they got to 20 or 30. Because what's really usually funny about them is it's like a movie and they try to overact and it's terrible because they're sociopaths and don't have feelings anyways.
The interrogator's first objective here will be to try and corroborate or discount the suspect's alibis. Brian is agitated and fidgety as he waits. He puts his hand over his face and slouches, subconsciously trying to make himself small and less noticeable. The interrogators enter the room and immediately establish a friendly and calm mood, likely putting an already anxious Brian more at ease.
Hey, Brian. Hey. Here we talked to your folks, and just kind of told them they're filled in, and they're comfortable with the fact that we'll sit down and kind of, the other night we hashed over some things about, where you were and all the details and stuff, and, as you well know, as you recall, you're one of the last 3 people.
I think this one is gonna hold out last.
See Cassie, and so it's so important and critical that we just answer some questions and we get by some of those things. And so we kind of preface that with your folks. They're good for you sitting in here. I want to remind you that, of course, you're not under arrest. Okay, you're free to leave, and if you don't have to answer any questions that you don't want to, and at any time you can walk out that door and go hook up with your parents. Okay, so we're not making you stay here for any reason.
Tori's interrogation started similarly, with him also being strategically seated close to the door in a move that makes him feel free to leave whenever he wants, which, although technically true, is a false comfort given the gravity of the situation he's gotten himself into. Unlike Brian's more closed-off mannerisms, Tori gazes intensely at the interrogator, which indicates an intense curiosity.
We're going to start I know we talked the other night about, first of all, why we're here, and we're investigating a homicide.
Yes.
That Cassie Stoddard was murdered.
Yes.
And because of the fact that you were, one of the last 3 people, there, and you had knowledge of her and stuff like that, it's common course that we want to go and interview people and find out what you know. We'll go ahead and start first. I guess, as I recall in the statement before, you've known Cassie for about how long?
From 10th grade.
Okay. So you've known her for a little while.
Yes.
Brian and Tori differ in many ways.
He kind of sounds like, Matt Stone and Trey Parker is whoever, but this is PC principal coming at you.
But their darker interests just happened to converge in a way which created the perfect storm for this awful crime to take place. According to Brian, when he met Tori, the boys started talking about how it would be cool to commit a crime inspired by the Scream movie.
So what is your relationship with Cassie?
Man, if I have a daughter, whatever, just don't get knocked up. If I have a son, I'm going to be the opposite, because usually people are like, oh, whatever. No, they can't have too many other guy friends. It just can't happen, because when you get a whole bunch of men in packs, they turn into murderers. That's what true crime taught me.
Friends.
I think that movie might be The Good Son, but we don't talk about that one.
Okay. Is it any, you ever dated her or anything like that, or just strictly kind of friends? How often do you see her, maybe during a week?
Every day at school, but this would be my 3rd time hanging out with her outside of school.
Fair enough. Let's talk about Friday, and I think the date was the 22nd.
The interrogator will now attempt to gather information and establish a timeline leading up to Friday, the day of the murder.
And that was the night that you guys went up there to visit. Can you tell me a little bit about maybe at school or something, how you learned or how you come to go up to Cassie's place or out to that place she was house sitting?
She told me on Thursday that she was having babysitting the house, basically.
Okay.
House sitting.
Okay, so you guys decide to go, plans are made, it's Friday. What time do you get ready? What time do you end up, how does it work out that you and Brian head out to?
What time
I'll just refer.
So, 2 hour and 20-minute EWU. How long do we think he's going to have a fake story and then the detective's going to be like, waha, we have the video? How long do you think he's going to hold out? I think they'll let him go to like 40 minutes. I don't think they like getting to hour 1 of feeding fake bullshit.
It was Whispering Cliffs, okay?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Whispering Cliffs is the street address of the home Cassie was house-sitting. Tori's mother is helping him recount his timeline.
Mom, what time did I leave from our house?
On
Friday.
It was after I got back from taking Jamie to the game.
It was about 6:30 or 7.
Yeah, 6:30ish.
About there.
Okay, between 6:30 and 7.
Yeah.
You left your house.
Yeah, and I went and picked up
Probably about
Brian.
7. Probably, yeah, between 6:30 and 7.
Okay. And
Picked up Brian.
you were driving your
Yeah.
red, that red, is it Jeep?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's your car, you get back and forth in. So you drove that to Brian's house
I picked him up, and then
about around what time you think it was?
I don't know, maybe 7. Just between 7 and 7:30.
Okay.
In reality, Brian and Tori had planned to kill Cassie on that very Thursday he talked about. They filmed themselves in a car that night, saying that they'd snooped around another girl's house, but she wasn't home, so they were going to call up Matt and Cassie.
Well, it's 50-50, so you automatically get the other one. I'm going long sleeve shirt guy, because he looks like he's got himself together, a young light Yagami.
In that tape, Brian spoke. There are friends, but we have to make sacrifices. So, I feel tonight it is the night and I feel really weird and stuff. I feel like I want to kill somebody. For whatever reason, they didn't go through with it that night.
There should be no law against killing people. I know it's a wrong thing, but hell, you restrict somebody from it, they're gonna want it more.
We found our victim and...
See, you little silly anarchist with your stupid hill jack, what if there was no laws, nihilism? You ever think of the children? This is the bullshit you inspire. Like, at least when you say these things, you know it's not real. It's just fun to shout about, maybe getting a mosh pit. These fucking idiots don't know.
Sad as it may be, she's our friend. But you know what? We all have to make sacrifices. Our first victim is going to be Cassie's daughter. She's going to be alone in a big, dark house out in the middle of nowhere. How perfect can you get? I mean, like, holy shit, dude.
I'm horny just thinking about it.
Hell yeah.
At school the next morning, Brian recorded a short video of Cassie by her locker.
Have you seen Tori? He's supposed to meet me here at 7:30, and it's 8:19. He's an hour late. You don't even care, dude. Okay.
And so, at school, I told a whole bunch of people that there's gonna be like a party there and stuff, and they're just gonna be home alone for the whole weekend.
Okay. How could, now, let's talk a little bit about that. Why did you, like a whole bunch of people, what does that mean? Does that mean 10? Does that mean 20? Does
I
that
told
mean
the girl.
5?
See, now, when they kill people, oh, the law, I believe I should be able to kill people, but yet here's my legal defense for out with self-defense. That's how that goes. But the second someone comes at them with a knife, they're gonna call the cops because they pay fucking taxes. They don't, but they'll tell you they do. That's how this works.
A group of 10, I believe it was like 8 or 9.
Okay.
Number, of course. And I was talking to them and stuff, and it said that they would tell their friends and stuff.
Okay.
It was actually just Matt, Brian, and Tori who came over on the night of the crime. Although we can't be sure if Brian actually told a bunch of the other kids that Cassie would be alone at the house that weekend, it seems like something he could have easily made up, hoping to make the interrogators believe that any number of students could have had the necessary.
Anyone when going to school ever have a friend that you were like, oh man, if I crash at their house, or maybe you're like the third wheel, like they're really besties with another person, a third friend, and you're like, man, I hope they don't fucking murder me one day. I mean, I hung out with like a vampire and shit, and I'm glad it never got this bad.
Necessary knowledge to take advantage of Cassie's vulnerable situation. And in fact, interrogators would deliberately bring this point up to Tori the next day, asking if the party was common knowledge at school. This already sets him up to be more at ease, because the logical progression in his mind would be, the more people who know, the more suspects there are, and the less focus there will be on me. Well, nice try.
Did you tell other people about this?
Yes.
Okay, so it's maybe common knowledge at school that
Yes.
she was going to have a few people over.
It was.
But it really wasn't going to be this big wild party or anything like that, right?
Around it, but yeah.
Tori responds very quickly, anxious to accept that extra cover.
Did they say what time that party was supposed to begin?
Well, I said I'd be there around 8.
Okay.
Tori mentions planning their trip to Cassie's at school that Friday.
You hooked up with Brian and you said hey, we should go to this. We should go to Cassie's place.
Yeah, we were planning that during school.
Okay.
In reality, he and Brian had indeed used their class time that day to plan the night out, but it wasn't concerning fun activities with friends. Instead, they taped themselves saying things like, "Hopefully this will go smoothly and we can get our first kill done and then keep going." And, "I'm sorry Cassie's family, but she had to be the one. She's perfect, so she's gonna die."
September 20th.
Like, I'm sorry, well... No, I just can't imagine wanting to kill a classmate. But I wouldn't hang out with this guy anyway.
It's 2006. We're skipping our 4th hour. We're not even plan right now. I can't question. I'm sorry Cassie's family, but she had to be the one. We have to stick with the plan.
But like, they have to be a special level of, cuckoo in the head to vlog it all.
And she's perfect, so she's gonna die.
After school, they linked up before heading out.
Let's see. Okay, so I called Tori around 7:45 or something like that, and then he came and got me at around 8 o'clock.
The interrogators confirmed some details about the vehicle they took, as well as some phone calls they made around this time. Not only will they check that these calls were actually made, but they also may look for cellular tower location data to confirm that they were made from the spots the boys say they were. And this will become crucial as the phone calls get closer to the time of the crime. Brian and Tori eventually found their way to the Whispering Cliffs residence, and you'll see that the interrogators ask very open-ended questions about what happened when they arrived. This is a common way to let the suspect apparently control the narrative, while also paying close attention to what they add, omit, or even alter in the timeline of events, as compared to what the interrogators already know. This helps to establish their general trustworthiness, or lack thereof.
Then what?
Then we saw Matt up on the front porch, and he said, "Hey guys."
Is that like up on the balcony? Is that
Yeah.
up like on the second level?
The balcony.
And so
he
he
said,
come out of the
"Hey,
house
guys,"
to
yeah.
greet you. Okay.
And so we were inside the house. We're like, "Oh my crap!" And this is a huge house and stuff. And so we went.
How do you get into the house?
You go up the balcony.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think it's like that.
So you ended up entering the house at the same place where Matt was standing,
Yes.
greeting you.
Yeah.
But did you notice there was a lower door too in the garage door?
I did.
Okay,
notice
so you
that.
didn't go in that door. You went in the second level.
Yes.
Okay. And then what?
Well,
You guys went into the house.
walked inside.
Both together. Tori was with you.
Yes.
The interrogator is starting to thumb through notes. He's attempting to distract the suspect and make communication more difficult, but the suspect doesn't seem to notice.
Okay.
And we saw the house, and it was really big and stuff, and we thought this was cool, And then I remember asking Cassie, where is everybody? She said, "Oh, well, I'm not sure when it came."
Scream wasn't my favorite horror movie of the 90s. I much preferred Jawbreaker. But then, like, where they killed a girl by putting a jawbreaker in her mouth, but really they were just having fun times and were going to threaten her. But she choked on the jawbreaker. And then it was like a thing of errors. But I think that was actually a remake of Heathers, where they just make people drink bleach and kill them that way. You can't get away with that nowadays. They'd find out easy who did that.
So we sat down. I remember she had a big video.
So you went there and you went into a first room. Did you go into a living room, a hallway? What was
There's a living room on the left side. I remember there's a staircase.
So what's the first thing you did when you arrived there? Did you just go into the living room, or did you go throughout the whole house?
I walked
check
around.
out the house.
Yeah.
Okay. Was you escorted by anybody, or
I was Matt.
Okay, so Matt,
he walked me around and stuff.
Okay, just kind of showing you everything. So you basically looked at every room in the house, got the lay of the land.
There's a lot of rooms there, yeah.
Okay.
There's tons of them.
All right. So you arrived there. What happened when you get there?
Cassie and Matt gave us a tour of the entire house.
Just back up just a little bit. So you rolled the drive. Did they greet you at the door? Did you see
Matt was outside on the deck, and he waved to us, and then he went inside the house, and we just walked up the stairs and walked in.
So you walked up the stairs. You saw a basement door going in, maybe, and
But I mean, usually if it's like a really nice house and it's like party, this person's parents aren't there, you don't expect to get murdered there, do you? Because they already worried about messing up the house from the party. They're not gonna, like, decapitate and have to clean up blood and stuff. That seems a bit too much. That's what I try to tell myself.
Garage door. See, this is the garage door right here.
Yeah.
Was there a door here, a little man door to walk? Did you?
Oh yeah, there was.
Okay, so you went by that door, but you went up.
We went up the stairs.
Second level entrance. Okay. So they greeted you there. You went inside.
Yes.
And what happened as soon as you went inside?
We looked around where the entry hall, and then we got the tour of the entire house.
Now, did they take you on that tour?
Yeah, they did. They showed us around.
The interrogator made sure to call attention to the lower entrance to the house and the fact that Brian and Tori became well acquainted with the layout of basically the entire home. Because of this exploration, they learned of many entrances and places to hide. Later, when they left the home, they would make sure to leave a back door, which leads from the garage into the basement, unlocked, so that a sneaky re-entry could be made without alerting Cassie or Matt. A bit further into his account of the get-together, Brian starts talking about going through a movie collection at the home, and the investigators zero in on this topic.
And then I saw that he had a big video collection. So we looked at a bunch of movies and stuff.
Okay.
And then I think...
Did you look through those movies?
I did.
Okay. Do you like movies?
Yes.
What kind of movies? What's your favorite kind of movies?
I like horror movies.
Okay. So you like horror movies?
Yeah.
Wow. Can you believe the murderous kid in high school is that one that's like obsessed with watching slasher movies and thinks it's a personality trait? Oh my gosh. Whoever would have imagined?
What's your favorite movie?
My favorite movie? What genre?
Is what?
Well, like what category? What? There's a lot of them.
Is there? What would you say is your favorite movie of all?
All time, my favorite movie would have to be... There's lots of choices. To be honest, I would have to say Halloween. My favorite movie.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Good movie, it is.
That's a pretty good classic.
Yeah, it is.
For any other interrogation, asking someone their favorite movie might seem a little off topic. But for this case, it is absolutely relevant. Not only does it serve to get the suspect to relax and talk more comfortably, but it's actually a theme that comes up again and again in this case.
Did you pick a movie out? Were you going to watch a movie?
I wanted to watch Domestic Disturbance, but that's not what Terry wanted to watch. So he got Kill Bill Volume 2, I believe.
Okay.
We watched that. And
did you watch the whole movie? Did you guys all go in the living room and watch the movie?
Yes, yeah. And I was on the couch that was on the far wall.
Okay.
And Matt and Cassie were kissing and stuff.
Okay.
And Tori was right by the TV. And they had a huge TV.
Brian says they watched a little of the movie, but then around 8:50 he was feeling a little bored and said he should probably head home. Matt purportedly said he needed a ride, and Brian says Tori promised to come back and get him. Brian starts talking about when they left the house, but then the interrogator cuts him off to bring up an unexpected subject. Brian had earlier described the other friends enjoying popsicles at the house, and now the investigator asks what they used to open them.
When they were eating popsicles, now were you in the kitchen? What were you using to open them? Were they these ones you have to cut the top open, or did you tear them with your teeth, or how?
You had to cut the top of them open.
Okay, so how were they opening the popsicles?
I remember there was a knife in the drawer that had like a child hang on it.
Okay.
And Matt was like, oh yeah, I showed him how to open it and stuff, and he opened it for me, and then he did it.
Okay. So did you touch that knife at all?
I think I held it first, yes.
Okay. Did you see them using the knife?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then did it laying on the counter when you left? Was it put back in the drawer? Was it on the counter? Do you know what it was?
I think it was put back in the drawer actually.
Okay. But you saw that, and Matt showed you. Matt apparently helped you get that knife out of the thing. Okay. And then why did you handle it?
I was trying to find like a pair of scissors, and I found that, and I'm like, okay, this might work.
Okay.
So I just touched that.
Okay.
This answer goes outside of Brian's prepared story, and he's getting nervous.
But you didn't have a popsicle stick of your own? You just helped them open theirs? Or?
Yeah, I didn't have one.
All right.
I'm not a big fan of those kind of popsicles.
Okay.
The interrogators wanted to know if and why his fingerprints would be on a knife in the house. And now, They're about to transition into asking about another key place in the home that would be strange for Brian and Tori to have touched.
So you're downstairs, now you got the popsicles out of the freezer downstairs? Is that where you got them from?
The freezer.
That's where they were? All right, would you see any other room downstairs?
We're at 27 minutes without cracking the original story.
Did you go to the room that was in the corner? See that room in the corner?
Yeah.
Tell me about that room.
That room was kind of cool. It had like a couch and like a TV in there. Then it had like a fridge, like a microwave, I believe.
Okay. So you check out that room. Do you notice anything about that room that's, I mean, was the lights on in it when you were there?
Lights were off.
And so you guys had to open the door?
You turned it on. And I remember thinking it was kind of out of, you know, in the way of the house. Kind of a weird place to have a room. So.
Okay. Did you notice anything on the walls? Do you know what
painting, whatever?
Well, you know, maybe like that, but you know what an electrical panel is? Like the breaker box that you turn the breakers on in the house?
Like the steel thing?
Yeah, it's like a steel panel door, and then it's got breaker switches in it. It turns the power off to everything. Do you remember seeing one of those on the wall?
I have one in my house, yeah.
Okay, do you remember seeing one on the wall in that room?
I didn't even think of it, no.
Okay, you didn't think of it or you didn't see it?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay, but you might have, if the door would have been hanging open on it, you probably would have noticed that, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't shut the door on it, it was open, so your fingerprints wouldn't be on that panel for any reason. You don't remember shutting the door or putting your hand on the wall?
I don't think my prints would be on that because I didn't know exactly where it was.
Okay, so, but you didn't recognize an electrical panel in there?
I didn't recognize anything.
It's something you certainly wouldn't be fooling around with normally. I mean,
no.
So you'd probably remember touching something like that because they're dangerous.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Good enough.
These questions suggest.
Do you think this guy's guilty, Dan? I think he's the light Yagami.
That investigators have already found Brian's fingerprints on the panel in the downstairs room, and they are silently gathering inconsistencies to use against him later. Tori was also specifically asked about this room, but said he just looked through movies there. The reason investigators are so fixated on this room and the panel is because this lower level of the house is where the build-up to the murder took place. You see, what really happened after the boys left that night was that Brian and Tori parked down the street and returned to the Whispering Cliffs residence only about 15 minutes after they had said goodbye to their friends. While in the car, they had filmed their gleeful anticipation of the crime they were about to commit. At around 9:53 p.m., Brian spoke on the tape. Unfortunately, we have the grueling task of killing our two friends, and they're right in that house just down the street. They talk about how they've waited for this a long time and are now ready.
The time is 9:50. September 22nd, 2006. We know there's lots of doors. There's lots of places to hide. I locked.
This sounds like one of Solomon Chow's friends. Is this why that poor man is traumatized?
The back doors, it's all locked. Now we just gotta wait.
They put on dark clothes and masks before equipping their knives and creeping back into the home. Once there, Brian and Tori wanted to scare Matt and Cassie as much as possible before actually going through with their horrible plan. So they used the electrical panel to flip the lights on and off as the couple sat watching TV upstairs. They also made loud noises, even throwing 2 ashtrays at the bottom of the stairs in an attempt to lure Cassie and Matt downstairs to check out what was going on, but they were unsuccessful. This is what the boys were really doing that night, but of course, as the interrogation goes on, Brian tries to cling to the story that they went to the cinema. However, it's clear that police likely have eyewitness accounts of people seeing their car parked in the neighborhood, and so Brian is desperately scrambling to explain this away.
Tickets for the movie. Oh, okay, so you're going to go get tickets to go to the movie.
And so...
You didn't park anywhere though in between, so there'd be no reason for like a neighbor to see your car.
Minutes
where at?
To find a cell phone call Matt.
Okay, so was this in the neighborhood, just not far down?
No, it was like maybe 20 feet away from the house.
Okay.
Then Matt wanted us to come back and get him.
So this is not, no, track me because I'm just, it's probably me, I'm not understanding. But, so you leave the house and you're just like, you're 20 feet down the road.
Yeah.
The interrogator keeps saying it's probably just his fault for not understanding. He's not directly calling out how little Brian's story makes sense, but rather using this method to have him repeat key details and find any inconsistencies.
And then you called Matt. You hadn't been gone from the house for about a minute or two, right? I mean,
well, we didn't call Matt yet.
Okay, so you stopped there to find the cell phone.
Yeah.
How long did you stop there for?
5 minutes.
Okay, what were you doing?
I was talking about the movie and stuff.
Okay, talking about going to the
go
movie.
see.
Okay,
Okay.
talking for about 5 minutes.
About
right?
5 minutes.
Okay.
Then you want to keep going?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So you didn't make a
Back
phone
to
call
movies.
from there. You kept rolling.
No. Came back to movies. We got the tickets and stuff. And then we
No, I'm
called
just gonna
Matt.
back you up and slow down just a little bit, so I can make sure and get all the details here.
All right, homies, what do you think? Did we go pretty far from a Sukun from our first giraffe? I think we did. Think I should animate the hair? Or maybe make little pre-evolutions for it. Maybe I should make my own Pokédex with my own monsters, and we can fix Pokemon together, guys. Looks squishy. Oh, actually, I can make it a background, and I can make the background move. That'll give me something fun to do. With these colors, I can make me a cherry blossom tree.
You find the phone there. You guys talk for 5 minutes there.
Yeah.
Brian is clearly trying to speed through this dishonest section as fast as possible. His description of their supposed trip to the movie theater is similarly dubious. And now the interrogators will start to get very specific about locations, positions.
Oh, you're right. I could do that easy. Check this out. This is the original model, actually. I can show it in my little screen here. Sukun. And boom. The eyeballs are still there. The mouth's still there. But it's a seal now.
Relative times and chronological sequences of events. This suggests they already have a timeline they are working with and want to snuff out additional flaws in Brian's story.
We wanted to see Click. We're going to start at 9:45, and we watch movies a lot, you know, and we
Click. Lol.
like to see the whole movie. So, and I think the only one playing was Pulse, and that was at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So we went inside there. I remember calling Matt inside the movie theater.
So that was about, was it still 9:45 or was it a little later when you called Matt so we can match up that phone call?
Maybe 10:26, I think. 10:26, 10:27.
Okay.
The phone calls with Matt during this time period are extremely eerie. Once we know the context, Brian and Tori indeed told him they had to speak quietly because they were at the movies. In reality, they were directly below the couple in the downstairs room, lying in wait and trying not to give away their position.
Who sold you your ticket?
I remember it was a guy. I remember that.
Was there anything particular about him?
It was just a guy in the movie theater.
Okay.
Did you know him?
No.
And so we got go, you buy from the guy, it's 9:45. Ruff, do you think it's 9:45 when you go inside the lobby there?
So
if someone sees you there, they're gonna see you at 9:45?
Probably.
Okay.
Okay, but where is the movie at?
I think the movie's on the right side.
Okay. And then where at? Is it the first theater? You guys turn and go in?
Is there any way you can help us out with a map of the theater to show us kind of where the movie was in there so we know? And again, we're just trying to confirm, you know.
Yeah, of course.
So you know, and you can do another page if you want. Just flip the page.
No, flip the page. Yeah. All right. Okay, box here. Parking lot over here. That's where we park, by the way.
And you're absolutely, unequivocally positive that you two went into Pulse. You two bought tickets for Pulse.
Yeah.
This is an attention-grabbing technique to redirect the suspect to this particular interrogator, who, up until this point, has been mostly passive. This is a classic technique when asking, "Are you absolutely sure of XYZ?" to get the suspect to commit to a fact-based answer, which suggests the interrogators know something contrary and they want an explicit lie or contradiction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then,
Andy asked you about the guy that was taking the tickets, just so we know.
Yes.
Do you remember what color hair he had? Do you remember anything about him at all?
I didn't really
remember anybody else there working behind the counter?
Unless I was talking
Do you
to
recognize anybody?
No, I was just talking to my friend.
Some sources claim that the investigators actually interviewed the employee who worked the ticket booth that night, and it was a female who knew Tori and Brian from going to school with them, and confirmed that they had not been there at all on the Friday night. If true, this obviously directly contradicts Brian's claim that the employee was a random man he didn't know, and explains why the interrogators keep touching on this point.
Now, as soon as you bought tickets, you went in there at 9:45, but the movie hadn't started because it starts at 10, so you had to hang around in the lobby for 15 minutes, right?
Well, no. We went to the bathroom.
Okay.
Then they went to theater.
Okay, so you
were
went
allowed
right
to go
in?
in there like a few minutes before it starts.
Sure. Okay, so where at do you sit in the theater? If you could just drop...
I guess I don't understand about the, you go in and buy the ticket, still 9:45,
Yeah.
correct? And then you buy the ticket, but you're inside.
Yeah.
So then you go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Then you come back out. No, they're not letting you in the movie until 10 o'clock.
And then I go to the movie, maybe 5 to 10 minutes before it's...
So they were sitting and everything, so it wasn't like wait until 10 o'clock, right? So you got in...
We had to wait a little bit because there was a movie in there before, I think.
Okay.
That's what happened.
All right.
So you just hung out in the lobby?
No.
No.
We stayed in the bathroom, and then we talked about some stuff. And then went to theaters and stuff.
Both interrogators are playing off one another here. One seems to not understand that you can enter a theater a few minutes before a movie starts, while the other does. Although Brian is being accurate, and anyone who has gone to a movie knows it would be reasonable to enter a few minutes before the starting time, the interrogator pretending not to understand this deliberately pushes the issue. It seems that they are really trying to get Brian to admit to hanging out in the lobby so that they can then see if witnesses confirm or deny their presence that night. But Brian finds ways to dodge this by saying they were in the bathroom or dark theater. The interrogators are actually taking turns with hard cop, soft cop, which keeps Brian off balance. He doesn't have a rapport.
Good old hard cop, soft cop.
With either interrogator, and therefore is unable to relax from this point onwards.
Do you remember what the coming attractions were, the trailers, on the movie when you're sitting there watching it?
I remember...
Where'd you sit inside the movie? On the next page, just go flip the page again.
Wherever I was sitting.
Just draw the movie house, a big square movie house, and what you just kind of give us a general location in the room.
Okay, stairs. We always sit in the middle, so we were...
I mean, you always do, but did you this time sit in the middle? Okay, was there a lot of people in there?
It wasn't like, a full house or anything.
Estimate how many people you think were in there.
Half.
Like 10 people?
No.
5 people? 20 people?
I remember... Well, it wasn't like full. Maybe half of the theater, probably. Not half wasn't packed. I don't know. It just maybe... If I would have to say number...
How I hate this UI.
I'd say about 30.
About 30?
Yeah.
Okay. Say this is the whole big building, this is the whole thing, and this is where you go, and this is a little ticket booth maybe right here, and then, you can go to this theater, or this theater's back here. Which way did you go?
I think it was the right. It was the right.
Okay. So you went to the right, and then do you remember where the theater was once you went to the right? Just kind of in the general location of the building. Was it clear at the end? Was it right in front? As soon as you just don't remember that?
No.
You don't remember seeing the sign or anything?
I remember...
Because there's a lot of movie theaters in there, right?
Yeah. There's all of them. They went to the theater.
Okay.
The interrogators continue to question Brian about the movie theater before they take a clever new approach to determine whether or not he was actually there. Question him about the movie itself. Here's where his lies come to a head.
I'm trying to ask you, maybe some details about the movie. Do you remember any, the coming attractions, the trailers, the previews that they do?
I do know that from what I saw, it's kind of like a sequel to White Noise.
Okay.
But there was no original characters or anything.
So what was the movie about? I mean, have you watched most of the movie?
I don't know. Well, there's a girl there.
Okay.
I sat. She was maybe 2 seats away from me.
Okay. What side of you was she sitting on?
On my right side.
On your right side?
Yes.
2 girls, right?
There's a girl and she had a friend. Yes.
Like Tori, Brian doesn't remember any specific details about the movie at all. Now he's going to make up a story that he was distracted talking to some girls, and that's why he wasn't paying attention to the movie, even at one point making the bizarre claim that he followed one of them out of the theater while she called her dad.
So you were talking to them?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we got a hold of them, they would know, they'd remember that conversation. And did I recall you say that her name was Heather?
I remember her name was Heather, yes.
Okay, what about the other one? Remember her name?
I didn't really talk to her at all.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you remember where they went to school or anything?
I thought I heard them say Highland. That's but I'm not exactly sure exactly what school they went to now.
Okay.
What did she look like?
Well, she's pretty attractive, of course. She was wearing tight jeans. She had, I think it was brown hair, and it was probably about to here.
Okay. So that would say probably, what, 5'3", 5'4"?
She was pretty short. I would say 5'5".
Is she...
Well, she wasn't that short, because she's probably up to here to me. She's probably 5'6", 5'7".
What color is her hair?
I think it was brown.
Definitely brown, or was it strawberry brown? Or...
It was like my sister's hair. So it was like brown with like streaks of like blonde in it and stuff.
Suspicious.
So you're...
Well, in case you missed the earlier stream, we discovered that Melania Trump, though the most based person in the White House, is actually a hologram. Much like this man.
Pretty confident her name was Heather.
Just not sure if she went to Highland or not.
Yeah. I'm not positive she went to Highland.
Okay.
But you haven't seen her at Pokey?
No.
So chances
I've never
are...
seen her before, so...
So she either goes to Highland or...
Century. Or she came from out of town. I don't know.
But you heard her say Highland? I mean, something gave you the inkling that...
Yeah. Well, I don't...
If you don't remember, that's fine.
Really
but if she said Highland, then it kind of helps us a little bit. Okay, good deal.
Brian seems to recognize that he's backing himself into a corner here if he commits to saying she goes to Highland, because they could easily talk to any Heathers who attend that school and verify this story. So he backtracks and says he's not sure. The interrogators have been nice enough thus far, but here's where they really crack down.
So you don't remember any details about this movie at all. How long were you in the movie for?
We were in there maybe 20 minutes, and I called Matt.
Okay.
And, let's see.
You called him or Tori called him?
Tori called him.
And you remember what time that was?
It was maybe 20 minutes in the movie.
The phone call being discussed is actually the phone call Brian and Tori made while they were hiding in the basement.
So 10:20, if the movie starts at 10.
Well, not exactly 20 minutes, but you know. Yeah.
So around 10:20, you think?
Yeah. I'd say I remember checking his phone to see what time it was at like maybe 10 minutes of the movie, and it said 10:12, and then I remember we called him at least probably 10 minutes after that. So around. Yeah.
So you were sitting inside the movie house when you called inside the theater. The movie was going.
Yes.
Who'd you talk? Did you make the call, or did
he
Tori?
Called? He called. Yes.
Tori called Matt.
Tori called Matt.
Okay. And so you don't know what they talked about?
No.
Did you hear any conversation, what Tori was saying to him, or did he tell you about the conversation?
I remember he said if he still needed us to pick him up or something, he said no. His mom was going to come before we got back to his house. So I remember he asked me if he wanted to come and stop by the movie house. And then he said he had to go home with his mom. That's what he said.
Okay. How long do we stay at the movie? You end up going back into the movie after you've been out with Heather while she's making fun. Where's Tori at? Is she still in the movie? She's watching the movie?
Yes.
Okay. And then you go back in, you sit next to Tori again? Then how long do you stay at the movie? Do you finish out the movie?
I think we wait 5 minutes, and then I remember seeing the credits.
At the end of the movie?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the movie about? I mean, you're a movie buff, so These are things that you pay attention to, right?
The interrogators begin asking Brian about more details of the movie. They're still trying to establish his presence there.
I mean,
at least watch parts of the movie or so many characters you can hook us up with to describe somebody in the movie, describe what happened, anything. What's the whole premise or the plot of the movie? What's it all about?
Well, it was similar to White Noise.
Okay, I don't know White Noise, so you're gonna have to give us some. Okay, you're gonna have to give us some details.
Okay, it's about a guy, his wife.
I don't want to know what White Noise is about. I want to know what this movie's about.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then I remember, I can't really exactly explain the movie because I haven't paid attention to it.
Well, you know what we did yesterday?
What?
We went and watched the movie.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So, what is the movie about?
They are now contradicting his presence or how long he was present. Here is where they will begin picking apart his alibi.
Jeez, I don't exactly know. I remember being really bored.
So you go in a movie, you pay that money to go in a movie, and so your story is you didn't really watch the movie.
Well, I'm talking to the girls.
Okay, but they're 2 seats away. I mean, you could be doing a lot of talking in the movie. At least you're picking up something. You're gonna pick up at least one image off the screen that you saw. Tell us about one person. Describe one person you saw in the movie. What they look like?
I'm seeing a man, and he looked at a TV screen. It had White Noise on it. It had the shh thing.
And that's all you saw the whole movie. So how long do you think you were inside that movie theater? Grand total.
We were there for maybe 2 hours.
2 hours? You were inside that movie theater? And you don't remember one detail to help us out. We're trying to help you out.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want to tell you.
Okay, so let's go back to this. You go back in the movie. Tori's still sitting there after Heather makes a phone call. Movie, the credits roll. You guys get up and leave?
Yeah.
After the movie, Brian says they went straight home to Tori's house and spent the night there. Brian's told his whole story at this point and is probably hoping that this whole thing can be over. But now the interrogators shift their tone and get very real with Brian, at the same time playing a "we want to help you, not let something bad happen to you" card. However, this is after 45 minutes of letting him dig himself into a lie.
Brian, we got some problems. Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
We got some problems.
Movie.
And it's really important that this is the time in the interview where you really need to cowboy up, and you really need to decide how you want this thing to fall on you.
Yeah.
The interrogator is now confronting Brian with conflicting information. He never went to the movies.
We've done our homework, okay?
Yeah.
We've talked to a lot of people. We've viewed tape, okay? And I'm here to tell you, you didn't go to the movie.
Okay.
You were not at that movie theater, okay? Now, that's neither here nor there. But the thing is, you're going to have to get by that.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't go to the movie, that's fine, but you're gonna have to tell us where you went so that we can put you there, because it's I don't want something to cave in on you that's not working for you.
Right.
Okay? We're here to help you, bro. Really, we are.
You know what happened. Okay?
What?
You didn't go to the movie.
We didn't go to the movie. Okay, I'll take it.
Okay, before you do that, just listen.
Never. They're here to help you.
Carefully to Andy, okay?
Okay? Now listen to me. Don't underestimate how much we know.
Yeah.
Okay? I told you the first night that when I saw you that I don't think you're the type of person that could kill somebody cold-bloodedly.
Especially my close friend. Yeah.
Especially your close friend.
Of course.
Okay?
Okay. Hold on a second, okay?
Okay.
The interrogator is playing the kindly dad role here. The come clean so we can get through this approach. By using a softer voice paired with intense body language, he conveys the gravity of the situation, while also disarming Brian a bit.
I can tell you what we're doing. I was trying to hide this, but I guess I have to tell you now.
You're gonna have to, man. It's the only way out.
We went through cars.
The dynamic has drastically shifted here, as Brian knows that the investigators know that he just lied to their faces and likely won't fully trust anything he says going forward. Still, He tries to come clean with a red herring, completely avoiding the full truth.
And that's against the law. That's why I want to say that.
Okay, you went through cars. What does that mean?
We checked for the cars that they aren't locked. And
Where at? Where was that? Where at?
Tori had to drive. I don't know. And then we called Matt because he wanted to come too.
Okay, so you didn't go to the movie, but you went through cars.
We didn't go to the movie, but we went.
Can you tell us where you went through cars at? Because if you went through, did you take anything out of cars?
We didn't find anything.
Okay, so can you take us to a car that you went through, and we should find your fingerprints on that car?
We went to. I had gloves, and then we went. I remember we drove by Tori's house.
Hold on.
His neighborhood.
Hold on.
Let's just really let's re-zero ourselves, man. I can't stress to you enough that we are your best friends right now. Okay, and
the cops are always your friends, everybody. That's why they gave all those lovely speeches in Minnesota.
Please don't underestimate. We know you're a bright kid. We know that you got a lot going for you, and we want to help you to get a lot going for you, and we want to help you. And right now is the perfect time that we can, man, we can really help you out. Now we've got a lot of bargaining chips right now, but it just so requires, and like Andy said, we possess some knowledge, firsthand knowledge. We know, and what we're really waiting for is you to come straight with us so that we can help get you out of this crap so it's not going to ruin the rest of your life.
Okay.
We want to help you. Okay, we really do, and I just really want you to believe in us for a minute, and really.
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand.
You need to tell us the truth.
The interrogator uses a similar tactic as his partner in emphasizing the truth. They've both gone good cop.
I'm telling you now.
Okay, so if this is the truth.
Yes, this is the truth.
You can, these things we should be able to go out and confirm.
Yes,
and cooperate.
This is. I was trying to hide this because I heard from a friend that that's.
See, they usually don't let it go an hour with the bullshit lie. This is when we need to start saying shit because I'm ready to take my lunch break and make some phone calls.
10 years in prison.
What exactly were you doing? Tell me exactly what you were doing.
We parked outside her house for.
Whose house?
Jeez, no, I lost.
That's right. Okay, let's do something
house.
right now. Let's do something right now.
Yeah.
Just take a minute. We'll all be quiet for a minute. You can take a few deep breaths. Okay.
Yeah.
Really go deep and do some soul searching and get your, get your wind back, and then you can go ahead and tell us. Okay.
Okay.
And you tell us when you're ready. Just take a few deep breaths. Like your dad said, you just need to calm down. If you're telling the truth, this is going to be easy. If you're lying, it's going to be hard night.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Now, before you go any further, okay, we have some aces in our pocket.
The interrogator's tactic of vaguely saying they have aces is commonly used when police actually don't have enough evidence. Otherwise, a confession would not be needed. Physical and circumstantial evidence is enough to convict for murder without a confession.
And what I mean by aces, I mean we have some things that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt. That we've confirmed with people, and
yeah, that's the DoorDash getting delivered. We're right about this. It's lunch break time. He needs to stop playing games so we can reset.
And that we know. Okay? We know about the car. We know about some activities that you guys have done. Okay? So, needless to say, for you to jerk us our chain, okay? Cassie's this great friend of yours, okay?
And she's watching right now. She's hearing everything that you're saying.
She has been brutally murdered. And then you have wasted our time by dicking around.
Stalker child. This was before everything went wrong with For Patrick fucking Tomlinson. It'd be crazy if he's like, what? She's here? Whoa! She pranked me? What a whore! And she got you, like, fucking pull it that far and then be like, whoa, you can't be guilty because you actually thought we were fucking with you.
Okay? And trying to lie to us. And trust me, that we understand why you're trying to divert us, okay? We understand. You don't want to get in trouble. I understand that, okay? The whole point of this is don't waste any more of our time, okay? Don't underestimate what we know.
Yeah.
Okay? Because it's going to come down to one or two things, okay? We already have one strike against you, okay? You've already lied to us, and we don't appreciate that, okay?
Yeah.
These are the types of situations that you don't lie in. Everything else in this world is game. And I'm a firm believer in that. I don't give a shit if you lie in anything else to a cop, whatever. When it comes to a murder of a beloved friend, you do not lie, okay? The second part of that is I want you to take a deep breath, and I want you to think about what part of this that you're involved in. Okay, how much of this are you involved in?
Involved in what?
Brian is trying to play dumb here when he's well aware it's a murder investigation.
In what we're talking about with Cassie, okay?
You think I'm involved?
I want you to continue. I want you to keep talking to us
because
about
we know
the
some
cars.
things, Brian. Okay, and I'm saying we're your lifeline. We can help you now, but we can't help you later. We can if you tell us. I mean, we're willing to let bygones be bygones. You told us the first lie, so what? We expect that. Just let's clean it up and let's make it right. Let's look man to man in the eye. And let's get all our cards on the table, and let's talk about. And we're here for one thing. We're here, to solve what happened to Cassie.
Yes.
And we didn't know.
Watch this next moment carefully.
If you were involved in that, and if you are, that's fine. We can deal with that.
Fine.
We can deal with that. If you were involved in that, and if you are, that's fine. We can deal with that.
Fine.
We can deal with that.
Brian begins to smile and laugh in response to being asked if he had anything to do with Cassie's murder.
But
you guys are ridiculous.
Well, we're not being
ridiculous. Kill my friend. Why the hell would I kill Cassie?
He even smiles when he says, "Why would I want to kill my friend? Why would I kill Cassie?" Before catching himself and recognizing his expression isn't matching his words. He corrects himself by attempting to portray
Uh-oh. Edgy Frankie Muniz is out again. Did you know they're rebooting that show? I was told not to have hope for it, though. Sad.
sadness.
Oh, I don't know who killed Cassie.
Doesn't it seem weird that all of a sudden now, you left a place in the house, and now you've already told us the first lie. Now I'm hoping that you're gonna come clean and you're gonna tell us what really happened.
Exactly what I know. All right, we left her house. Okay, we parked over here by the grass.
Okay,
we called Matt. I don't know exactly what time it was. It was probably 10:15. Probably not 10:15. That's too much. I don't know, 9:40, I guess. He said he'd get back to us.
Get back to you about what?
About the cars.
So we should expect Matt, because
we were supposed to come back and get him and go get
Let me stop you one thing. Matt's taking a polygraph tomorrow. Okay. And a lie detector test.
Of course.
We're gonna ask that. Okay. Now you're saying that he has knowledge of that you're going to go through cars.
Yes.
Okay?
Polygraph tests are usually not admissible in court, except under very few exceptions. The cops are either lying or trying to make more of the test than is realistic. They are preying on the suspect's ignorance of admissibility of evidence in court.
Yes.
So that's true. That's straight up. That's something we're going to be able to bounce off, and that's going to be... So we should be able to go ask Matt, isn't it true these guys call and say they want to go through cars?
Yes.
Okay. She called in about 10:15, maybe less, maybe before.
Yes.
Said, "Okay, do you want to do it?" And
he said,
"Oh no, I put my eyes off of the boat." Was there a victim? Is Dan the top victim of the day? Did we finally find one? Thank God, I was getting worried. Oh man, we gotta move all of them. What are we doing? Being a fool. I'm gonna make these cherry blossoms work.
He's not sure. He's going to call his mom and see if he can stay out. And then, yes. And so we probably waited about 20 minutes from about 10 o'clock, of course. And then we called Matt again.
So this would be about 10:20?
We called Matt about 10:20, 10:30.
Okay. Called him again?
We called him again.
Second time, okay.
Yes. And he said his mom was coming to get him. So, and he couldn't go. So we left and went through cars.
Where'd you go through cars at?
I went to a neighborhood by Tori's house. And then I remember there.
Okay, you gotta be. Okay, now listen to me. Listen to me. You gotta make sure that you can verify what color cars, because we have to go verify all that.
I don't know what color cars. We just checked all the cars.
How did you do that? You had gloves on, huh?
Yeah, we just checked all the cars.
What kind of gloves?
You got those gloves?
I should have them, yes.
Where they at?
They should be in my room.
What kind of gloves?
I wore them for soccer. They're the soccer gloves.
Okay. So, you know what? I want to, more than anything in this world, be able to go around Tori's place and find cars that have been broken into.
Okay.
Okay? That's what I want to do, more than anything in this world. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you go back up to that neighborhood and park anywhere?
We park on the side of a road.
Back up in this neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay, we're talking about Whispering Cliffs out there, 2.5 mile. Do you go back out there?
No. We don't go back out there. No.
Okay, so I'm here to tell you that if we have information that we see that car parked there where you said, a different time, later that night.
Okay.
How do you explain that?
We weren't parked there. We were there, let's see, we were there at 10.
Let me ask you this, you didn't go out to go through cars, you didn't park down the road and get out in that neighborhood and go through cars?
No. Oh, well, like, like, by her house?
Cassie, where you left Cassie and Matt up in that neighborhood?
Yes, we parked, there's a big tree.
So you parked there and you got out of your car and did you go through some other cars there?
Yes.
Aside from coincidence and all that kind of stuff, when you got out, you parked there. Did you go back to play prank on those?
So it's like on hour 2, we get to play story number 2. Well, yay.
Guys.
Prank on him?
On Cassie and Matt?
No.
Did you go there just to screw with them a little bit and pro prank?
No.
Okay. You're solid about that?
Yeah, I'm solid about that.
Okay. Well, you did get out in the neighborhood and check a few car doors?
Yes.
Okay. With the intent to burglarize those cars? You're going to take some stuff out of them, right?
The interrogators keep going back to this playing a prank option.
You guys didn't go back and things got out of hand, you played a prank?
No.
And things went weird?
No.
Because if it did, I mean, we can work through those things. I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine if somebody got killed, but it's like, don't dig your hole deeper, because you know what I mean. We didn't start off on very good ground here.
I know.
The interrogators have likely already heard from Matt about the flickering lights and loud noises that night, and they are trying to offer Brian a less serious alternative that still gets an admission that he and Tori did indeed return to the home that night. This way, they would be able to get their foot in the door and build off of that point.
I mean, I've got some feelings, and you know, I got some ideas what went down, and it's just going to be up to you to come to real.
I still don't think he'll be the first one to break. I think he'll get to play his great story and build it all up, and then the detectives will get to see the next interrogation room, and he'll give it up in like 15 minutes. He'll go, "Your parents are out here, and they're very disappointed in you. And your sisters, they're crying." That's what'll happen.
Exactly.
And
they're not going to be happy. That's why I was trying to hide.
That's beside the point. There's a little more serious things going on here than, you know, that right now.
How many cars roughly did you open?
We've been open maybe 4 or 5. A lot of them were locked.
Okay, and so you got into 4 or 5?
Yeah, about 4 or 5.
But you didn't take anything? No CDs?
No.
I mean, this is the one time in your life that somebody needs to come up with something missing. I mean, that somebody needs to verify.
Yeah, but...
Something you did. Just tell us something that we can go back and we can say you did this. Aside from being charged with it, I mean, we don't care about that. We want to go back and be able to say, yep, your story fits. Think, is there anything that we can go back and make your story fit?
No, there wasn't anything in the cars. So
nobody saw
anything.
You didn't say anybody?
There was a mother that was yelling, and at like her kids or something. Then she walked outside, and then we kind of scurried off early, you know, because the people there.
Okay.
Did you go from behind the house and come back up the hill?
Asking about Brian's movements up a hill suggests there is evidence, such as tracks or footprints, in some area around Cassie's house that may link him to the scene. And sure enough, there were tracks left by Brian and Tori all around the home Cassie was house-sitting.
Get back up the hill then.
Behind the house Cassie was house-sitting for. You know, reason why...
We didn't go back there after that, no.
You didn't go back to the house?
Well, like what time?
No. At any time, have you gone down that hill to the road down below?
Like...
At any time in your life, have you ever gone from the road down below, you know where the driveway is?
Yeah.
Okay, behind the house, gone down that hillside and down to the road?
I do remember on the way out, we're having a hard time, like, you're trying to find everything.
What do you mean?
Like...
Think he's just a stuttering little 16-year-old, or is it getting worse the more he just can't find outs? Let's do constant frame rate. We went nice and slow. Let's do 600. Let's see what this looks like, fam. Tell me if you approve, chat. What's wrong with A Sprite? Look at this. Look at this, Vandy Light. It's beautiful. There, cherry blossoms moving about, blowing in the wind as the tree over there refills. Thank you. I worked so hard. It started as an ugly succoon, but now it is free. It's a completely different creature. This means I gotta accidentally fuck up drawing another Pokemon, and then I'll get us another monster. Or I can make little thingies for this one. It's little pre-evolutions. This can be its Pokédex entry.
I do remember.
No, listen. Listen to me. Okay.
Take a wrong road.
I'm gonna show you.
You're walking. Did you walk out the back of the house? Did you walk up that side of the hill?
No.
Okay. You didn't go back there on Saturday out to Cassie's house, did you?
No. I called her though.
Talk to her?
No, she didn't.
You're saying at no time would your footprints ever be found behind this house?
No.
Going down the hill to a road?
Oh, I went to see her dog that was on the left side. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you go down the hillside, down to the road, just to check it out?
No.
Okay, you didn't ever do that?
No.
Okay, what about Tori?
No.
So you went down to where the dog was at?
Yeah.
In Tori's interrogation, which you'll recall took place the day after Brian's, he skipped right past the movie theater excuse and also tried to rely on the car burglary story, probably having already heard that their plan A had utterly failed.
So what was the purpose of parking there?
We were scoping the neighborhood
Why?
because we were planning to go through cars.
When you say go through cars, what do you mean?
Oh, see the ones that are open, we don't go through any with alarms or that are locked. We just walk by, push the handle, and if it's open, we get in it and steal the gas money or change.
So have you done that before?
Once this year and in 9th grade.
Okay, so it's something that, familiar with? you...
Yes.
However, like Brian, he's incredibly vague about where they looked at cars and even tries his best to breeze past the conversation altogether.
We got out of the car, we got out and looked around for about 15 minutes.
Look around, what do you mean? We just
okay, here's where we are, we might go this way, and then this way.
Okay,
and
which way did you end up going?
And then we got back in the car and we called Matt because we were planning to invite him to go with us.
Okay.
But we didn't want
You're
Cass.
losing me just a little bit, because I'm not quite understanding what. You guys get out of the car, okay, and you're out of the car for
We
15
just
minutes.
look around and...
Do you stand in one place?
No, we walked down a little the road and then we'll turn around and we'll walk down this way and walk down this way. We walked back to my car.
Okay, let's talk about these cars, because now it's pretty critical that we know, where these cars are, and so you can walk us back to these cars, and so we know, exactly, where these cars are parked.
The interrogator makes it seem like he is helping Tori to establish vehicular burglary as an alibi, but he is really letting the suspect lie.
It's too late, Dan. You can't save him from himself. This is why it's great that the 16-year-old serial killers get caught.
In order to further establish the propensity for not telling the truth. By continually discrediting the suspect's story, the police and DA will rely heavily on forensic evidence to tell the true story of what happened.
Remember, description of the cars, the color of the cars, what kind of door handles they had on them?
I don't know what kind of cars. I don't usually pay attention to that. We passed a lot of cars.
Were these cars parked on the street?
On the street. We don't.
They're all parked on the street.
We don't go into cars that are in driveways usually.
When you went into these cars, so you can't give us a color of a car.
I got
the first
white one.
Okay, a white one.
I can't remember what kind it was, though.
Something interesting about deception is that a truthful person will often fill a story with a lot of detail. On the other hand, most people are not good liars, and filling in details to support a false story is difficult. In Tori's story, the detail is heavy in some places, but very weak in others. So it'd be hard for the interrogators to make a judgment call at this point. That is, if they had nothing else to go on.
Are we going to be able to verify your fingerprints there?
Probably not. I used my sleeve to open it.
Did you have gloves on at all?
Well, Dan's not wrong. That's what these people think when they're going in there. Technically, you shouldn't talk to these people without a lawyer at all, even if you're a child. But they don't know no better, and their parents are probably pissed at them because they know they committed a murder. But yeah, you do get one shot, because if you get pulled in there, they're suspect of you, so you better start running the fuck away.
No, I didn't.
Sure, you didn't have no gloves?
Yes.
Okay, right.
The interrogators ask for one piece of evidence that would show Tori really stole from cars that night, and he says he has a CD case. But then, his parents actually voice their own doubt that this is true.
Okay, so you might have gone through some other cars. Did you get any other items?
No.
That you have?
I don't
CDs,
really still.
tapes?
Yes, I have a CD case.
You just took one out of a car?
Yeah, I have a CD case.
As you may recall, Brian stated they didn't find anything as they were going through cars.
So you got into 4 or 5?
Yeah, about 4 or 5.
But you didn't take anything? No CDs?
No.
Yes, I have a CD case.
And to make matters for Tori even worse, his own mother is about to catch him in the lie.
Was that from that night?
I can't remember. That was from another night. That wasn't from that night.
Oh, okay.
I better remember because they're getting it down.
There's a CD case that I said, whose CD case is this?
You said it's
and
David's.
you said it's Brian's.
No, he said
or
David's.
When was that?
So that is a stolen CD case?
Yes.
We better start thinking about where you got it.
Do you remember it was that night?
I don't think it was, because I think we've had it it's been sitting downstairs in our family room waiting for David to come and pick it up, or whoever's
Was that the same CD case you're speaking of, that she's speaking of? Because she probably wouldn't have seen the one that you had that
she
night.
saw the one I stole.
On Friday night.
It could have been this weekend, or it could have been the week before. I cannot remember.
Okay.
I remember there was a CD case, and I remember saying, when did this CD case, whose is this? And there was all these movies.
Tori begins feigning confusion and scrunching his eyebrows.
CDs.
A stack of them.
Yeah, they were CDs from the CD case.
Well, we'll
They
think on
came
that.
from that CD case?
Yes.
But not that night, or yes that night?
I'm pretty sure it was that night.
Okay.
I can't remember.
You think he came from a van?
Yes.
Down on that street somewhere there?
Yeah.
White van?
Yeah.
Ford?
I don't know.
No, it couldn't be
Windows?
that night, Tori, because
It
they've been
wasn't.
sitting there stacked up for 2-3 days.
2-3 days?
Yeah.
Well, that was
CDs.
Friday night, though.
No, I mean 2 or 3 days before the weekend.
I can't remember.
Alright. Well, we'll think. We'll take the white CD out of computation. Okay. We'll go on to see if we can't, find something else there.
Okay.
Tori says once they were down looking through cars, they made one last call to the Whispering Cliffs house at 10:48. This is important because it indicated to Tori and Brian that Matt would not be staying with Cassie for the night. This goes to the issue of opportunity to commit the murder. The victim would be alone and no witness in the house.
So I said, Matt, do you need a ride or not? And he said, no, his mom should be there any time now. So me and Brian just left and went back to my place.
Okay. So safe to say it's about 10:48 p.m. You make that final call, and he says, no, really, man, I'm going home.
Yeah.
Now, Tori's parents are about to verify the approximate time he got home that night, and so Tori has to make up a reason why they didn't head home immediately after that last call, asking if Matt needs a ride. The excuse is pretty weak.
Then what do you guys do? You and
We
Brian?
went through our findings.
Which wasn't much, because you only said
Yeah.
there was some change.
Yeah.
And did Brian have something else?
He didn't have any merchandise.
Nothing?
He just
Did he have
had
a couple bucks?
What?
Nothing.
He just had a couple bucks.
Okay. You guys sat in the car. How long did you sit in the car? Is at some point in time where you didn't really leave there?
Maybe till about 10:55.
10:55.
Between 10:50 and 11:05. Between there.
So what were you doing in this period of time?
That's the time that we were looking through and just gathering up everything.
Okay, help me because I'm still remember? So you get back to the car and you make the call. It's 10:48 according to the cell phone. It's a 2-minute call. You call Matt. And you confirm it that Matt's not. You don't have to take Matt for a ride. He's going to stay there or whatever he's going to do. Long and the short of it is you're not taking him with you.
Yeah.
So what do you do then? You guys you sit in the car? You say you went through your stuff, but you said you didn't get much. I
just pulled it in my pocket, looked through it, and then dropped it in my changes. Then I went into my back seat, just looked around because all my books and stuff were thrown around out of it, my backpack, from my school.
Okay, so
so I just basically straightened that up.
What's Brian doing?
Brian's just sitting there.
So you're just spending this time tidying up your car?
Talking, pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Then we left between that time.
In reality, Tori and Brian were murdering Cassie during this time period, around 11 p.m. or a little after. We know this because at 11:31 p.m. they filmed this video of their reaction.
I just killed Cassie. We just left her house. This is not a fucking joke.
I'm shaking.
I stabbed her in the throat and I saw her lifeless body just disappear. Dude, I just killed Cassie.
Once again, friends, please don't murder me. That seems just so mean. Thinking you're gonna hang out with your friends and then they kill you.
That felt like something real. I mean, it went by so fast.
Shut the fuck up, we gotta get our act straight.
Back in Brian's interrogation, the investigators cleverly ask him if he and Tori did everything together that night.
So you're going to say that whatever Tori did this night, you did as well?
If with your cars, yeah.
No,
Tori's gonna tell us the same thing when we talk to him.
Yeah. I think he'll come clean too about the movie.
Brian mentions he did come clean about the lie, the movie. He's trying to reassure himself that he's telling the truth and, by extension, assure the interrogators that he is being truthful at this point.
There's nobody that's going to see you guys sneak back into the house?
No.
That didn't happen?
No.
And there's nobody that's going to see you around the house on Saturday?
No.
We're not going to find those people?
No. We were at our house at all.
Did you have anything to do with the murder? Did you have anything to do with the murder of Cassie?
No. No, I did not have anything to do with the murder of Cassie.
Tori?
No.
Watch this clip carefully.
No, I did not have anything to do with the murder of Cassie.
Tori?
No. No, I did not have anything to do with the murder of Cassie.
Tori?
No.
While Brian is saying no, he's shaking his head yes. And he actually does this twice.
No, I did not have anything to do with the murder of Cassie.
Tori?
No.
His body language doesn't match his words. This is known as incongruent body language and may possibly be a sign of deception.
Okay, and you're being square on that.
Of course.
And if we offer you a polygraph test, lie detector test,
yes.
We're going to ask you those questions.
Take it. Yes.
We want you to take that.
Of course I'll take it.
Okay.
And you're not going to fail it. I don't need you to fail this test.
Well, they're what? They're 90% sure, right?
No, they're about 96.
Okay, well, then yes, I should say yes.
Okay. And they're pretty simple. I mean, there's not a lot of hocus pocus on them. Okay, they're pretty simple.
Okay.
Okay.
Polygraphs are not actually 96% accurate. Otherwise, they would be admissible in court. So this is merely an attempt to intimidate Brian, and it seems to work. Next, the topic of conversation now shifts back to the topic of horror media.
Tell me about the play that Tori's been writing, or the movie.
Well, there's a film festival in January. So we wanted to make a movie, and then go there, and yeah. And
Did you ask Cassie to make a movie with you?
Yes, we wanted to be like the main character and stuff.
What's the movie about?
We were making like a slasher flick.
What is it?
Like a slasher flick.
Okay.
Like Halloween and stuff like that.
Okay. And what's the theme? Tell me about the movie.
Sometimes criminals will fantasize about a crime and script it out under the cover of
You getting your art done, bro? Awesome.
a movie script, play, poem, etc., to appear innocuous. The interrogator asked Brian to explain the idea for the movie in a bid to get him to admit the fantasy of the movie was acted out with lethal results. It's an effort to reassociate the suspect mentally with the crime if he is disassociating himself from the crime by using the device of the alleged movie script.
His idea was totally different than mine.
Okay, let's hear yours first.
My story, there were 4 kids. You want to know the script?
No, there were 4 kids. Would just kind of just give us a general idea of the movie.
Okay.
Where do you got it? I mean, have you written it out yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
This idea.
Just kind of in your head?
Yeah. Okay. There was 4 kids and they had their parents with them.
Okay.
And they drove to a cabin in the mountains, you know. And let's see. I named the guy John MacArthur.
Okay.
And he's the killer guy. And let's see. And yeah. And the mom and dad get killed, you know. But then they escape.
This story sucks. I don't think this would go over very well in Hollywood. Quite honestly.
Who kills the mom and dad?
The John
MacArthur?
Yeah.
MacArthur. Okay.
Okay. And then
who's this John MacArthur guy? Is he just...
He's just an imaginary guy.
He's the manager, you said?
An imaginary.
Oh, okay. No, but in your story, how is he?
He's
a slasher guy.
Yeah, he's a slasher guy.
Where does he come from? Is he?
I'm not about that yet.
Is he just in the woods like Friday the 13th, or?
I haven't really just I don't know yet.
So what? So did the kids get killed too, or they get
No,
away?
no, they escape.
Okay.
Then 20 years later, they go back to the cabin.
Okay.
And they stay there, and of course, then they see him again, and that's that's about all I really.
Okay. What about Tori's version? You said his is a little different. What has he told you kind of what his version is?
His version it's similar to mine, but we had to speak about the name and stuff. His is it's about the they get attacked, and I think his version. I think like half of the kids get killed in his version.
Okay.
But
how do they get killed?
Well, by the guy, of course.
But how? How does he kill him? What's he kill him with?
Butcher knife, you know.
Butcher knife. Okay.
Like a Halloween.
All right.
And then.
Does he wear a mask?
No.
What does he wear?
I haven't thought about that. He wears maybe. Probably like a jumpsuit or something.
Like Jason?
Yeah. Well, actually, Jason wore a jumpsuit. But...
What?
Oh, well, Jason didn't wear a jumpsuit.
Who wore the jumpsuit?
That was Michael Myers.
Oh, it was Michael Myers. See, he does know his shit. And Halloween, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So who's more bad, Michael Myers or Jason?
I like Jason more.
Okay. What about Tori?
He's more of a Halloween fan than a Friday 13th fan.
So does Tori have a knife collection?
Oh, no. He has these little
collection knives?
Throwing knives. They're about probably that big.
Okay.
And he has like a pocket knife. That's all I ever saw in his house.
Okay.
Tori's friend would later testify that he bought 4 knives for Brian and Tori, one serrated and the others not. He's been asked to help make the purchase at a pawn shop since he was 18. Now the interrogators will move on to touch on the boys' emotional connections to the victim, which plays into the motive of why they would want to harm her in the first place.
Do you love Cassie?
Like, love as a friend or love like...
We kind of have a crush.
Xander made a really cool fan art with the Power of Veto necklace and all. Yeah, that's about what I look like right now.
On her a little bit. Did you have a crush on her a little bit?
I did, and I was about to ask her out, but then Matt did.
Brian would later explain that Cassie getting together with Matt struck him hard, because in his mind, it was just another affirmation that he was a loser.
I always thought that they were bad in a couple, because he likes to smoke weed, and I don't.
Sell him out. Sell him out. Fucking degen. Disgusting.
And Cassie hates it too.
Mm-hmm.
And Cassie's against doing drugs, and I'm against doing drugs, and Cassie's against doing the, like drinking alcohol and stuff, and I am too.
Right.
And I met her before Matt, and I was gonna ask her out and stuff, and then he just moves on, and
he ends up with her.
Yeah.
So.
But that's cool because they're happy together.
I mean, did he tell you about having sex with her?
Here, the interrogator is attempting to establish Brian's impulse reaction to Cassie being involved with another boy.
I remember.
Would he brag about that?
I remember I went to the bathroom when I was at their house, and there was a condom wrapper in the toilet, and then I asked him about it, and he said that I had sex with her, before he came.
Did he talk dirty about her? Or?
No.
So to make you a little bit uncomfortable when you guys watch the movies with it kissing and stuff like that, it was like, do I have to do that in front of me?
Yo, drama news alert. Is it true that Tectone is actually in trouble and lost in court? Whoa, so says user Mizkiff.
I guess it's kind of like that, yeah.
Okay. So what about Tori? Did Tori have a crush on her too? I mean, you guys kind of both like her a little bit?
No.
Okay.
No, he was more friends with her than...
Okay.
But Tori told us he liked her.
It's unclear if the interrogators are lying to get a reaction, or if Tori said this in his unrecorded initial interview, as Tori never stated this during his taped interrogation.
That he went out, he went to a movie with her and stuff.
Oh, yeah. We went and saw the Hillside Vibes previously.
Okay, but he said that he felt pretty much the same way that you did.
I did not know that.
Tonto, you're about to be in an interrogation room next for the savagery you did.
Well, I wouldn't be sharing that with him, okay? But that's what he's saying.
I didn't know Cassie.
Tori actually let it slip in his interrogation that he hated Matt at one time.
Did you know that Matt, her boyfriend, was going to be there too?
Yes.
So, and you're also familiar with him?
Yes.
Friends with him?
Mm-hmm.
Acquaintance?
I hated him last year.
Okay.
And then I didn't really hate him. I didn't really know him.
Right.
I just disliked him at school.
Disliked him because?
I don't know. It's a lot of things.
Just the way he acted, or?
He annoyed me pretty much.
Fair enough.
He even makes a point to say that Matt wanted to spend the night, but Tori didn't want that.
Matt wanted to know if he could come with us, and me and Brian.
At that time?
Yeah,
right there?
And we said that he wanted to stay the night at my house, and I said I should ask my mom first, and I told him that I should ask my mom in person rather than over the phone. I was never really wanting him to stay the night.
The way Brian and Tori talk about Cassie and her boyfriend speaks for itself. Perhaps they had a sort of, if I can't have you, no one can mindset.
Then we happened to find out that you're in the area of her house. Not only you guys in the area of her house, but you guys are wearing gloves.
Yeah, we're going to surprise.
Okay, so... And then, oh yeah, by the way, just so happens, Cassie ends up dead, and she's been stabbed, okay?
What usually happens on things like this is, guys like you come in and straight up, you tell the truth. And maybe you hold back a little bit more because you don't want to go all the way, and somebody else that we interview comes in, i.e. Tori, and comes in and gives it up. Leaves a guy like you in the cold. And then you're like...
This is the scream killers. This is the idiots that decide to record their whole murder. And then there's two of them separated in interrogation. They both think they won't betray each other. How cute.
Dang it. I should have been up front first.
You know what I mean? With what?
About killing Cassie.
I can't be...
I'm concerned about that. You know what I mean? I'm not sitting here accusing you, but I got to tell you that I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned you had something to do with it.
The interrogators are now using soft and caring tones to play the friend role and put the suspect at ease, while launching into the prisoner game with Brian. Who will rat out the other person first for a lesser punishment? That's the question they're trying to stick in his head. Police often employ this tactic when there are multiple suspects, and they are unclear about who the guilty party is among the group of suspects. There is an enticement that we will go easier on you if you just tell us the whole truth before someone else does. The problem is that charging decisions are not up to the police. A district attorney makes that decision, and that decision is vetted by the court in pretrial hearings or preliminary hearings.
Yeah, I'm saying okay because your story's not washing, bro. It's just not working for us. It's not working.
The truth, this isn't a story, this is the truth. This
okay, but last time you told us this was the truth, and it wasn't a story. You even put it on paper, man.
But I didn't want...
The interrogator is indicating that Brian now has no credibility because he lied about the events prior to the murder. This is where they try to finally break him down into telling the actual truth.
My parents said I was going to do cars because they...
But so you didn't want us to solve Cassie's homicide then because you didn't really care enough about that to tell us the truth up front. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You understand where we're going with this? Remember I told you that night? I said, if any time in your life, this is the time you need to tell the truth.
Yes, I should have told you about the cars then.
But if there's something else?
No.
You need to tell us. You went back in the house and you played a prank.
Are you sure?
On Cassie?
No, we didn't pull anything.
All right, man.
You're not turning the lights off?
No.
Not playing with the lights. You're not messing with them. You're not doing that kind of stuff.
No.
When you go back.
You're not getting into the trying to scare them, just screwing around. spooking with them, and then
I'm not gonna lie, I used to be one of those criminal justice people. It's like, oh no, they all will learn their lesson, prison forever. Really, they only had one target. Now I really have been like, nah, society can throw people away. I think for my next pixel art, anybody got any requests? Or I can make some other evolutions for the seal cherry blossom thing.
you guys get out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens or no?
No, it did not happen.
Okay.
All right.
And you're going to pass a polygraph when we ask you?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And you have, or we have a promise from you that there is no more lies, right?
No, this is it. This is it. I don't know why you even think I would kill my friend.
Come on.
It could
Give me
happen.
a
I mean, you
break.
get wrapped up in movies.
Close
You get wrapped up in movies. You get wrapped up in all this
I
culture.
knew you were gonna say something like that.
The interrogator is tying the fantasy of horror movies into action in real life. He'll now switch to playing bad cop to apply pressure.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we've got to wonder. I've got to get through those things. I mean, you guys are like heavy into this stuff. It's not like you haven't seen it before, like in movies.
You're sitting there in disbelief wondering, how the hell could they be thinking this?
But then you
I'm
watch
in the
this stuff
area.
all the time.
I've lied to them. I'm wearing fucking gloves. You know? Dude, you gotta see,
Well,
you gotta understand where we're coming from.
I understand what you're saying. Yes, I guess.
Do you know, I mean, you guys are making this tough for us.
Yeah.
Because when we catch the person, and we are going to catch them,
Good.
the people,
Okay.
then you guys have muddied the waters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? No, it's not just I mean, that's not good. Okay? That's not a good thing at all. You need to get into a car with us, and you need to show us what houses you went to.
The interrogator is telling Brian what he has to do to prove his innocence. This is a classic pressure technique.
That's what
I
needs
can't
to
exactly say exactly what.
And dude, you're
houses.
You're not putting yourself in a very favorable position in this investigation.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
A classic pressure technique is shown here. In reality, Brian merely needs to get a lawyer and stop talking at this point. When left alone, we can clearly see Brian beginning to break. The first thing Brian asked the returning interrogators is how his parents are reacting, just showing us how juvenile he really is, despite his horrible crimes.
Well, I mean, you can talk to
We just talked to them. You're going to go back out here in a second.
You want to talk
How they react?
You know, you got great parents,
They're
man.
supporting you. They're supporting you. They want what we want. They want to get you out from underneath something. If it is, they're totally 100% supportive. We're a team, and you've got great parents, man.
I know what
I'm telling you, and you already know that, but they're willing to stand beside you and support you on this thing. But like I said, this car burglary thing's non-issue.
Despite Brian's brief relief, the interrogators are quick to let him know he's not out of the woods yet. They know he's not telling the whole truth. At this point, the interrogation has been going on for a good while, and part of their strategy is to psychologically wear Brian down. They know he wants the process to end, and often a suspect will think that a confession of some sort, even to a lesser crime, will bring the unenjoyable experience to a close.
Ryan, John and I have both been doing this for 20 years.
Oh,
okay. We've both been doing this a very long time. I've been sitting in these rooms many times over and over and over. And I'm not very good at a lot of things in my job. But the one good thing that I am good at is reading body language. Okay? So I see you the very first night, and I tell myself, you know something, Brian is not going to be the type of person that if he's involved in this, that can handle this. He may be able to put on a show for a few people, but you know what? Down here inside, it's killing him. It's absolutely killing him.
Brian appears to have a resigned look on his face and may be beginning to break.
So I just kind of filed that away. And I keep putting the big scheme of things together, and keep putting the big scheme of things together, and we talk. I mean, God, we've talked to so many kids. And you know what the kids are telling us? The kids are telling us Brian is pretty cool. Pretty cool dude. But Tori is pretty ruthless. Tori's kind of different, okay?
While it's debatable whether or not the other students described Brian as cool, the detective is telling the truth about what other students thought about Tori. One student who was interviewed by the detectives and wished to remain anonymous stated that Tori was obsessed with knives and horror films. Tori and Brian were so obsessed with horror films they were writing their own horror movie script. Tori and Brian's movie script was about a boy, girl, and little boy being killed. They heard Cassie tell Tori that she wanted to be in his movie. They heard Tori bragging about committing the perfect crime and how he watched killing movies and actually took notes during the movies on how not to get caught while committing a murder.
Yeah, but you're watching fake movies, that's the problem. You should be watching Ewu, stupid.
Tori liked to mess around and pretend he was stabbing people and cutting their throats at school. Tori had a crush on Cassie for at least 2 years.
Not just one. I'm saying we go down the line. I mean, you've seen us at Pokey, probably. I mean, we've had detectives there every day going through, talking to people, getting information. I mean, we've been flooding everything that we can, and it's all coming back, and we put it up on a great big board, and what does it say? It says Tori, 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 bad, okay? Brian, 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 good.
The interrogator is on Read Technique Step 2, moral justification, such as placing the moral blame on someone else, shifting the blame away from Brian onto Tori.
Then we start theorizing things. We know that Brian is not being truthful about the movie. We picked up on that in a second, okay? But we had to go prove it, okay? The second thing is that we know that you're not being truthful about the car burglaries. You know why? Because your body won't let you tell a lie, okay? I can read it in you. You are not the kind of person that is just a cold-blooded person that doesn't care about things, because you do care, okay? The car burglary thing is not happening, okay?
That's what happened.
Brian continues to lie, and the interrogator quickly minimizes the denial by ignoring it, so they can redirect focus onto acknowledgement of the crime.
Somebody has got you mixed into something, regardless of what level you're mixed in, to something that you do not want to be involved in. You don't want to be involved in this, okay? There's no way in hell that you want to be involved in this. But, Brian, you are. And you know, the thing of it is, none of us go away.
Yeah,
you know,
I understand.
You know, we can get hit by a Mack truck tomorrow, and there's going to be another fat guy sitting in the chair, okay, going over the same questions, saying the same things, that this isn't adding up.
Not if you take out all the fat people in the county.
And this isn't adding up, okay? Brian, we know some things that you don't know that we know, okay?
Okay.
And we know that you may be able to leave here and think that, okay, I've got him fooled, maybe even call Tori up, okay, dude, this is what's going on. Okay, this is what we need to say, this is what I told him, okay, I told him about the car burglaries, but you know what? We're not buying the car burglaries.
That is the truth.
Brian continues to lie by reinforcing that the car burglary story is true. The interrogators quickly redirect Brian to their assertion that the story is a diversion to prevent him from becoming entrenched in the lie and thinking they believe it.
Cassie is dead. She's not supposed to die, but she does. And you know what? I think you see it. I don't know if you're there. I don't know if you're on top of it. I don't know if you freak out and you do it. I don't know if Tori does it, but you know something? You're there. I can see it. I can see it in your eyes. I know by the evidence that we have that you're there. Okay?
I was there before.
I know that you guys come back. I know that you come back. Either it's you or it's Tori.
Well, I don't know who it was, but I did not go back to the house that night, I swear. I did not go back to the house.
Okay? You're not being truthful with us about the car burglaries. Don't even insult us.
I'm not trying to insult you. We did go through cars. I mean, that's the truth. It's exactly what we did.
Brian, she was not supposed to die.
I know.
You didn't
How did
mean
you
for
feel
that
about
to happen.
Cassie? Tell us how you feel about Cassie dying.
I am extremely sad. You know, she came to lunch with us all the time, you know?
How'd she die?
So I'm really sad.
How'd she die?
I don't
Tell
know.
us how it happened.
They said it was like the Nori Road, or the Nori Jones case.
Nori Jones was a woman who was found stabbed to death in her home in Pocatello, the same town Brian, Tori, and Cassie lived. It appears Brian slips up here by revealing exactly how Cassie was murdered, and he tries to play it off.
But how do you know that?
The news said it was by...
Well, I'm asking you how she died.
She says that she was stabbed.
How do you know that?
Because first of all, Matt told me.
All we want, Brian, is like, we don't want to twist your words around. We're not going to do that.
The interrogator offers the typical lifeline to the suspect, a classic police technique of posing as an ally. Read step 5, sincerity. When in reality, police are not there to help the suspect.
We're just going to ask you, straightforward questions.
Mm-hmm.
And we just want the truth. Your folks want the truth out of you.
I know.
And they're willing to do anything to get the truth out of you.
That is the truth.
We have presented them with everything that we know so far.
We've got another group of detectives that are picking up Tori. I've got your car back in the area, guaranteed. That's a given. We know exactly.
Tomorrow and stuff.
We know exactly when Cassie died. Okay? I know exactly when. Okay? She died when you guys left. Right after you guys left and Matt left.
Okay.
Okay? So now you're telling me you just happen to be back in the neighborhood burglarizing cars with gloves on, but you don't go in and kill Cassie.
The interrogators start to turn Brian and Tori against one another.
What is Tori going to say? Is Tori going to say that it was Brian's idea to go in the house and play a prank on him?
We didn't go in the house.
What has he already said, bro? You know what I mean? Second liar don't stand a chance.
I promise you, okay, look at me. If you had something to do with this, I'm going to find out.
Yes,
okay?
Yeah, of course.
If you didn't do this, I'm going to be the best friend you ever had. Okay? I promise you that. Because I am not going to rest until I prove that you did not do this. Okay? I give you that guarantee.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're in it for you, bro.
I think so.
All right, man.
So the interrogators had gotten both boys to resort to Plan B with the car burglary story. But with Tori, they want to dig a bit deeper into what the pair did later that night. But
got him.
First, we get to see a moment of Tori's dad offering him support. It is sad to watch, knowing that he's still genuinely holding on to the hope that his son is innocent.
I'm glad you told the truth, Tori. I'm sorry I didn't tell you how important it was the first time. I should have spent a few minutes talking to you. The police came in, they said your friend's dead, and they asked you for a statement. I was just like wham bam. And I understand you're worried about the cars. I should have taken you aside before you gave me another statement.
I was just worried about the cars because I said that the cops told him that it was 10 years per car you get in there in prison.
Well, of course you were worried about him. That's a serious thing.
You should have been worried about him as you were doing that, Tori.
Well, we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Later.
At this point, it doesn't even matter. What matters is that you told the straight story so they can look at everything.
As Tori's dad supports him with these reassuring words of trust, Tori slowly turns his face away from both parents and looks at the wall. This is a common indication that someone has not been truthful, but hiding their face and not looking at the people who have believed their ongoing lies. It's a reaction of shame and consciousness of guilt or culpability. And at this point, Tori's situation is just going to continue spiraling downhill. The interrogators return, But now they're going to confront Torrey with inconsistencies in his story. Not even his claim that he and Brian stayed home watching movies until they fell asleep is true.
Well, now we're at the point where you gotta tell the truth, okay? Because there's some people that saw you common sense later that night.
Which common sense?
Common sense at
Oh, wait, yeah. Me and Brian went down the gas station because Brian wanted to drink.
Torrey then claims Brian then wanted to go to his house and they went a different way than usual and got lost. He says they then went to a gas station near Black Rock. The interrogator asks about what they brought with them on this trip.
Did you take anything with you when you left your house?
No.
Again, it's important that you be honest with us here. If somebody were to see you putting a blue bag in the back of your trunk, were you taking some garbage out? Were you putting a garbage sack in there? Did you do anything like that?
No.
You don't remember doing that?
Mm-mm.
So somebody saw you open the trunk and you had some type of blue bag, you or Brian putting it in the back of your cars out in front of your house?
Do you guys have blue garbage bags?
I think it could possibly be
tinted. Mine are tint.
Blue?
I believe they're blue.
Okay.
Probably.
Did you take the garbage out with you, dump it when you went out, or did you have the garbage? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why somebody'd see you with a blue garbage sack, like coming out, like you're bringing the garbage out. But it's like,
was it a sack full of stuff or just?
Yeah,
it was full of stuff.
Well, it had the sack, and then there were some items that you had apparently.
Yeah.
Did you take a shovel with you?
I think it was Brian's shovel that he borrowed.
Oh, he did?
We were going to build jumps in the back of his yard.
Okay.
In the backyard of his house.
Who had the shovel then?
I think it's Brian's shovel.
So where did you put it? Was it in your car?
Yeah, it was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. So it was gone by the time we looked in your car the other night?
Yeah.
Okay. So you put that shovel in that car that night?
Yeah.
So he's going to just take it back to his house?
He took it back to his house the next day.
All right.
What you guys did with the shovel?
We took it back next day when I drove Brian home. He dropped the shovel off at his house.
So he was going to build the jumps where?
Yes, in his yard. His house.
So why is the shovel in your car? If
we took it back from my house.
I know, but why is it at your house?
He brought it over one day, I guess. I don't know why. Well, if you look in the back of my house, he probably wanted to build jumps there.
Torrey struggles to hold together the flimsy pieces of his story against the clever interrogators. In moments like this, we are reminded of just how far the boys truly were from their goal of the criminal masterminds they tried to act as in their videotapes. In Torrey's case, a psychologist report found him to be rather immature for his age, with a professional finding indicators.
This is why you just shouldn't let these boys out of your house in packs, as I've said.
Of frontal lobe immaturity specifically. Additional neuropsychological testing confirmed these deficits. Notably, he also showed signs of possible depression and obsessive anxiety.
One other thing I want to touch upon that night when you're out messing around, that's why I asked you earlier, just take any masks with you. Because we have some indications that you had some like Halloween type, scary mask or something. You guys playing around with those at any point in time? Or?
We bought one earlier, but...
Where'd you buy that at?
Adam saw that. It was only $7 at...
Well, I'm talking that night. You guys
that night,
had some
Halloween. It was in my trunk of my car for a while, though.
Was it in the car Friday night?
Yeah, probably was.
Okay.
Was that the mask you guys were spray painting?
Yeah.
That cardboard? Or
yeah.
When were they spray painting?
Apparently they bought a plastic or cardboard mask and spray painted white, but that was sometime before this day.
Was it like the Freddy mask?
No.
I mean,
it was
hockey looking.
Hard white.
Oh, but it looks like a hockey mask.
No, it doesn't. It's a regular face.
Oh.
Okay. So you could have had those with you and somebody saw you with those that night messing around with them?
Probably.
Okay.
We weren't messing around with them.
Okay, you didn't put them on?
No.
So they went and saw two yahoos with those masks on?
No.
Okay.
Was that 2 masks or 1?
1.
Very important thing to us that we gotta solve about Black Rock Canyon too. Okay. We got a car matching your description going up to Black Rock area.
Yeah, once we got up to Black Rock, we were like, oh, this is definitely not
And
it.
that car's stopping. You're not just driving, it's stopping up there. And did you stop for a period of time up in there?
Brian stopped to smoke. I didn't want him smoking in my car.
So did you guys get out? Did you walk? Did you get away from the car? Somebody saw that car unattended?
No, we
did
did
they
not.
report that as an unattended car up there?
No.
Okay. So you guys didn't go up there and build a campfire or nothing like that? No reason why they should have saw you guys playing with those matches up in Black Rock Canyon?
No, we weren't doing that.
You sure?
Yeah.
Because there's truckers that park all along that gap right there. And that's what we got. We got a trucker.
Snitch ass truckers, am I right?
Sleeping, shut out of service that night, pulled over on the road, and he's seen the red car going up in there. And it's parking. Is that true? Did you go
Yeah,
up there
we parked there. We got out, walked around the car, I went pee, and Brian smoked a little. Had 2 cigarettes, I think.
Okay. You don't know what brand though?
Huh?
You don't know what brand of cigarettes he smokes?
No, I don't.
Did you guys dig anything up there?
I don't know.
I mean, because you're probably going to have dirt in the back of your car from a shovel from dirt that's going to forensically match
There
up.
was dirt on the shovel already, though.
But I mean, we can match the dirt up. That's a good thing.
Forensic analysis of soils is actually used in criminal investigations. Mineral content is tested, and even microscopic analysis could be used. They look for biological markers, blood, saliva, etc., and test the soil for mineral content and density.
Is the dirt going to come from Black Rock?
I don't know. Brian took the shovel out, I think.
Did he?
Yeah, but he didn't take it anywhere.
Okay. So is that dirt going to match up to the Black Rock area?
It might not. I'm not sure.
Okay. Probably, though.
Possibly.
Let's talk about knives. Okay. What do you know about knives? We've been told you like knives. You collect
No.
knives? Okay.
I have 3 knives.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you have a knife on Friday?
No, I didn't.
You sure?
Yes.
I'm sure nobody saw you with a knife. 2 guys in a mask messing around with a knife.
No.
Okay. All right.
Did anybody buy you a knife?
No.
At Mad Mike's Pawn?
No.
If we had pawn slips that some guy in the name of John bought 2 knives at Bad Mike's
No.
to give to you and Brian?
No.
Okay. All right. We're confirming some things.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you that we need to. Now's the time. Now's the time to really start being honest with some things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We know some things to be true. We know exactly what happened. We found some things. Okay. And I want to give you the first chance and the first opportunity.
You owe it to your mom and dad.
Absolutely.
You've got great parents. You owe it to your mom and dad to be straight.
We are all here for you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you. I mean, we're not here to twist anything up. We're here to help you out of a jam. If you got drug into some things, which apparently you did.
Y'all gonna trust these detectives? Y'all jumping in? Ooh.
We need to know, and we need to know the truth. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I guess the best way I can explain it is the house of cards is falling.
The last several minutes of the interrogation has been the positive confrontation step of the Reed technique. However, this has been a soft implementation of the step, which is not uncommon. Letting bits of the confrontation out at a time, especially as a means of controverting an alibi or sequence of events, will slowly catch the suspect off guard. This makes fixes to the story almost impossible, and also creates a slow realization that the suspect has nowhere to go with the story. Options have run out. And you see, what Tori came into this interrogation unaware of was that earlier that day, the 27th, Brian had actually already led law enforcement agents to Black Rock Canyon, which is where, as you can probably guess, the two had buried the evidence from Cassie's murder. That's right. This entire time they had been stringing Tori along and seeing what he would reveal about their trip to that area the night of the murder. Who knows if any of the witnesses they claim saw the boys that night even exist? It's possible they just used those as an excuse to explain why they knew where the boys went that night without revealing what Brian had told them. At Black Rock Canyon, they uncovered knives, a partially melted multicolored mask, a red and white mask, some clothing and gloves, partially burned notebook paper, a melted bottle of hydrogen peroxide, a box of stick matches, and most importantly, a homemade Sony videotape containing the footage of Brian and Tori planning and later reacting to the murder of Cassie. But what led up to Brian showing authorities the evidence? Unfortunately, we do not have footage of this conversation, but legal documents indicate that he had had another interview that day, this time with his parents present. He eventually admitted that he and Tori had unlocked a door at the Whispering Cliffs residence so that they could return to scare Cassie and Matt. He confessed to wearing masks, dark clothes, gloves, and carrying knives. He said that after Matt left, he and Tori went upstairs and claimed that Tori stabbed Cassie. But Brian tried to downplay his role in the crime at this point, saying that he thought it was a joke to scare him and only later realized that Cassie was actually being stabbed. He denied that he had ever touched or stabbed Cassie, and even claimed that Tori had threatened to kill him earlier that day if he told authorities the truth. After showing authorities the evidence, Brian was arrested and spent the night of September 27th in jail. So now, getting back to Tori's interrogation, the investigators will soon let him in on the game-changing fact that Brian has already spilled the beans. But first, they'll make some final efforts to get him to confess on his own.
You know, it's kind of stories are falling apart and stuff like that.
Because Tori, you know where we're going with this.
Yeah.
You know what we have.
And we know, man, it's just one of those things. You come to this junction in your life and you just either gotta give it up or it's gonna eat you up. And your folks want you to do that. I'm telling you. I mean, the truth is gonna set you free on this. You know? Literally, you know, but the truth is gonna set your feelings free and you're gonna get by this thing. But I'm here to tell you that we've been doing this for several days. We've talked to a lot of people. We've seen a lot of things. We've put the pieces of the puzzle together. That's what we do. That's all we've been doing. We haven't been sleeping. Okay? We know how it went down.
Tell us what happened.
With what?
Out of Cassie's place.
We went through cars, me and Brian.
This silence following Tori's lie is intentional. It's a method to get the suspect to break the uncomfortable silence and an effort to get him to tell the truth.
Okay. You know, I'm not here to insult you or anything, but we don't believe your story. And we don't believe your story. And I don't think your dad believes your story about going through the cars. It's a tough one. And I don't believe it, especially because I know it's not true. Because we got you going into that house when you parked on the street. We got you going back into Cassie's house. If it was a prank, if you guys are just messing around, fine. We just need to know about that prank, you know, that's going on in there. And if you're just there to scare him and you guys left and something happened else besides that.
Clasping hands and arms in front of the body can indicate a psychological reaction to closing off the interrogators.
Let's get that thing out of here. You know what I mean? But in everything that happens, there's always people that are watching. Go around and talk to all these people, and they finally put together this puzzle. You got the trucker out here, you got the common sense clerk, you got the neighbor, you know, you got all these people, you know, that see it. They see, you got people seeing your car park, you know, which you cooperate for us, parking in the neighborhood.
Sean, do you guys go back in just to pull a prank? Is that what happens?
You're into that kind of stuff. I mean, for all intents and purposes, and tell me if I'm screwed up on this, but you like horror movies, you like scare movies and stuff like that. That's what I've been told about you. You dig those kind of movies, right? Thriller movies, whatever you want to call them. You dig those kind of things. Did you go in there just to scare them, just scare the crap out of them, and you know, and be done with it? Because you know, there's no other reason, you know. So tell us about that. Help us understand a little bit about it. Take a deep breath and do it, bud. You know the truth. The truth is easy for you. But we can help you. If we don't get the truth, we can't come together. We can't work this thing out. We can't do it. You're going to be left out in the cold.
Can I talk to an attorney?
You can do that.
Well, don't act like you're the heroes, detectives.
Talk to me?
Probably, yeah.
Can I have a minute with him to see if there's
Sure,
something
you should. Absolutely.
Is this room private? You said there was
We can kill it now.
Oh, we can go in another room?
Yeah, we can stitch in another.
Yeah, let's do that. You'll feel more comfortable.
Let me make sure there's nobody in the cell room real quick. I'm going to just leave those there.
We talked about this earlier.
At this point, since Tori has already requested counsel, the officers are limited in what they can do. They can tell him what they know, what evidence they have, and what the next steps are, but they can't overtly or covertly elicit more information from him. Since Tori has not chosen to re-waive his right to counsel and to remain silent, both interrogators are on thin ice if they keep pushing the issue.
I love you, son. You know I love you. Tori, do you know that I love you? Look at me. I do love you.
Tori's father giving him reassurance here is interesting. Parents' reactions are often mixed when their children get in trouble. Some react with anger, others with support, and others just close up and shut off their emotions as a coping mechanism. His father's reaction is not unusual, but often in juvenile cases, parents are either completely absent or, as demonstrated here, they become hyper-involved.
Dad, I think we owe it to you at this point to find out what we know at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And there's just no easy way to tell you this. We do know that that Tori and Brian have gone back in the house. Okay. We do know that the two of them murder. We do know that they murder Cassie.
Interrogators are launching into the story of what they know. It's back to positive confrontation.
Okay. We got the evidence at this point to prove that.
We found the evidence.
We also have some overwhelming evidence, trace evidence, that type of stuff that's going to prove that they did it as well. It's not just hearsay. It's not just somebody saying it.
In a few moments, the interrogators will reveal they've received a confession from Brian. During this time, Tori is looking at the ground, but as soon as he realizes Brian has betrayed him, he quickly looks back up.
And then we do have a confession.
From this point onward, Tori's demeanor shifts. Instead of looking anxious, he looks more and more angry.
You know what you need to do. You know exactly what happened, and you know what you need to do. So, unfortunately, you're not going anywhere tonight. You're going to be placed into custody tonight. Okay? I'm sorry that's the way it goes.
You're going to be charged with first-degree murder.
Okay? But like I said before you say anything, I encourage you. If you want to talk to the attorney, you should do that. I'm not pulling punches here. Still, your full cooperation can do nothing but help you at this point in time.
You understand that, Tori? Okay. Even though you need a lawyer or whatever, you want to talk to a lawyer, I understand that's the advice they gave you today. And then whatever you and the lawyer work out, they want
we
to
know the
cooperate.
details. We've got the knife that you used. We've got the masks that you used. We've got the videotape. We've got it. There's a tape up in there that you buried. Okay? Try to catch on fire. All that stuff. You know what I'm talking about. I don't need to tell you that.
This is right, Tori. What they're saying is true.
So
it sounds like you need a lawyer.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah, don't ask him anymore.
Don't ask him anymore because we don't want to go there.
Yeah.
But we want to talk to you.
I'm not a lawyer. I
know,
want.
but we
don't
want
want him answering questions for you.
Right.
But I just want you to hear in front of your dad that it's not the end of the world. Okay? Things can only go up from here, but it's up to you. You can either make them really spiral down or you can make them go up.
Tori is showing signs of anxiety. Grabbing at the face and putting your head on a closed fist or open hand are common but small indicators of rising stress.
And by going up, you have to come clean with your father, you have to come clean with your mother, And if you get an attorney, you gotta come clean with your attorney.
Yeah.
And then you gotta come to us, and we gotta work together to see what we can do to help you out and make this better. Okay? Okay? Fair enough.
If Brian already confessed, why wasn't he placed in custody? If Brian already confessed,
Tori's voice cracks, seeming to indicate that he's emotionally upset and psychologically turbulent.
He's in custody.
He wasn't this afternoon.
He's in custody. Trust me.
I don't know how.
2 people in custody right now. You and Brian. That's been cleared today. Cleared by polygraph.
At least they didn't give the good old, it's okay. You know, people just make mistakes. And I'm often left to think, yeah, the mistake where you stab your friend in the throat or leave a baby in the back of a car or murder a child, you know, those mistakes that often happen.
Cleared by all evidence. But we know what happened. Okay?
Despite this bombshell being dropped on him, Tori still doesn't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation.
I know this is a shot. It's like I said, this is a horrible thing. But you control it, okay? Don't try to play. Don't try to play. Geez, I can continue to lie.
Show up on the news, and everybody at school is gonna know, right?
We're not gonna release it to anybody. I can tell you that, okay? What's going on here ain't going anywhere from us. We still got a lot of work to do, okay? But that, to me, is the least of your worries at this point in time.
This is a common thing to see in juvenile interrogations. They tend to do worse when their world as they know it is upended. The interrogators let Tori know they have a search warrant for his house and car.
We've got a search warrant for your house, okay?
And for your car.
And for your car. And then we'll also have a search warrant for Brian's house, okay? And then we're going to try to make this as quick and as expedient as possible.
That's fine.
And we'll do everything that we can to accommodate you and your life. I know this is one hell of a blow to you guys. I can't even imagine.
I can't either.
And I know that if there's anything that we can do for you guys as well, you know.
But I think it's worth it for us to sit down and talk after this.
We definitely have.
Nothing to do with what he's saying, just amongst us and what the game plan is. And I want you to get all your questions answered. But
so, based on what you talked to the lawyer today, Tori, you want a lawyer. You talked to him. You know what he said. If you want a lawyer, that's what you got to say. I don't know what to say. It doesn't help to tell me.
Well, he's already said he wants an attorney. So, as far as we're concerned, we've got to stop. We're out of it. Okay. You know, so.
That doesn't mean he can't change his mind down the road and come visit us, come back and say after he counsels with an attorney, if he really wants to come in, that's cooperation.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he wants to cooperate.
I know he does. I know you can do the right thing. I know you're a good kid. Keep telling people make mistakes. Things happen.
There it is, that mistake where you're like, you guys know it'd be funny? What if we killed our friend Cassie because she wants to be in our movie? And not even at union rates. And we're still gonna take advantage of her friendship. Dan, who'd you murder?
This is one of those things, but it'll only get worse, my friend. It'll eat you up. It'll start right here, and it'll eat its way all the way up until it destroys you. And I can tell you, there's one person watching right now. Okay? Cassie's here. She's watching. She knows. And you know she knows.
Tori immediately goes from looking at the interrogator to looking away at the mention of Cassie's name. This is commonly taken as an admission of guilt, but other research has shown it's also an indicator of remorse or sadness. It's impossible to qualify which it is at this point for sure.
Okay.
It all happened so fast.
I know. And those are the kind of things that you need to sit down and tell us once you get with your attorney, because you really want an attorney, okay? I would love more than anything to sit down and talk with you right now and try to step through these things and try to work it out with all of us in here, But I'm kind I'm stepping in some pretty murky waters when you say you want an attorney, and I don't want to violate his rights or your rights. So, but we're not mad, okay? This is a shocker, but we know what happened. All you need to do, it's easy for you. Things happen fast, like you said.
Tori is left alone briefly before two men come in to search him and take his shoes.
Tori, I'm gonna have you sit there, okay? Just hang tight. You need something? We'll get you.
A drink or something?
Well, we need you to stay here, okay? You're not free to leave.
They just need to search you real quick, make sure.
Tori, stand up, put your hands on the wall.
You don't have anything that's going to stick or float me in any knives, needles, or anything?
Put your hands on the wall.
Okay.
Once in complete solitude, Tori's stress reactions are interesting to observe. First, he's frustrated. He goes on to experience a vast range of emotions as he plays over the crime in his mind, and also what went wrong in his life to lead him to this point. He's clearly reaching the, yep, I'm screwed point. There's literally no getting out of this, and the only recourse is reflection and contemplation. Often, suspects at this point will mentally go to another place. Tori's mother arrives in a bit, and both parents remain supportive.
Come on out, bud.
And we love you, and we'll just go from there. No matter what happens, we're right here.
Your parents love you, your brother love you.
See, now, this is how you tell you're a good person and not one of those murderous, unlawful hillbillies. Is like, imagine, if you will, you do kill someone you really hate, and you get caught, and your parents find out. Doesn't matter what age you are, like, because someone's going to call them to ask questions for some kind of interview, so they're finding out that their child, your mother who carried you in her womb for 9 months, is going to find out that you are going to prison for the rest of your life because, lol, you thought it'd be funny to murder your friend today. That's gotta suck. No matter whose relationship with anyone. I just feel so bad for these parents.
Her maternal nature is overpowering any sense of anger she might express at this point.
We'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Just find out what happened, okay? If we ask Tori questions, it would be damaging.
Tori's mother says if we ask Tori questions, it would be damaging at this point. She's correct. Note the cameras are still rolling.
I love you. I love you. And it's okay.
The only remaining footage to look at is of Brian Draper on September 28th and 29th. The jig is up, and he'll now let investigators in on more details about the crime. If you're easily sick to your stomach, be warned that this is where it gets graphic. The interrogators employ almost all classic Reed interrogation techniques here to get admissions from Brian that they need for their case. This begins with step 1.
Now that's a funny name.
He was named Tori. His parents never loved him. Pretty good.
Positive confrontation.
First of all, I want to kind of explain to you what the heck's going on, right now. You gave us your statement yesterday. To be right honest with you, what we're trying to do is fortify your statement, okay? Last night some things took place with regard to Tori, okay? He said some things. I'm pretty confident that they're bunk. It's not true. And so all we want to do is ask you, is it true or not? He said that, you certain things that you do, you know what I mean? Which I know he's just making it up.
Okay.
So, but those are things, and all we're trying to do is kind of build your story. Because, like if we told you you're the first guy through the door, and we want to, we're on your, we're on your bandwagon, okay?
pretty much everything that you talked to us about, Tori's confirming and stuff like that. So things are looking good for you.
They start off by explaining how the interview with Tori went the day before.
Okay. During that interview last night, we kind of led Tori down that path, the same path, the vehicle burglaries and stuff like that. Eventually, he put you guys in common sense, like you said. Okay, after you left the house, he talked about putting a shovel in the trunk. Okay, is that true? Yeah. Okay. You guys go to that common sense, and you had told us that you purchased some matches. Now, were they box matches in a box? Okay. And so we're asking Tori, why did Matt purchase those matches? Well, we know why you purchased them. You told us the truth. And he's telling us, well, Matt purchased those matches because you smoke. I'm wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Because we're doing the same thing.
Right. But he says because Brian smokes. I don't smoke. Okay, so he said you bought those stick matches because you're a smoker and you need matches to light cigarettes. So I'm asking him, what brand does Brian smoke? And he's saying, I don't know. So in a roundabout way, he says, yeah, okay, we were out in Black Rock Canyon. We were out there. We parked the car. We got out of the car. And he said the reason why you guys got out of the car is because you needed to smoke. And you had to smoke and you smoked 2 cigarettes up there. Okay. So, is that true? No. Okay, so you didn't smoke 2 cigarettes. Okay.
So we drove all the way up there just so I can smoke.
As you can see, he's struggling. He's saying that you got lost on the way home.
So we went through the highway.
Yeah, that didn't. Right. You couldn't find the cutoff to go back to your house because you wanted to go to your house. And then he says, you guys, basically, after that, you
juveniles, these are some immature people. They can't think of what they do. Forgive them, Father. Is it really worth throwing your whole life away to kill a fucking high school enemy? I don't think so.
You go home. Is that correct, Andy? Mm-hmm.
It's intriguing how much Brian's demeanor has changed in just a day. Although the quality of the video makes it hard to tell, he seems to be laughing and smiling much more freely here, particularly when the interrogator clues him in on Tori's fake story. It's clear that Brian is relieved to no longer have to watch every word he says, because now the truth is mostly out. They then ask him about the evidence he led them to.
You led us to some things that were found in Black Rock Canyon.
Tell me about what they found up there.
They found all of the gloves that I told you about.
Mm-hmm.
They found those masks and the boots, and then
were you wearing those boots?
I was.
Whose boots were they? Were they your boots?
I found the boots at my welding class back inside there.
Okay, so you wore those boots at night when you were in the house? Okay. And he wore his Converse?
Yeah. Is that the first time you'd ever worn those boots?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the purpose of wearing the boots?
It was like, cooler.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you end up in all of this?
Well, Friday, I filmed me and Satori at school, just walking around and stuff. And then we got Cassie on tape and stuff, and I was talking to her.
When was that? On Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything that night on tape when you went up to the house?
No, it says driving this car inside.
Okay. Any audio on there?
Yeah, it's got it.
Is there anything incriminating on there that's gonna... Why were you getting rid of it?
Not only was there incriminating evidence on the videotapes, but Brian and Tori's banter only makes it seem like they had no plans of stopping after Cassie. At one point, Brian even said, "So we're gonna kill her and her friends, and we're gonna keep moving on, scare the shit out of them, and kill them one by one."
Once again, I would not be friends with these people. No boots with the fur.
Hell yeah.
Well, we took everything that was in his trunk, and they found socks. There too, and I don't know how this got there either.
But when you go in the house,
Are you sure you don't film what happens? No. Okay. Did you ever think about filming what happened? See, like, people's expression? Yeah.
Yeah.
What made you decide not to?
Well, you know, if you're holding a camera in front of that, you're gonna make, you know, well, you know,
the same as that.
Yeah.
Okay. So really, the videotape has nothing to do with this incident?
No.
Okay.
Oddly, Brian still seems to be trying to convince the investigators that there's nothing incriminating on the videotape. Perhaps he thought they had destroyed it and the footage would never be seen. But in reality, the clips clearly show both boys being enthusiastic and deliberate about the planning of the murder. But at this point, Brian is still trying to downplay his...
You still say there's no excuse for these 2006 shenanigans?
...involvement.
Did Tori ever talked about seriously doing this beforehand?
No.
Because I'm kind of getting from talking to Tori that he really pretty much can't stand Matt. I mean, Matt's okay, but, you know, he really doesn't like Matt.
Okay.
Do you ever get that impression?
No.
Okay. Nothing like that to you?
Didn't really hang out, but...
Okay.
Brian seems to be feeling like he's in the authorities' good graces, and they're deliberately being sympathetic to gain his trust. But as they're about to reveal, he's far from off the hook, and they aren't easily accepting that he wasn't in on the attack.
You know, the problem that we kind of have with this whole thing is, and again, you have been fantastic, okay? But sometimes the truth can kind of be hard to tell, okay? But it looks like two of the knives have blood on them, okay? So how can you explain that to me?
How come there's 4 knives? Did we ever answer that? Those were just props for the movie, but we won't be releasing them. That we were gonna, you know, have the...
When were you guys gonna make that movie?
Well, we were starting the script pretty soon, and then we'll start filming for, you know, film.
Okay. So let's go back to the knives. There's 2 knives, 2 distinct different knives. 2 of them have blood on them. Okay. How does the blood get on both those knives?
Well, we put them like a shirt. We wrapped them up in a shirt.
The blood is layered on the knife.
You never know when Sherlock Holmes is gonna show the fuck up.
See, there's blood that's transfer blood, where I would, like,
we'll
if I had a blood
to work
and
next week.
And then I take the towel and put it against you, and it's blotted. Okay, that's called transfer blood. This is layered blood, okay? And they say that once you go into something and come back out, the blood is layered on the knife. It's not transferred. Okay. So they know that both knives have gone into the body. Brian, does he make you put the knife in her? Do you stab her too?
No, I don't stab her.
Are you sure you don't stab her? I know you don't want to stab her. I know that is the last thing in the world that Brian would ever do. But does at any time does Tori make you stab her?
The interrogator is entering read step 7, offering Brian a more socially or morally acceptable explanation for what happened by stating things like, I know you don't want to stab her.
Are you sure? Because I want you to think about this. I know that there's a lot going on. The mood, you know, the screaming, the gurgling, the sounds that you're seeing, probably the smells that you're smelling now of blood, and that smell, okay? You've got a lot going on. You've got a burst of adrenaline, okay? If he's yelling at you, are you sure you don't see your hand coming out accidentally? Are you sure that you don't stab her accidentally?
Again, the interrogator is offering Brian a more socially or morally acceptable explanation for what happened by stating he may have accidentally stabbed her.
Is that possible that happens?
If I ever stab one of you, don't worry, it was just an accident.
I dropped my knives. Dropped it.
Do you drop it after you stab her? Because we definitely have, I mean, she's going, okay, but I want you to think back, okay? Some of the stabs are real deep, you know, they're forceful. Those are not you, okay? I know that. And then some are real light. They said, and they said that some of them are just little pecks. And you know what, I'm thinking, you know, you're caught up in a situation, is Tori, is the fact that he's doing this and scaring you, are you scared that if you don't do this, something might happen? I mean, is that possible?
When Brian's shoulders slump, the interrogators are finally on the cusp of getting what they want. This is the body language of resignation or surrender. Confidence has left the suspect, and he is now torn between finding the energy to keep minimizing his own role in the crime and fully admitting to what he did.
I don't think you're stabbing her to kill her. I don't think you would ever in a million years, Brian, do that, okay? But do you get caught up in the moment and you're just doing it to show him so you don't get turned on? Does that happen? Be honest with us, okay? Is that what happens? Do you just barely get it just to try to get the hell out of there? Is that what happens?
Read Step 7 has worked here. A minimized version of events, coupled with false sincerity from the interrogators, which is Read Step 5, breaks Brian after all this time.
Okay. How many times did you think? I mean, was it just a couple or two? What's that? You didn't want to? We know that. We know you didn't want to. I don't know, 4 times. Okay.
Brian puts his face in his hands. This is a classic indicator of guilt and shame. Hiding the face, avoiding eye contact, trying to erect a barrier between himself and the circumstances, both physical and psychological.
Was it just in the stomach area or the chest? Okay, your leg. Okay, where else? Well, I even took something. Chest put the weight in. And you said you threw the knife down? Yeah, I dropped the knife. Where'd you drop the knife? Already stairs. And then you pick it back up? No, he picks it up. You know, you're being square about Tori stabbed you too? Yes. Okay, so you're solid about that. Yes. Okay, so he's not the one standing watching. Okay? He's right there. Yes. We're good. Okay. Because I just want to know that. We can work through anything that we got going on. Is there any way that you can remember the chain of events that takes place? Is he stabbing her maliciously and trying to hurt her? What makes you finally have to stab her? She comes over and says we have to make sure she's dead. You need to stab her.
Dan, you're gonna go into timeout if you keep up that attitude.
You need to stab her. I don't know what to think. And I say, I can't do it. And she needs to stab her. Just do it quick. And what do you do? Stab her in one leg, and he says, that's not going to work. She has to die. Okay, so why is he so close? Which is probably, but I mean, you said before, she's probably already dead anyway. So what you're doing, you're not killing her. He's the one that killed her. You know what I mean? Yeah, you just kept saying that.
And finally, Brian was interviewed one last time on September 29th. The pace and demeanor of this interview is far more relaxed. At this point, the police have what they want. Now they're just trying to gather more details. While previous interrogations saw Brian sitting next to the door, next to freedom, per se, these final interviews show him backed into a corner. This emotionally places him in a position where he knows he has nowhere to go. Even the truth at this point will do him no good. Brian says he's been advised not to talk.
I'm not supposed to talk to you then, so you're not supposed to. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so why did you said you wanted to talk to us, all right? Yeah. You know, that was, I'm not trying to say. Oh. Okay. I want to hear that next so. Well, you have the right to talk to us without your attorney, but you have to make that. But that's entirely up to you, and we can talk. I mean, I guess we can kind of fill it. I mean, a little bit, you know. Again, something that maybe we could do this. Maybe we could just tell you. I mean, you don't have to answer any questions, but we could tell you kind of what we might need from you, and then you can evaluate whether that's something that you want to tell us. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I mean, you're in control.
Saying that Brian is in control is the furthest thing from the truth at this point. They let him know that they've seen the videos he and Tori taped.
You know that when we found some stuff up at the old dump site there, that, you know, especially the video, a lot of things on the video that's not looking real good. You know what I mean? Makes you both look pretty bad. And like I said, you're going to have to just come to terms with, like, so you're doing the right thing, being straight up and telling us everything.
The interrogators now touch on another aspect of the videotape.
It's on the videotape that shows you guys going to another girl's house.
Yeah.
Whose house was that?
On tape.
Maybe on Thursday the 20th.
Will I go back and forth on this? Because why? What would be the point of a false confession? What would be the point of all that trouble it would cause? If you didn't do it, you know you didn't do it. So how are you going to give them the wrong information?
First is when the tape says, and you're going to a house, and you're stalking around a house, looking at a house somewhere, some other girl, and you're thinking about looking, seeing if the parents was there or not there. I don't know.
The police are trying to put together a psychological profile of Tori at this point.
Have you ever gone out, or have you heard Tori ever talking about, like, choking out cats and stuff like that?
Yes. Yeah,
Have you ever done that? You ever done that with him?
No. I like animals a lot.
But he doesn't.
No. He said that he carried a I thought the cat was a turd in the ground, and then he got a feed packer, and the cat was extremely mad. He come at, you know.
You buried it maybe up to its head and hit it with the weed whacker, is that what you did? Okay.
Yeah. And did he say anything specifically about choking him?
I remember he saying he had a kid, like popped its eye or something. He made me mad about that kind of stuff. You know, because I have a couple cats of my own. Yeah, he just.
What about anything else? Did he talk about killing anything else? Or mutilating it, or did he?
He talked about I just killed some animals.
Has he stabbed any of them before?
I don't think he's anything like that. No.
In the video, he talks about he wanted you to stab him so he could feel what it felt like or whatever before you guys, you know, committed suicide or whatever. Had he ever talked to you about that before? Did he want you to stab him?
Just at school, on the tape. That's what he said.
Commanders. Brian's attorney's here. Okay.
Brian's attorney shows up, and the interrogation ends. In the end, Brian and Tori were each charged with 1 count of murder in the first degree and 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. They were tried as adults and convicted during separate trials. Brian's conviction for the conspiracy charge was later overturned, citing errors in jury instructions, but his life sentence without parole on the murder conviction was upheld. Tori also received life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder, as well as 30 years to life for conspiracy to commit murder. In court, Brian's counsel argued that the videotapes of the boys were part of a horror movie they were making. In the transcripts of these clips, it can be seen that Brian and Tori said,
"It's okay, we know these two are assholes. It's time for the main interrogation event."
You might be tempted to let Taco Bell's new Let's Value menu.
What do y'all think about Taco Bell chicken nuggets? That just don't seem natural.
Business going this year?
I want to say roughly.
You spent $4,000 getting this up and running?
I spent more than that.
How much did you spend then? How much?
Probably.
Oh, you're dead.
But you have to spend money to make money in a business standpoint. I call it girl.
This one's called The Final Boss of Girl Math, and I've been told I do girl math, so I need to learn from this.
Math, I don't know.
There's no fucking way. You kidding me? That's an entire year's.
Okay, then don't ask.
Bundle all of my educational programs I've ever made, plus the premium version of my budgeting app for not only 80% off, but also with a free trial today at dollarwise.com. Join the tens of thousands of people who've changed their lives and join Dollarwise Central right now for free.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie. I'm 26 years old from Melbourne, Florida, and this is Financial Audit.
Thanks for coming over from Florida. What do you do for a living there?
So I actually work a couple jobs. I work about 4 or 5 jobs.
Like 5 hours a week at each, or what? Okay.
No, I wish. No, I work multiple jobs, multiple days a week. So my main job is I work as a nail tech. But then I also work a part-time job at a burrito restaurant. I also DoorDash. I also pet sit, and then I donate plasma on the side.
Okay, so it's mostly all hustle except for the burrito place.
Kind of,
The other ones are kind of the self-hustle. When you're a nail tech, it's still building your own clientele, right?
Yes.
For you? Okay,
Yes.
so, working those jobs, they're mostly just self-hustle jobs. Which I thought we were going to say, okay, I'm working at McDonald's, I'm a receptionist, I'm a nurse, and I do all these extra jobs. Mm-hmm. I leave Chipotle to go to Wendy's for my next shift.
No.
But these are just side hustle jobs. These are entrepreneurial.
I still look at it as,
they are separate. They are separate jobs. It's not what it's set up to be.
It is my career choice, but I guess, currently.
Well, how's that career working?
Well, I'm still pretty new into it.
How new has it been? If you're 26, how long have you been doing it?
I'm in my second year, but I am in my first year of being in business on my own.
Okay, why 1 year of not being in your business of your own did you immediately go into the business of your own?
So straight out of school, I started off in 2 salons. I was in one of the salons for a couple months. It didn't really work out very well. And then I stayed.
Didn't work out very well, why?
Just didn't mesh very well with the owner.
Go on.
So she was actually one of my teachers in school. Mm-hmm. Offered, we had talked about it, offered me a place in the salon and took it. And I honestly really don't know. It just
come on.
No, I really don't. Out of nowhere, the one day my roommate and I actually worked there together.
What happened?
And I'm not joking. I was at I think it was a Memorial Day party or whichever one is in later in the year. I don't remember. But Labor Day.
Go on.
But we literally got a text message saying that she was not renewing our contracts for the month.
Oh, and there we go. Okay, so it wasn't you weren't meshing well. It's maybe you were not a good employee or she had to scale back her business, so she was going in a different direction. So come on. That's an immediate mislead of the conversation.
But she still was an educator at the school, and my sister went to that school.
I don't care.
The thing
my teacher from high school has to hire me?
Not high school.
No, I am saying my teacher from college has to hire me to go work at that college. What the f*** are you talking about?
Well, no, but my sister still went there, and so she was kind of running her mouth about how we were not, she didn't like us, working there, things were saying, things were happening between us.
I'm sorry to hear that, but no one is entitled to keep their job if their boss does not like them. Sorry.
Yeah.
Her business.
Yeah, but when you're bringing in business, I think it is a little bit
clearly
different.
It wasn't enough, though, and she was able to do better with someone else.
But if I'm able to sustain her business while she's working another job, then
it wouldn't be that. The money would win. Clearly, you were not doing enough. Okay. Listen, and if you were, your business would be successful, and you're working 3 other jobs, so I would assume it's not. So tell me what's going on with this 1 year of nail tech.
So I was in the other salon that I started straight out of school. I was in a second salon also, and was there for about a year. It was great at first, and then things just kind of started not aligning very well. Everybody was kind of going in their own different directions.
Interesting. Nothing ever seems to align well for this one.
Just kind of started taking a turn for the worse in the salon. And so I was kind of already looking at other options.
Why does it seem to be everything except for you, by the way? Why is it always things are going wrong somewhere else?
Well,
immediately picking up on this. Why is it those who are a victim in everything in life and nothing else is their fault are the ones who usually end up in the worst position, i.e. the people that come on the show? Oh, it's almost like it's like something's going on. It's like that mindset gets you nowhere. Who would have thought? I don't know.
I'm trying my hardest. I do have glitter in my hair. No,
how's your business going this year? Your first year in business on your own. Tell me.
So it's only been a couple months.
You told me it was a year of
this is I'm in my first year of being in the business.
Okay, so what's happened these last 2 months then, lady?
I'm doing okay.
What's okay?
I mean, my books are not full.
Can you tell me how much you made last month?
Last month?
Just your own nail tech business. What are you even doing it out of? A shared place?
I do have a suite mate. We rent a business suite together that we operate out of.
Right.
So,
So what did you make last month?
I want to say roughly 500. It varies month to month, so it's
500 varies month to month. It's been 2 months.
Yeah. I mean, it's varied month to month since I started. It just is dependent on business.
$500.
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of your 4 jobs, I'm hardly considering that one of them.
Okay.
It's a hobby that brought in a little extra.
I'm trying to build a career.
There's a million nail techs. I'm sorry. It's going to be an incredibly competitive field. I'm not saying you can't make it, but come on, $500. $500 a month? Yeah. You weren't able to pull any of your clients from your previous locations? From your previous jobs? Only $500 worth, so clearly none.
Yeah, but I mean, people don't get their nails done every day. I mean, they typically come in 3 to 4 weeks.
And you clearly didn't.
I'm trying.
Interesting. It's an interesting philosophy.
I mean, what else am I supposed to do? You may go drag people
work
off
for
the street?
someone else and build up a larger clientele for over a course of a few years.
Offer a decent commission pay.
Yeah, you make $500.
Yeah, but that's better than me going in and making a 30% commission.
30% commission with more clients.
But it's not guaranteed because even some of the girls
How much a month are you making on average in the previous position? You were bringing in a lot of clients. You were just jerking yourself off. You were incredible for that business. I was the queen. I did all the nails. I brought in all the ladies. I supported her business myself.
Again, it just kind of varied depending on who needed.
Go on.
$600 to $800.
Damn, only 7 minutes in on this one, and he's just fucking going at her. Like, she must have sucked from the beginning of the onboarding and everything.
There's a month.
Okay, so no, you weren't actually a very good employee, I'll be honest. Okay, so it sounds like, no, this is not working. You have to build this up over longer, and now you're renting a suite. Okay, that $500 you brought in. Go ahead then, what's your rent?
So the way that me and my suite mate have it worked out.
Yeah, go ahead, what's your rent?
The full rent is $742 a month, sorry. Split between the two of us. And then she just takes
and you brought in 5.
Commissionable. Well, that's after she takes my commission to cover my part of the rent.
Takes your why is structuring it so weird instead of just paying half the rent? Okay.
I offered to do it that way. This was the way that she chose and said that it would be easiest to do is she just takes a percentage.
But she might make more money out of it somehow if it gets overly convoluted and you both don't understand it.
I think neither of us really have an understanding of it, but we're just kind of winging it and hoping for the best.
Colton's telling me right now, I mean, just the salon you had after the salon that you got fired, you were kind of mentioning that you had bad vibes. Mm-hmm. Quote from you in the conversations you had. Bad vibes, so you just left.
Yes and no.
Yes and no. So, I mean, that's what you've told the producers. So, yeah, let's go ahead, backtrack now that we're on camera. Let's do that.
So, yes, I left, but I wasn't originally planning on leaving fully from them. I had originally told them that I was going to step down to 1 or 2 days a week.
So, what happened?
I just wasn't loving it.
It was a bad vibe.
My suite mate had made the decision on her own that she was going to kind of step out and do her own thing and offered me a place to do that with her. So I decided to take a leap of faith when I probably shouldn't have, but I did.
You jumped and now you can just hit
drowning.
The rocks at the bottom.
Yeah. But I let them know that, hey, I'm going to be dropping down to 1 or 2 days a week and, just to try and keep supporting you guys.
Why didn't you?
Because a couple hours later that day, they sent out a message saying that they were actually just going to close the salon. So they gave us till April.
That's weird.
Yeah. So
okay, so $500 a month. It says that after equipment as well.
Yes.
I doubt it. Come on, are you actually budgeting that? There's no way you would be budgeting that properly.
Most of my
if you're
stuff
on
was
the
bought
show.
in bulk up front, so I have minimal costs.
Are you not
monthly.
aggregating it month to month, or are you running it net month to month? So you have the boom big expense that covers the next few months, but you just count it against that month, or are you counting it against the other months as you use the supplies?
No, it's just kind of a
How much did that cost? That big one-time cost
to start?
Yes, because you're only 2 months in, so you did this, I'd guess, 2 months ago. How much was that one-time cost?
Several $1,000s.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking die. That's wonderful. We have a really good entrepreneurial spirit in this country, and I love it. I love entrepreneurs. Let's go out there and grind and do shit. But oh my goodness, so many people do this in such a stupid ass way. Listen, you didn't have a big supply of clientele that are able to come in and make up for those who don't come weekly, monthly, daily, all that stuff. Okay? You didn't build up enough people. You only worked at a place for a year, and you honestly weren't doing very well there, for being honest. You were fired. So, great. And you immediately decide, yeah, let me get on this legal contract to split a lease with someone for how long, by the way?
It's a 1-year lease.
At least you have that. But even still, 1 year you committed to it.
I did.
Better than most commercial, usually minimum 3. But either way, and then you're like, well, let me go ahead and spend $2,000 that I certainly don't have. That has to be in this debt somewhere. No way it's not. To go ahead and get this up and running. Oh, good. That takes 4 months to pay off at a minimum, meaning we only get to see money 8 months of the year. And that's, I mean, honestly, how long will these supplies last? How many months at this rate?
I mean, they'll last a good while. I mean, because nail polish.
A good while is an interesting time frame. I would love to dial that into a number.
I mean, a year.
Okay, so 8 months is.
I know, it turned out way better than I thought. This is, I think, going to be the secondary form. Boom, boom. Secondary form, because I'm going to do something really interesting for the first form. Something not very Pokemon-like at all.
The realized profit we're able to get from that. Now, I doubt you're setting any money aside for taxes. Of course. Great. So let's talk about burritos then. First of all, actually, for $500, how many hours are you working for that $500?
I have a standard of about 8 hours set open for my books for that day, but I'm not always. I don't always.
No. Tell me how many. No. Tell me how many hours you worked last month in order to bring in that $500. Tell me how many hours you worked.
So it's 5 days a week, on average of about 8 hours is what my books are open. But I don't have
open.
clients.
Tell me how many hours you worked last month. Did you not understand the question I literally just asked? I just had to repeat it. I'm sorry. How many hours in this previous month did you work that brought in $500?
Total, maybe 80.
The f is wrong with you?
I don't know. That's a guess.
Okay, so you made $6.25 an hour. Time to put the nails in the bag, girl.
You're not the
We're
first person
going
to tell
and
me that.
working a real job next. Okay? We're going and working a real job.
Okay.
So let's talk about a real job. Burritos. How many hours a week are you working burritos? And what are you making with burritos?
So I work an average of about 20 hours a week, and then I make 15 an hour plus tips.
So to be clear, you make 3 times what you make, 3 times what you make in the nails for hourly, and you work just as many hours doing that. Cool. What is on your paycheck from burritos?
My mom always told me growing up, and I did follow her advice, to just never do the nails because it's a high maintenance thing, and once you start, you're gonna need it. You're gonna feel the constant need to maintain them because they'll never feel as good as the time you got them all pedicured and manicured. So I don't know. I just do them myself, trim them, and just paint them like normal with like an $8 thing of nail polish. It's way cheaper than this shit, so no. The only time I can see it justified is, like, if you're a waitress. So this, like, not for the unemployed. Like, if you're, like, a waitress or a hostess in a really nice, classy place, it would just be way easier to just get that done every week than it would be to maintain that on top of everything else. That's how I can see that.
2 weeks paycheck if I work the full 20 hours.
Why the f would you not be?
If I'm out of town or if I have other things going on.
Why would you be out of town? Who the are you? You have debt, you make no money, you're trying to build a business and it's failing.
All of my family's out of town.
That sucks. They should come in. You're trying to be an entrepreneur. That requires sacrifice.
I do also try to do like local events and stuff like that. So if I have stuff like that on the weekends,
what
to
is the local event? Back scratching with new nails?
So like, we just did one recently that was like a Women's Day event to try and...
Women's Day event?
Yeah, so it was a bunch of local
women?
Local women, but local businesses as well. So we try to do that to try and get the business out there and get names out there.
Okay, that didn't work.
Yeah.
It's almost like that was a waste of time.
Yeah.
It's almost like probably half the businesses at the Women's Day event are nail techs.
Actually, I was the only one.
Surprising.
Yeah.
And yet it still didn't work. So
yeah,
that's even bigger alarm bell.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, what hits if you work your full 20 hours a week, which you better do?
I think it's right around 500.
So 1,000 a month.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, then let's talk about what was it? DoorDash, Uber Eats, one of those?
Yeah.
Which one?
God, if I keep this up, I might never need to hire an artist again or use AI. What the hell? Remember, I do not know how to draw pictures in like a notebook. This is all new to me.
DoorDash.
Okay, DoorDash. Yes. How many hours are we doing with there? Sure, it's variable, so give me average.
It is. I'm actually just getting back into it because I had a whole debacle with my car situation. So the last several months I haven't been able to do that. But I did recently start doing that again. I try to do it. I try to go at least like 5-10 hours a week, usually just whenever I get off from working my restaurant.
Why aren't you picking more hours up at Burrito?
Because I don't want to take away from my time at the salon.
Well, you should, because you make 3 times more money making burritos.
Yeah. I'm hustling as hard as I can. I guess I'm trying to grow boss a little too hard, but
grow boss a little too hard. Okay. Listen, a hustle with I'm good with a hustle. Hustle's good. You're achieving nothing and going backwards. Mm-hmm. There are realistic conversations we need to be able to have with ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying don't do nail tech. I'm saying maybe do it for someone else for 5 years, build up a list of clientele that are obsessed with you, then go off on your own. You rushed this. You got fired from a job because you weren't very good at it and you were probably a brat to work with and everything's someone else's fault is honestly kind of how you open this conversation if we're being completely honest. And then you left another job because it had bad vibes. So yes,
maybe I don't want to work somewhere where I don't feel comfortable or like
don't
things
feel comfortable.
Not feel comfortable.
Yeah, what are you not feeling comfortable?
Not like
now that's a
it's
Gen
not a
Z
pleasant environment
yeah, go
to
ahead.
Like work in.
What was unpleasant?
I just didn't like the way things that were run.
Oh no! The boss ran a business the way they wanted to instead of the way I wanted to.
It just was.
No, why aren't you doing exactly what I am demanding? I'm a victim.
No, it was just poorly run, in my opinion.
Says the person who is a former employee.
I mean, everybody who worked there is a former employee.
True. Okay, and maybe it was poorly run, but either way, what I am saying is you did not put in enough time to build clientele before going off on your own. I am not against this. You did not put in the work.
No.
You say you're a permanent grinder? Well, you did this in a very dumb way. You should have been grinding up
okay, but when
a more strategic way.
And I get that, and I probably, the math on it between either going out on my own or going into
math
another
is
salon.
$6 an hour.
I call it girl math. I don't know. Math is not my strong suit.
Isn't the argument usually make 80 cents on the dollar? Girl, compared to what you're making there, you're making 33 cents on the dollar. Compared to the burrito.
Yeah.
I prefer
but everything's
burritos.
A write-off also.
Everything's a write-off on what? You're not making money to pay taxes anyway.
Yep.
The f- are you talking about write-off? Shut the f*** up, write-off. What are you writing off? You don't even know what you're writing off. What's a write-off to you? What's a write-off? If you write it down on paper, that's a write-off?
Anything that I spend that's pertainable to the business.
Anything you spend, I guarantee you, you go ahead and you get food and say, this is pertainable to the business. It's a write-off.
If it's a lunch meet, if it's a business meeting over a meal, yeah.
Which, oh boy. Listen, you're probably not going to get audited because you don't make.
No.
But you wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. I promise you that. Are you working with a CPA?
No. I do my taxes myself.
IRS, I found another one. Ding, ding, ding. You know you're in the comments.
You shut your mouth.
Okay, so DoorDash, we're working an average of, I think you said 10 hours a week?
5-10 hours a week, just
great.
whenever
What's
I have
that
time.
bringing in on average? A month?
I try to do it to a point where I bring in at least $100 a week, so I try to bring in an extra $400 a month.
Okay. Now, $400 a month before gas.
Right off.
But before gas, though?
Yeah.
Before maintenance, okay. Just because it's a write-off doesn't mean the expense didn't exist, though.
Yeah, but you have to spend money to make money.
People. What does that mean to you?
You have to spend money to make money.
What does that mean?
You have to put forth an initial investment or something in order to see a return on it.
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, you could start a YouTube channel and that initial investment could be a phone camera. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying you're not spending gas, but if we're talking about the $400, you're like, well, it's a write-off.
Well,
the gas is a write-off. You still spent the money.
Gas on that. I'm already spending gas to drive to all of my other jobs.
Yeah, you're spending more on DoorDash. But either way, what I am saying is just because it's a write-off doesn't mean all of a sudden you keep that $400 just... Oh, boom. Okay, it doesn't exist. No, you still spent money.
Right.
That money does not exist anymore. So if we're calculating what you spent versus what you brought in from DoorDash, I'm going to say maybe $300 a month.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I usually try to do minimum of $100. So if I know that I have to get gas...
A week.
Well, okay, yes, a week. My apologies.
I'm going to say $300.
Yeah, but if I know that I'm going to have to get gas, then I will...
What was your fourth job?
I also pet sit.
Right. How many hours a week are you doing that? And why aren't we just committing to 1 or 2?
So
okay, how many hours a week are we pet sitting?
It's variable. It's not something that's super consistent to me. I mean, I maybe get 1 or 2 bookings a month, every other month or so.
So what can we even allocate to that?
If you break it down, maybe $200 a month.
Let's talk about student loans. I know it's something we all
because I'm very clearly working. Hustle.
At least, well, I don't know. It's early. I haven't gotten the billion excuses for everything yet.
Sorry. You just said all I do is side hustles. I don't have an actual job.
If you were committing to one, dude, you could make any of these an actual job. Obviously, the nail tech thing's not working.
I could commit to more hours at the burrito place, but I also don't. That's not my passion in life. Is not rolling burritos.
My passion in life is you being able to pay your bills.
I mean, yeah, I would love to be. I mean, I do pay my bills. My bills are paid.
I pay my bills. My bills are paid. You spent $10,005 last month.
Majority of it is probably write-offs.
Are you broken? What the f are you talking about? I don't understand what you think is going on in this world.
Money comes and goes, and I'm trying to make it.
Money comes and goes, but it only goes for you.
Okay, Dave Ramsey.
What? You spent 4 times what you brought in. You spent 4 times what you brought in. What do you expect to happen with that? Where does that lead?
I don't know.
So why the f are you doing it? Listen, if you're making a small amount of money, you got to budget it more than anyone. $30,000 is hardly enough to live on. That's very low for a high cost of living area. So what the f how can you stretch that if you don't know where your damn money is going? I guarantee you did not know you spent $10,000 last month. So how the f do you not know? Why are you not budgeting?
I'm trying. I just don't. I don't know how.
I don't know how.
I don't know how. Everything that I've tried as far as how people have told me to budget.
What have you tried?
Well, at this point, I'm just trying to work my life away and consume all of the hours of the day with that because I'm not spending money.
Tell me what you've tried budgeting.
I've tried setting money aside, but I don't have a whole lot of money to set aside because my bills have become so consuming of everything that I make that it's just, it takes over everything. I don't really at this point I don't really know how to do a budget plan because everything I make goes to pay bills or for a business.
You don't know where money goes. So how can you even say that? If you don't budget to figure out where money goes, how the f can you even possibly say that?
I mean, I tried Rocket Money for a little bit.
Is it just because he doesn't have a financial degree either? But I still fail to see what don't spend more money than you have. Why you need like a high fucking degree to tell someone that. Anybody would tell you that.
And that it just was so confusing.
What's
me. It didn't
your
make any
marketing
sense.
around your nail tech?
Social media.
I haven't
Word
noticed
of
that you
mouth.
literally have no social media presence.
Yeah, it's very small. But I'm working on it. It's a new business.
What the fuck is happening? Like, social media, that's my game. has no social media presence.
I mean, I
What
can't
are you
pay for
talking about?
advertising. I can't afford that. So I'm trying
You can't
to
afford
do
anything.
a budget.
The only thing you actually can afford, unfortunately, is going and getting a real job. What's your education? What's your background? What do you have? What can we do?
So I am dual licensed in Florida. So I'm licensed I can do nails, and I'm licensed as an esthetician also.
Oh, great. Okay, so 2 things that make no money. Okay, wonderful. Great. That's fantastic. Me. Okay, so no college, right?
Not a completed degree, no.
How long did you go?
Several years.
For what?
General education. I switched
So just
on and
gen
off.
eds?
So
the credit hours still exist. So you could go to community college, hopefully get an associate's degree, try to get
that
into the
costs
career
money.
field of some kind. Costs money, but listen, student loans might be worth it if it dramatically increases your income. You make the bottom half of the income ladder substantially. Like, you are not in a good place.
Yeah.
Is this a dual household income, or is this just you?
It's just me.
Okay, then you're... There's no other way. This is not a livable situation in Melbourne.
Yeah.
And yet you are working yourself to the bone in a completely insufficient fashion, though. You're not going to be able to survive.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to do this long term. How much longer can you put this many hours a week into this work to make nothing? Not much.
It's pretty miserable.
And you're stuck into this lease for a fucking year, contractually, right? You signed a dotted line?
Yes.
I bet you damn did. So tell me what the your plan was going to be. Please tell me what your plan was. I want to assess it.
Wing it.
Okay. No. What was your plan?
No, that's literally, I'm flying by the seat of my pants. I don't have an actual plan. I have no clue what I'm doing. And obviously that's very clear, but I'm trying
You're
to
just
figure
every
it
day,
out.
you just wander. You never think what you want to do. You have no plan whatsoever. Listen, a lot of people on the show, yes, they're doing it wrong, but they at least have an idea of a plan, a concept of a plan, some would say.
I know where I want to be. I would love, I have an idea of the crowd and the clientele of people that I would love to get in with. That? Honestly, I would really like to work with drag queens, making nails for them. And then I really am trying to get into the younger crowd for nails, because a lot of what I do, a lot of the people I service are older.
Yeah, but that's the people that don't have as much money. The people that are older don't have the money.
The thing is, drag is on the weekends. How many people, because, what an assumption to make that drag queens are just someone's fucking employment. I don't think it works that way unless you make it to, Broadway and are playing fucking Hairspray. And then how many appointments can you get on the weekend? And I feel like drag queens do their own nails because, they're more financially responsible than some.
Not a lot of people, and that was a big thing.
How many drag queens are there?
Oh, more than you think.
Probably, but enough to sustain multiple clients a day, indefinitely, 365 days a year?
This is what I'm saying. You better be in the fucking city on the weekends, but in order to get that, you're paying what in rent? You're not making it.
How many drag queens do you personally know?
Personally, one.
Yes, you would just get the cheap fucking press-ons. I know some guys that do drag and Spirit Halloween clearance. They just pile up on that and then they're good for the year.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen,
it's a foot in the door.
This is a thriving small business. Remember when there's a statistic that 95% of small businesses fail within the first year? This is what's considered in that statistic.
But I'm not. The business is open. I haven't had to close. I'm sustaining it.
What's your rent?
For the biz, I cover three. Oh,
What's
or my
your
household rent. $500 a month.
You're fucking lucky, but even that with your income is unfortunately bad.
Yeah.
$500 should be a blessing of a rent, but $2,500 before she has to pay any of the self-employment stuff is still 20% of your income. And how long is that going to last? When that rent's going to go up? When are you going to get out?
So I actually live in a house with two of my friends, so that rent is just kind of controlled by them.
You're not going to say the landlord's going to raise rent?
Mm-mm. They own the house.
Your friends own the house?
They own the house,
You're beyond lucky. You're beyond lucky, man. You would not be able to do that if you were not being subsidized by your friends.
Correct. I'd be homeless.
What do you think your financial score is? 0 to 10? 0 being the worst, 10 being the... I literally just got a note that she does not like her friends that are subsidizing her. She doesn't like them. She actually dislikes her friends that are literally subsidizing her entire life. This is great. This is what life are you living? Why do you not even like them? The people that are.
It's not that I don't like them. I just don't love. I don't love the living
Colton?
situation. I love them as people. I don't
Colton,
love.
is she backtracking?
I don't love the living situation.
She's backtracking. She's on camera now, getting called out. She's backtracking. Oh, we love a mean girl that completely shits on the people that saved them.
I don't love the living situation.
What's the living situation? You getting subsidized living?
What's
the living situation, lady?
I just don't like living with them.
Okay. What is the median rent for a one-bedroom in Melbourne?
A lot more than $500.
Dude, you're broken. What kind of entitlement complex do you have? Why do you not like living with them?
I just...
Tell me!
I just don't. I don't do well with roommates. And
Why? Because you're a...
No, because I like my personal space.
Who the doesn't? But everyone gets roommates. You are literally being blessed that they are not going to raise rent.
No, I know, and I appreciate that.
You appreciate it? You literally hate them,
that I have put myself in having to be in that situation.
Oh, you not working and not being an adult?
I am working, first of all.
Come on, you're doing hobbies.
There's an income on paper.
You're doing hobbies.
I'm not doing hobbies.
Yes, your nail salon is a hobby.
Every business starts somewhere.
Your business hasn't started. Your business is a failure.
My business is 2 months old.
Exactly.
That's
and it should be 0 months old because it is not working.
Okay,
you
well,
have
if
no
it was 0
clients to
months
bring
old,
in.
I'd have
You have
less
no
income.
marketing abilities. You go to a woman thing and no one's even there that is marketing the same kind of products, and you didn't even bring anyone in. You're a failure. Median one-bed rent in Melbourne, Florida, $1,310. Good the luck. Good the luck. And you hate them? You hate living with them?
I don't hate them.
Well, you dislike them. That you don't even like them. Is specifically what you told them. Ladies and gentlemen, a financial audit. This is one of the most exciting moments in this channel's history. You know, I've been working on building all these educational tools, our budgeting app, all this crazy stuff over this past year, because that is where
round trip just for me to go to work. I don't bring in enough to justify that.
No.
I had a roommate that lasted like 2 weeks like this. One of my roommates, he ran into her after not being around her for a while, and he was excited because she was his high school friend. But then she wasn't very nice to him. It was a whole thing.
Because you have to get another job. This is all leading up from your decisions. Listen, I am not saying you cannot get another car or make sacrifices to get it, but it is your choice that you are working jobs that is giving you no money. It is your choice.
It's hard to get a job in that area. I mean,
You haven't even tried to do
No,
anything.
I did. There was
Have you
before
tried?
I got.
Well, but you haven't marketed yourself very well because you have no experience that would relate to a real job.
Outside of my own business, even trying to get a job, literally doing anything, I'm not joking. I would come home and I would sit in my car in my driveway for hours on end, and I would put in, I'm not kidding, upwards of 100 job applications
Sitting
a
in your
day.
car?
Yeah, in the driveway before I got in the house.
Obviously, you are not doing very well applying to these jobs if you're just sitting in your car. You're mass applying instead of curating your resume. If you do not curate your resume, you are not getting a job interview.
But if
in
I'm
today's
just
economy.
looking at a part-time job, then I didn't feel like I genuinely needed to curate if I'm applying to McDonald's and I'm applying to like Burger King and Taco Bell and all those places,
you have to curate a resume even on McDonald's. You know why? You know why? I'll tell you. Because if you're not curating it, that means your resume is likely for the jobs you want. And if your resume getting submitted to McDonald's is for the jobs you fucking want,
but if they're not,
then they're just gonna see. No, you little tit. Then they're just gonna see that you are only accepting that job for a temporary period, and you will immediately leave when a job you want opens up. If your resume submitting to a service job is suggesting you're gonna leave immediately to get a different job, then why the would they hire you?
But even when I was using a resume that had service experience on it, I still was getting no calls. I tried for months to get a new job. And
I did. The way I believe you tried. I do not believe the way that you actually curated it specifically for them. I vehemently disagree with what you're saying.
I mean, there was
no
service
fucking
experience
way.
on there, but
It's not just service experience. It's the entirety of the resume, the skills that you're marketing on there, what you say your most recent thing is.
But even what I do, even as a nail tech, what I do, that translates over because it's all customer service based.
It's not about that, lady. It shows that you are likely going to try to get into nail tech again. So why would they hire you if you're only going to be there for a month? This is just simple strategy. How much did you pay for those fucking eyelashes?
$1.25.
Okay, thank goodness, and they look like it too.
Thank you.
Oh my.
Only the finest for you, my dear.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Listen, 34 years until you're able to pull from these retirements penalty free. That $7,189.18 would have turned into, following something like the S&P 500, $212,403.
Well, it wouldn't have done me any good that far down the line if I didn't have a car to sustain myself.
Well, but the you not being able to get a car is by the choices you've led, by your inability to properly apply for other jobs, by you going into a career field that is honestly a little kind of overly competitive, overly saturated kind of bull. And you chose to do that instead of completing your college the way you were doing it with gen eds and going into a field that would have made more sense. This is an endless amount of decisions that had led to the consequences where you were forced to pull from your 401k. And I have less sympathy on it because you chose all those things that led you to that situation.
I mean, I didn't necessarily choose to have to make that financial decision. I didn't want to.
Did you not listen to anything I just said?
I did not want to have to do that.
Did you not just listen to anything I just said? You made the choices to go into a career field that is overly saturated and would not make that much money.
But I didn't know how oversaturated it was until I got into it.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
You have the inability to use Google.
No, I do, but as an independent nail tech, I don't think you truly see how saturated the independent side of the business is outside of, the
independent didn't even need to go work for someone else.
But
you made more money working for someone else.
A standard salon that you see on every street corner.
Do that.
Those are terrible.
Terrible what?
The service.
Then go be good service.
I am.
Brought in $600 a month working for another person.
Okay, but also it's one of those things that people in my area are, a lot of what I have in the area that I live is retired older folks. So
they have money.
No, they don't though. That's the problem. That's why I had a larger why I had a larger clientele at the previous salon that I was at, because that was a budget-friendly salon. And
then be a budget-friendly person.
I'm not doing nails for $25.
Then don't make money.
I wouldn't make money.
You're making $500.
I wouldn't make money anyway because
then you picked the wrong career field.
If I am
your turn, you make no money. You have no ability to talk on this. You don't get a turn
because it's my business.
Your business is a failure. I think I can speak on this, and I'm more qualified.
At the expense of how many other people helping you? It's me.
I started just me. I didn't hire someone until 6 months in.
Okay, and that's fine. But how well were you doing up until you got more people on your team?
$10,000 a month.
Okay, well, was that how soon after you started?
Immediately. Almost.
There's no shot you said day one and you made $10,000
1 month in.
Okay. And that's my thing is I don't want to have to pull
interesting. Almost like she has no idea what she's talking about.
I don't want to have to pull all of my attention away from the career and the business that I am building, because this is something for me.
From the hobby you want to do.
It's not a hobby.
It is. You make no money.
It is a career. There are people who make money from it, but you have to start. I'm 2 years in.
Good. You should be working for someone else and building up a client list.
But that's not what I want to do.
So this leads me to having no sympathy when your car breaks down and you're no longer financially able to go get another car. This was the choices you made for your hobby.
Okay, but I have to have a car for any job. I have to be able to get to work.
I agree. If you had a real job, you would have made more money and you could have saved up a fully funded emergency fund.
I'm still looking for a new job.
You're not applying correctly. We just went over this. If you're not willing to accept anything I said, then get the f off this show.
Okay, the car situation is... It was something unavoidable. That is not something that I wanted to...
I'm not arguing against that. I'm saying you made the choices that led up to you having to pull from your 401k.
The car breaking down unexpectedly
she's incapable of listening. She's an actual fucking moron, and I'm going to move on. I'm sorry. Are you actually stupid?
No.
Are you incapable of hearing anything I just said?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you. At least you admit it.
I think you should slam him one more time.
I just don't understand how you are going to... No, I think your roommates probably hate living with you, and I understand why your first boss fired you. And everything's out of your control, and there's no personal responsibility.
There is a lot that is out of my control, but I do take responsibility for what is in my control.
Haven't heard once.
The car... How am I supposed to control the car now?
The decisions leading up to it, I never argued that the car wouldn't have just broken. It is... the decisions leading up to it, your career choices, your lack of staying at a job, your inability to keep one without getting fired,
inability of jobs.
Inability to curate your resume to other jobs.
Okay, that I will admit I'm not the greatest at. I don't understand.
Wow, one thing. She's willing to accept the one thing in her life. Okay. And what kind of car did you get by taking it out from your 401k, facing penalties and getting taxed at your income? You had federal tax withheld 20%. You only received the $5,700 from the $7,100 you brought in. Great. Would have been worth a couple $100,000 by the time you retired. Wonderful. What did you get?
It is a 2005 Volkswagen.
Good. How much did that cost?
$5,000.
Good. Okay. I accept. I would have rather, well, never mind. You can't because you don't have the job. I was going to say I'd rather take out a 401k loan, but then that doesn't.
So I looked into taking out a loan on it, but the loan balance available for me was only $3,000.
Yeah,
and that wouldn't
sense.
have. I wouldn't have had enough to. Yeah, I wouldn't have had enough to.
Well, if you had a real job, you would have saved that money and you would have been able to do it.
I'm trying to make it a real job.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Dude,
that's why I'm putting so much into it because this is what I want.
You're putting in a ton of hours into your $6 an hour hobby.
It will get better.
No.
It will.
Says.
Me.
How?
Because I am going to manifest it.
White woman alert, let's go. Choni Cashman could tell us all about this. As long as you can manifest it, you got this.
Say what you will.
Let me guess. You're just using an investing app that doesn't interest accrued in the last month?
You're right.
Okay, City. What's going on with this card, lady? Reminder, $10,000 spent in the last month.
That is majority used for my business expenses.
City Double Cash? It's not even a business credit card.
Nope.
Harder to separate. Business expenses? Yeah, let's find out.
Everything's a business expense.
That's not how that works. But also, there was no spending on here, so I don't know.
It's because it's maxed out.
Oh, it's maxed out. Okay, great. So $4,174.20 is owed on this.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, why do this to yourself? $153 is your minimum monthly payment and 36 cents. $111.36 of interest accrued in the last month. How long does this take to pay off? If you make minimum monthly payments without any purchases, which I assume when you have the ability to make a purchase on this, you will again. How long does this take to pay off?
Probably a couple of years.
Okay, 15.
Okay. I mean, I have no words for that. I spent it. I needed the stuff for the business.
41 years old.
Yeah.
For the business. You said you spent $2,000. There's $4,170.
No, I said I spent several $1,000s.
How much was that one-time cost?
Several $1,000s.
Okay, I'm gonna f***ing die. That's wonderful. Didn't we narrow it down to 2? You spent $4,000 getting this up and running?
I spent more than that, but it's
how much did you spend
not
then?
all on that.
How much did you spend then? How much?
I just couldn't give you an exact number.
Give me the fucking best guess.
Probably $6,000.
Oh, you're dead. You're dead. There's no fucking way. Are you kidding me? That's an entire year's. That takes a year, and then you said you have to do it again because it only lasts a year. So you'll never make a profit.
Well,
this
okay,
is, no,
but it's not.
No,
okay,
this is not a business officially. Officially lined down, this is not a business.
Bulk supply up front. So like, okay, for me to buy furniture and decor and everything to get
furniture
the
and decor? What is she? Who is she?
Do you want to go somewhere for a service that is supposed to be relaxing and all these things, and you go somewhere and it's just a white wall?
My mother would smack me for this, and I'm glad that Caleb has it in him too. Why, good night, Xander. Why would you ever buy brand new retail things for whatever temporary venture or beginning when you can get on Marketplace or go to thrift stores? You can even get brand new things in thrift stores. Like, fuck you.
All doctor's office? No!
Joke. You go and get a bucket of fucking paint, lady.
I did. It was $75.
There you go. Instead of 6,000.
But I also had to get stuff. I
No.
had to get decor for the walls.
Great.
And I had
Used
to get a desk.
furniture
And I
in
had
the wealthy
to get,
area on Facebook Marketplace.
Some of it is used furniture. Some of it is not. Because
thank you.
investment
Unacceptable.
worth
Unacceptable.
buying
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
a new
Unacceptable.
piece of furniture
Unacceptable.
equitable almost to buying used in the area.
Unacceptable. No, you don't buy something you just can't afford. This is ridiculous.
I mean, I afforded it somehow.
You didn't. It's accruing interest. Don't be a dumb.
But so I had to buy.
Oh, okay.
But like I won't have to buy furniture again. A lot of my.
You will though. You'll want to upgrade it. And trust me,
I'm sure
you know
they want
really
it, but
interesting? You know what's really interesting? This decked out place that needs to look cozy and all this stuff brings in $500 a month. So what an investment. What an incredible investor you are. Manage my money, please.
I will. No, but like I won't have to buy a new nail desk. I won't have to buy a new pedicure chair. I won't have to buy a new, but like, but like nail polishes, you only go through so much and stuff like that. It's not super expensive. And I can just
this year so far, $500. So this year so far, you already lost a month's worth of income. Add that onto the purchase that we put on this car. This is a 13-month thing. 13 months of your income in order to get this up and running.
Okay.
You're 29.99% interest rate. Good luck. Good luck. I don't even know, man. What the What is wrong with her? Colton just told me the salon offered to sell her their tools, but she said, I'd rather just get new.
Because the cost that they were asking for used tools, like heavily used tools.
Bargain them down if they were high.
I tried, but it's literally within, but.
How much would you have saved total?
$1 or $2.
Per item or the whole thing?
First of
all, I don't trust you based on everything you've talked about.
For me to buy used tools that were not in,
here's a direct quote from you.
In usable condition.
I have a direct quote from you that you bought all new nail polishes because the old salon stuff had, quote, had bad energy, unquote.
Nail polishes, no, because the nail polishes were not up for sale. But as far as my tools and stuff like that, yes, I did buy new ones. But those are also something you have to.
Had bad energy, unquote.
Yeah, because I didn't want to bring any of that with me.
What?
I didn't like the energy in there. I didn't like the. I wanted a clean slate. I wanted a fresh start. And in my mind, if that meant spending a couple extra dollars, then it was worth it to me.
No, it literally was not. No, don't use the word worth.
It was worth it to me.
No, it wasn't.
Personally,
mathematically,
it was.
No. Personally, you.
Well, I girl mashed the hell out of it, and it made sense to me in the moment.
Okay, you're gonna make everyone hate women. You're gonna make everyone hate women if girl math immediately means.
Do you think people don't already hate women?
It's 50% of the world. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, majority of the world hates women anyway.
Women hate. I love women. Big fan, personally.
Well,
Stop giving them reason to, damn it.
One of the few, I guess.
Give me all of them.
Clearly not all of them, because half of us like this.
So that's you. You just said girl math. Like, I don't understand why bring to your entire gender this negative connotation that you're unable to manage money. Why do that to yourself?
Because that's how everybody else already looks at it.
Women.
That's what everybody else would call it.
You're setting it.
I mean, yeah, you can look at it. I did the math and it was piss poor math, and that's fine. And I'm sure someone's going to turn around and say, oh, well, that's just for girl math for you. Financials are not my strong suit, and I'm very aware of that.
Obviously, but there's so much information out there. And yes, of course, we have a paid version that curates it all, makes it much easier to go through, and provides good educational services. And we give you that for free. We'll give you Dollarwise Central for free. But either way, out there, if you put in the extra work to organize it yourself and try to determine what's the best sources, you could have figured it out.
But I have tried, and I mean, that's
But you haven't been able to tell me what you've tried.
Okay, so the best version of a quote-unquote budget that I can tell you that I've done for myself is once a month I'll sit down and I'll go through and I'll write down my expenses either on paper in the notes
that have happened or up and coming expenses?
No, like current, like all of my credit card debt, all of my monthly bills, so whatever I have to pay on a monthly basis.
Well, what's your intent with that? So you write it down and then you just leave it?
To just see.
Okay, so what does that achieve? What does that achieve?
I guess it more so gives me an idea of what is going to come out of my pocket this month for expenses that I cannot avoid, and kind of give me an idea of, okay, where do I need to be financially bringing in money to be able to make sure I can keep myself at least afloat for this month.
I'll tell you what's a dumb budget. Going to a big beauty expo in Orlando where you bought your Sweetmates ticket as well. You spent around $800 in total and called it a, quote, a
I just don't understand how she can be this into it and like not have a swanky salon job somewhere. She must be impossible to get along with. I wonder if this is the friend that does Frogan's nails.
A business promotion, unquote.
I mean, it is a business expense. It is a write-off.
You don't have any money to write off. You already overspent everything you're going to make this year.
Yeah.
What, you're not going to, all of a sudden, you think if you write off beyond zero, the government just gives you money? What do you think happens?
No.
So what is the point? What do you think happens here? You need money to pay your bills.
But you have to spend money to make money in a business standpoint. You do.
The collapse of the American empire. What is going on with IHG?
So that card is also pretty much maxed out.
For what?
I put most of my travel expenses on there.
Why the f*** are you traveling? You make no money. You make no f***ing money. Why are you traveling? Who are you? Yo, $6,272.59 on here. Yeah, maxed out. $205 minimum payment. What the f*** is your travel?
So I mean, business trips.
Your business is nothing. Your business is
my business is not nothing.
Your business
first
is
of
nothing.
all, my business is not nothing.
Objectively, it's nothing. You
means
spend more than
something to me.
I don't give a f*** you. That means nothing. That is a joke. Your business brings in $6,000 a year. Shut the f*** up. That's a lemonade stand. Shut up. Means something to me. Who gives a f***?
But that is also expenses for like trips home to go see family.
Where's family?
Illinois and Missouri.
Then don't be in Florida. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, but financially I can't leave Florida at this point.
Financially you can't stay in Florida.
Well, I am.
I think this is my best one yet because it was no tracing, nothing. I just did it all on my own. It's amazing. Beautiful. Look at me. I'm an artist. I don't need to win no Arts Express. I got this. We can't say if the lemonade stand is profitable or not.
Being within the next year to be able to move back home.
To where? Where is back home specifically?
Back home is Illinois, but I'm probably looking closer to the Missouri side because I live right on like the river.
What is that, St. Louis?
Yeah, general area, yeah.
A declining city?
Outside the city. I'm not going to go downtown, but
I'm not talking about just downtown. The metro area has a declining population.
I would disagree.
Business? You would disagree?
They've had a boom in certain areas over there.
Huh?
They've had a boom in certain areas over there.
I'm sure a couple suburbs specifically, but the entire metro area.
I mean, no, but you look at like Chesterfield, St. Charles, O'Fallon, St. Peters, all of those areas are growing. I mean, even my hometown is growing.
Okay, St. Louis has gone from 1990, 396,000 to 281,000. Shut the f*** up.
I mean, yeah, if you're looking at St. Louis specifically, I mean, it's a violent city. People don't want to live there anymore, but there are still people coming to the outskirts and the surrounding areas of that. St. Louis in and of itself is not great, especially when I grew up 30 minutes south of East St. Louis. It's one of the most dangerous cities in America. But obviously people aren't moving to East St. Louis, but they're still moving to the surrounding areas.
Listen, I'm not saying people aren't going to move in, but either way, if we're in a declining city, is that where we're setting up a business?
Tonto, do you have a St. Louis review? You've been all over the world.
At least you can live for free with the family, but that doesn't make sense.
I don't have family that I can live with. This would be an individual expense.
Why? You're moving back for family, right?
To be closer to family, but I don't per se have family that I can move in with.
What do you mean? No one's willing to let you?
No.
Why?
Family drama.
Then why do you want to be close to them anyway?
Because I do still have family that I'm close to, and while financially
but they won't
may
let you
not
move in?
They may not agree with the things that I've been doing, but they do
because you're financially
still love me.
like a child.
It's not even that. It's things outside of that as well that have happened or been said.
Tell me.
Just
no, tell me.
My mom likes to run her mouth.
Well, yeah, and what does she disagree with, and what has she said?
She's just not a good person.
Yeah, tell me.
that's something I'd really prefer not to get super into.
That's fine. Then what the f*** are you talking about? You said there's family members that disagree with your finances.
I mean, yeah, there are.
So tell
there
me
are
that.
family members who disagree
Tell me
with my
that.
finances. They don't think that I should be doing what I'm doing. They
Well,
think that I need to
objectively.
find a quote unquote big girl job.
Objectively.
They need to. But also, and this is where I struggle with that because my family also has the mentality of prove people wrong. And so while yes,
you're proving
everybody,
everyone right.
But I'm working towards proving them wrong.
Nope. Literally no. That is not true. I'm sorry. That is not true.
That is sad, but she seems to be doing the thing where she spends a lot of money and not doing a hustle. She needs someone to sell her.
And then what would your plan be when you're there? Money.
Work. Probably go back to serving where I used to serve because I made really good money there. And
full backwards though. You're not trying to.
But then I would still. I would probably flip the script and I would probably go back to serving full time. Are you
anti getting into a job industry that's actually growing in the United States or
like what?
anything?
Because my grandfather thinks I need to become a truck driver.
Well,
and
sure,
I don't
that's
want
good
to do
income.
that.
That's good income.
I'm sure it is, but I don't want to do that.
If you don't want to do that, that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to force you to do that.
That's why I left my last good job because I was tired of traveling.
What was your last good job?
I worked for Walmart. I was a project manager for store remodels, so I traveled around. Starting $50,000 a year when I left 5150. Plus benefits.
You transfer that skills to another job, though.
So I have, and that I have. Even before I left that job, I tried applying for other jobs in project management, in construction fields. Even within Walmart, I've had a hard time getting a job with them again.
Well, you quit.
Correct.
A lot of companies aren't willing to hire people who've quit.
It's a little different when I worked for home office, but trying to get
You still worked for Walmart. A lot of companies have like
Correct.
policies against hiring people that quit.
They will hire people back. They do all the time.
Okay. Well, a lot of companies don't. And maybe hiring manager isn't that you're looking at. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Growing industries in the St. Louis metro. Software development has gone up 18%. Data science up 22%. Cybersecurity up 32%. Advanced manufacturing and aerospace. Yeah, you might have to work in manufacturing, supply chain management potentially. Healthcare and life sciences. Healthcare is usually pretty good to get into. Logistics and trade transportation. We know you don't want to do that. And leisure and hospitality. Well, that's what you're talking about going into. Those are the largest industries. Okay, so IHG takes 18 years to pay off.
Yeah.
1,000 hours of interest this year so far. Travel for business on here. Well, now we've lost in total with interest accrued in the business expenditure $7,500 this year.
Yeah.
$7,500 divided by the $500 you make, that takes 15 years just to recoup that cost, and you'll be redoing a lot of those costs when supplies are done.
Yeah.
And you have to re-up them. Okay, Capital One, what's going on with this card? Also close to maxed out.
That card, I had to split the payment for my car repairs between two cards, so that card holds...
Car repair for your last car or new car?
For my last car.
Okay, how's your current car doing?
Fine.
Miles?
I haven't had 82,000.
Okay, foreign car is a little more expensive for repairs. 82,000 is great for that age.
For a 20-year-old car, it is. Well, and so that was the thing too. With everything that happened with my previous car, I went into purchasing this new car with a little more. I wasn't so much wearing the rose-colored glasses of the car industry.
Good.
I have some friends who run a car group based around Volkswagen, so I bought the car with the intention or with the knowledge of I have a lot of people at my. I don't want to say at my dispense, but at any given moment who can help me with repairs on the car. So
who? Okay, so somebody in your life bailed you out of the last debt owed on the last car, but you still have debt hanging around for that anyway because this was all repairs on the last car.
Yeah, and I'm still paying them for that as well.
Ridiculous. 17 years to pay this off.
Yeah.
$500 in interest this year so far. Listen, the family. Who are the family members that are against what you're doing with your money? What's your relationship with them? And how many? And what are those conversations?
Like I said, my grandfather has told me that I should become a truck driver. That I need to find.
I don't know why he's hyper-centered on one industry specifically, but you should get a better job.
I think it's because my step-uncle is in that industry and he knows what he makes and
it's
all
a
of
great
that.
job,
I
but
mean,
I just want you to get
at being younger than I am.
I want you to get into a good job.
Yeah.
No, you're talking about nothing that meant anything, so yeah.
I was explaining it.
I don't care.
Okay, then don't ask.
No, I didn't need the long-winded uncle. I just said who's doing it. You said grandpa. I didn't need to know uncle makes money. We all know truck drivers make money.
Yeah.
I just want you to get into an adult job.
Mm-hmm.
That is one option. If you don't want to do that, that's okay. We're not going to pressure you to get into that job. Okay, who else? And what's the conversations?
My grandma for a little while was very on edge with it. I think because she was having conversations with my grandpa about it, but she has since flipped a script and she's very on my side about it now.
Oh, she's a dumb.
Be careful with that.
What, does she have dementia?
She is dying.
Well, okay.
And she does have dementia.
Well, then why is she setting up her her grandchild for failure?
Because she wants to support me.
But she's not. It's enablement.
I think she sees the potential in what I'm doing, and she is proud of the fact that I've taken the step to build something for myself.
It's so cold-hearted. I know this sounds so cold-hearted, but and listen, just because there's a sympathy of the fact that she's approaching the end of life, and that's really sad, and I am sympathetic, and that's horrible, and I would not wish that upon anyone, does not mean she should support you destroying your life.
But I don't feel like that's fair to say that everybody also should just shit on me and say, you know,
I'm not saying
what you're
you.
doing is stupid and you need to give it up.
But that's real.
But then how would any business venture start then?
No. I told you how to do this in a proper way. You're not willing to do that. I'm not saying you can't be on nail tech. I said you need to put in the work with other people and build up clients, not immediately go into your own business and spend so far $7,500 to make $500 a month.
Salon in the area that I am in that I am willing to.
Then you go to a different area, or that you're not willing to. You said willing.
Yes, because I'm not willing to take a pay cut to do that. Because again,
pay cut, you make $500.
Okay, but that's the thing. That's what I was trying to say earlier is even most of the girls that I went to school with who work in those said salons either don't work there anymore because the pay was too low, or we're still having to work 2 and 3 other jobs.
Then here's the reality.
Because the income is not enough.
Then here's the reality. I get that. You don't need to finish the sentence so everyone knows what you're going to say. Oh my gosh. You just really go on for a long time.
The #1 YouTube membership. Just
that. There is this industry in that area sucks, and you shouldn't be doing it.
Correct, but I'm in it, and I don't know how to get out of it at this point.
By stopping. Eat the loss on the lease and go get another job.
But it's not even the lease. How do I eat the loss on everything else that I bought for it?
You just have to. This was a oops, I f***ed up mistake. This is not a sunk cost. This is not a sunk cost. You don't immediately have to try to buy your way out of it. It still takes 14 months with what you're doing. And then by then, you're going to have to spend more money just to sustain what you're trying to do anyway, because you'll re-up your lease and you'll have to buy more supplies by then anyway. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry. Do you even enjoy this?
I do. I absolutely love it.
Well, at least you have that. But the fact is, if literally every other salon you're unable to work there because no one makes money, then this is not an area where this industry works. Right. And that means then you can't do it. You're not going to go into an industry in an area where all techs that are barely even making much money are on the cheap, and you're going to go in and be this high-level one. No one's going to pay for that. Obviously, the market is not demanding that in that area. And I'm sorry, and just because your grandma's in a sad situation doesn't all of a sudden make that valid.
That's fair, but also I don't think it's unfair to say that nobody should support me in what I'm doing.
No. Do you not understand what support is? So oftentimes supporting people making wrong decisions is telling them they're making wrong decisions.
No, I know that there's a hard truth behind it, but but what I'm saying is that I don't think everybody should look at me and just outright say what you're doing is. And
what you're doing is.
Right, but it has to start somewhere.
No, and I told you how to start it. In that area is clearly not an area where it can be started.
I will keep that in mind. But
keep that in mind. You're on a lease for a year. You started 2 months ago.
After that is said and done, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm not going to bail on a business, and I'm not going to leave it on someone else's shoulders.
Someone else's shoulders. Still pay your rent, but we need to get you in a better career field. I'll gift you a course career certification. It's great for getting into a different career field. I'll gift you that. I'll gift you a Fizz card as well. We'll get you on that. It's a debit card that builds credit. I'll even get you on Webull. Now that you pulled from your retirement, you better start investing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll get you those sign-up bonuses as well. But for sake, man. I like the idea of moving to St. Louis. It's definitely a cheaper area for sure. Also means cost of living is lower, which means you make less. But honestly, you'll make more doing anything.
Yeah.
Literally doing anything.
Yeah.
Else.
Yeah.
You have a strained relationship with your family anyway. Why fully do we want to move to St. Louis specifically?
Because my grandmother's up there. And
for how much longer?
That's the hard part. I just went up and visited her recently, and she's not doing terrible, but she's not doing great.
And again, it is sad, and I do have sympathy for that.
Yeah.
It is not an excuse to continue doing something that is damaging your life.
No, but I think the idea behind it was to build something for myself that if it's going to fail, it's going to fail on me. Nobody else can take it away from me. It's mine.
I'm okay with a failure, but you put $7,500 in plus a yearly locked-in lease for this.
Yeah.
This is damaging beyond damaging. You pulled out a 401k to buy a car because you never set yourself up for success and had money.
Yeah.
Like, it's more than just that. This is more damaging than you just did something and it failed. You're going to be paying on for forever. From the lack of retirement, from paying off debt, to paying off whoever lent you that money. Listen, to paying on the lease that you got. You'll f*** your credit if you don't pay on these things.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that lease is tied to personal assets in some way whatsoever. I don't know, lean on something, maybe. You usually don't pay a lease in the commercial world. They can come after you in personal assets.
Yeah.
So even though this is a more interesting situation with this commercial space, listen, again, I don't think they should necessarily bully you. However, I have a feeling that they just tell you the hard truth, and because you're you, and based on everything you've said about other jobs, you think it's bullying, even though they're just saying, yo, this isn't working, you need to try something different.
I don't think it's bullying, but I don't think it's fair to completely tell me that I have to give up something that I've worked so hard for.
It's less give up. You can do it on the side as a side hustle while you build it up while doing something more productive.
But that's the hard thing. And if, if I do take my grandfather's advice and I go into the trucking industry,
You don't have to do trucking.
But what I'm saying is if to me, it doesn't make sense to give up the focus on that, because if I'm not focusing on it, I'm not building it.
You're making $6 an hour. Like, I don't care. You do it on the side.
Mm-hmm.
You build up the clientele. And if it ever, again, even though the YouTube thing and this business took off a little quicker, as we explained earlier, than a lot of businesses, I still didn't quit my job until I knew it would at least be sustainable multiple months in a row.
That's why I work so many of them.
No, you quit your job and you went off on your own. That it is not the same thing. That is not a similar situation. You're out there killing yourself in order to make $30,000 a year. It's not working.
Yeah. I agree. I mean,
You're
I
probably
agree with
on
that.
government subsidized health insurance, aren't you?
I don't have health insurance.
Okay, well, that's dangerous. Your health insurance would honestly be free with your money through the Affordable Care system.
I think I've looked through it and I didn't qualify for it. I don't know. Maybe I filled it out wrong. I'm not sure.
Okay. I don't know about that. But, okay, so Capital One. So is this the same Capital One I was just doing, or is this a new one?
No, I have 2 Capital One cards.
Oh, yeah, this is a Quicksilver. So what's going on with this?
So that one also is the other portion of the vehicle repair payment.
Good death. So you're just paying on this past vehicle permanently forever.
Yeah.
$2,623.99. Now, I'm a little confused. A lot of the places that you can go to get car repairs usually have like a 0% interest thing instead of opening a new credit card and putting it on this.
I wasn't offered that. I went to a dealership. It was never even mentioned.
I would go somewhere else.
I couldn't take the car anywhere else. They had already done the work on it, and I didn't really have a choice.
You did
the car went in for one issue, and it turned into basically rebuilding the entire engine, and it was just one thing after another after another to try.
Did you talk to anyone in your family?
No.
Oh, you should have asked for his advice. No one would recommend putting this much money, especially on a credit card, for a car repair for a car that's not going to last.
Well, so the intention was that these repairs were going to fix the vehicle. And I do know,
I know what the intention was.
I know, and then it turned into, okay, well, now it needs this. And I'd already paid this. It was like $6,300 up front for the initial repairs on the vehicle.
You know, it's a better way to repair your life. Come on Financial Audit. Come on to Financial Audit at calebhammer.com/play. Continue.
So, I took it in and I had explained to them, because they had asked me, hey, are you interested in trading the vehicle at all? And I said yes. And outside of that initial, them asking me, it was never brought up again. They had my vehicle from October 7th of last year up until about a month and a half ago. Okay. So
you had $2,623.99 on this with a minimum monthly payment of $93. Also takes 17 years to pay off. We've had a late fee this year so far.
How many?
1.
Okay.
Why?
I think it was a bounced balance. I had tried to pay it and I didn't have enough.
Get a job!
I have several. I have at least one real job on paper, according to you.
Yeah, but you say if I work 20 hours a week in it.
Well, things have been hectic lately, and I've not been able to pick up. Like I just said, I went out of town to go see my grandma who's dying.
Which I can empathize with, but again, you set yourself up for this situation.
I understand that.
All the choices you made led to this.
I understand that.
I'm not yelling about the car breaking down. I'm not yelling about your grandma dying. It is the financial choices you made that set up your inability to be able to afford something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I do know that I do have some poor financial choices, but I also I don't think that I should totally miss out on life and the things that it has to offer.
I didn't say that, but I'm criticizing you for what you've done leading up to it.
I know,
and your inability to change it, which means the next time an emergency happens, which they always do, you will also again destroy yourself.
Well, an emergency better not happen because I don't have anything to pay for it.
Grandma will die at some point. Hopefully, it's in the next 20 years.
Well, I do have a funeral coming up that I am going to have to go out of town for.
There you go. Your grandpa will die. Your parents will die. Everyone will die. You will die. Okay, so that is something that is going to happen, and you need to be able to prepare for that, and that will be a travel expense that I'm not going to say I don't want you to do.
No.
That's not true. But if you continue your financial mismanagement, every time something like that hits, you're going to permanently f*** yourself even more.
Yeah. Okay.
You also want to go on a Warped tour soon with your boyfriend? I don't even know what that is.
It's a music festival.
It's a music festival. F*** you, you're not going. Also, why don't you live with your boyfriend?
We're not there yet.
Oh, okay. Pretty fresh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he can pay for your spending at least, right?
He could, but I'm not going to ask him to.
He doesn't pay when you guys go out to eat?
I mean, yeah, he pays for things, but I'm not going to ask him.
How can you guys go out to eat together?
He lives out of state. So he's back up in the St. Louis area. So I don't see him very often. So that's another travel expense.
Great. And that card's at 29%. Double the love with an Ulta Beauty card. What's going on with this? See, you're wearing a lot of it.
Makeup, skincare, personal care items.
$491.71 with $13.50 of interest accruing with a $30
I just don't leave the house, and then this isn't a problem.
minimum monthly payment. $80 this year so far. And you're going on a trip to San Diego? That is not a dying grandmother.
No, it's not, but that was something that was already planned and booked and paid for before most of this went downhill. Late last year.
You weren't making money then either. 31.24%. That is so stupid. What a moronic way to live life. I will not accept it.
But to be fair, that trip.
I have another dying grandma in San Diego?
Off. No.
So then no, there is no to be fair.
It is a girls' trip. It is not a necessary trip.
Girls, I don't give a
hotel is not paid for. Is booked with points, so that is not a cost that I am in.
You've lost more than that in interest. I know for a fact. So don't points me.
Well, no, that was hotel points from when I traveled for work previously. That was points earned through hotel.
What else?
Not on a
What
card.
else? To be fair.
There's not really anything else that I am paying for on this trip. Everything
you will
else is
spend money while you're there.
Well, yeah, I'll buy
I know
food
for a
and
fact.
stuff, but stuff like that. Like everybody else has already agreed to they're covering the rental car because I've covered the hotel. I paid for my flight, yes, but I did
covered everyone else's hotel with the points.
Yes, it's just one room.
Okay.
It's one big room for
That
everybody.
prevents you from paying from others when you do have to go visit.
Correct.
For funerals and whatnot.
Correct. Well, I didn't pay
And
for it.
you
It was
will
all
spend
booked
money
with,
while
it was
you're
all
there.
booked
So
with
this is
points and free
disgusting.
nights.
This is disgusting. You make no money and you say, wow, I have to pull out of my 401k to get a car, and then you go to San Diego. You.
I mean, buying a car is a little different than spending $200 on a trip.
That's what I'm saying. And yet you still are. One's a necessity, one's not. You're choosing the not, and then all of a sudden you have to damage.
One's a heftier
Then you have to damage your retirement in order to afford it because all you do is just live fun. So I don't want to.
Okay, but in my
31.24% interest rate on the Ulta.
The plane ticket I bought.
Broken. I don't give a fuck.
We'll go back to the whole girl math bullshit. That was the plane ticket to San Diego was paid for by my plasma donations. So that it's
great. Plasma donations could have gone towards paying for a car. So I don't care. Shut the up. Oh my gosh, you're broken. Is that all your debt? I think that's your debt. You got $16,827. You don't have student loans from your endless schooling you did that resulted in nothing?
I don't have student loans that was paid for out of a college fund.
Now, what about the loan to the person that
that's a
paid for the car?
$7,500.
Great. I'm gonna say family. I don't know, but either way.
So that's
$7,500. Do you have an agreed upon monthly payment?
$250.
Great. Is there interest?
No.
You're lucky on that. That person must love you.
Yes.
Who else gets involved besides just your grandparents? Because you made it sound like a lot more people
As far
have
as
an opinion on your failed business.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have an opinion on my failed business.
But talk to you about it, like you said.
Mostly just family members. I mean,
who?
I mean, my aunt, my uncle, I have a lot of them. My aunts and uncles, my grandparents, I'm sure my parents wouldn't look at what I'm doing and be super proud of it, but they wouldn't look at me and say they're proud of anything I've done. So that's a little different.
Well, I mean, what have you accomplished?
I mean,
not to be rude, but
I mean, it may not amount to much, but I mean,
if you want them to be proud of something, what have you done for them to be proud of?
I mean, I don't care if they're proud of me or not.
Well, I know, but you brought up the point, and it's
I know, but I mean,
it's mean for them to say it. I wouldn't recommend they say, "Hey, we're not proud of you." Like that's kind of.
I mean, whatever.
But for what it's worth, what can you show that they would be proud of?
I mean, it may not be profitable. It may not be doing very well right now, but I am truly working and trying to figure out ways to make the business
Anyone
more profitable.
can go not make money. You want someone to be proud of that? I don't know.
No,
that doesn't make sense.
I mean, I'm working on building something for myself by myself.
Okay, she doesn't get it. $212 in her checking account. So thank goodness we're going to fucking Domino's. Going in and getting some bullshit at McDonald's, Long Dodgers Vieira Restaurant, Burger King, bread, Beard Octane Collister, going to the pub. American Nails, good. She spent $60 on nails.
That was supplies that I bought at the beauty show, and so was Beard Octane.
Bonus Publicity, Beauty and Body Works,
all of that,
Dragon Vape and Smoke, going in and getting some Vape and Smoke? What?
Part of that, I do vape.
What is it?
Just vape.
How much?
I maybe go through one a month. That cost is actually split between me and one other person. I do purchase for someone else when I go, and then they just pay me back cash.
Well, sounds like your funeral is the one everyone's going to be going to sooner. Yeah. At least you won't have to worry about your debt by then.
Someone else's problem at that point, isn't it?
Okay, $112 in this one. It started with $14,000, ended with $112. What the fuck is happening here?
That would be I believe that's my savings account.
It was at $14,000?
Mm-hmm.
How did it go down?
Well,
actually, let's find the fuck out. First of all, how'd you get 14?
I had a really good savings, and I had myself set up really well when I worked for Walmart. But
so pull from retirement and emergency fund. Fuck off. Welcome to Rockville.
That was a music festival.
Music festival. Chili's, Chick-fil-A, Starbucks, Chick-fil-A, Canva, Cash App. Canva to make something that is never posted on social media. ATM withdrawal 300, ATM withdrawal 650, ATM withdrawal 650, ATM withdrawal 650, ATM withdrawal 650, 650, 650, 650. Where the f did that all go?
The car.
Oh, man.
I paid cash.
Apple bill, going in and getting some bullshit. Some Chick-fil-A.
I think that's actually a checking account, not my savings
Apple
account.
bill, going in and getting some BS Peacock Premium. What the for? Apple bill, Apple Store, Orlando. Off.
My phone.
Amazon, I don't care. Going in and getting some BS, Florida Key Lime, Playlandia Brewing, all to drain our savings for fun. Come on, the car thing, I can get it. That's what an emergency fund is for. But then you had so much fun on there and you drained your savings. Come on, no sympathy. Pull out your fucking phone. Pull out your phone right now. Right now. From $14,000 or whatever to $112, where we got $74 in savings. You kill me now. What a joke. Subscriptions on Apple. We got iCloud Plus and Sirius fucking XM. Did have Tinder. Expired March 21st, so this relationship is fresh. Or were you swiping while you were dating?
No, actually, no. It's not like that. That actually
very defensive.
That Tinder premium
very
was
defensive.
for something that my friends and I were trying to look into, and I paid for it. And
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna explain that a bit more.
Yeah. So we had found someone on there and then couldn't find them again, and so we decided it would be a good idea to just pay for the premium so I could get back to the person.
And why didn't they? Your friends.
Because it was on my phone.
Where you were collaborating with.
It was on my phone.
What was on your phone?
The account.
They could log in on their phone.
It was already pulled up on mine, and we were already doing all of this, but it was charged once and then canceled immediately.
Okay.
The Sirius XM is a free.
They're calling out your body language and covering your mouth and stuff. Right now, by the way. Oh, good.
Oh, fuck, the Caleb Hammer audience is the goddamn Ewu body language people now. Oh, no.
23 things in our cart on Amazon. Good. We got, hair extensions. Turbo fan. A photo stick thumb drive. Some tops, keyboard and mouse. For sale signs, some shirts and push-up bras. Listen, if you got them, you got them. If you don't, you don't need to fake show off.
So
Sticky bra invisible silicone cream.
This is a shared Amazon account. Let me be very clear on that.
With fucking who?
One of my friends. It's her account.
Always the friends.
No, it really is.
Pro gaming mouse. Endless, chunky, clunky rings and dynamite set. And we know you had Amazon purchases on there. So 40-piece leopard skin party napkins. What the
It's her for her
hair
birthday.
And
That's her.
lace thing. Well, the other ones you didn't say were her. Fake cigarettes.
No, those are not.
Umbrella sling. Crown gold necklace. More jewelry.
The necklaces are mine. The watch band is mine.
I see
it's
that.
right there.
I see that. We can't afford to pay bills. Guys, I had to pull from my 401k in order to get a car, but let me go ahead and just spend all this money on jewelry. Shut the fuck up.
But if you look at a lot of that
Thumb
stuff,
job,
it was returned.
I don't
The
wanna
phone
fucking
adapters.
Shut the fuck up. Asus ROG
A lot of these
rail
are
card.
also
Shut
business
the fuck up.
offs. The stuff that I buy, a lot of what I buy is a business
You
expense.
want to fucking die?
No.
Quiet. I will say Tinder is officially deleted from the phone.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. I don't use it. I don't.
And how do you keep track of these write-offs?
I keep my receipts. I have a couple different little folder things that I put all my receipts in.
Couple different ones?
Yeah, like I keep them around. I have one in my work bag, one in my car. So then at the end of the year, it all just collectively comes into a big pile.
We will see. Okay, so $2,550 comes in, and let's just say we don't even pay taxes. Let's just be generous. So yeah, let's get these debt minimum monthly payments. Let's figure this budget out. You know, let's just. I mean, you're gonna have to owe a little bit. Let's just say $2,000, what you get on a monthly basis. I mean, come on. No, I mean, okay, fine. You're gonna write off some of the expenses, but let's calculate that against the $550. Okay, so some expenses, blah 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 blah. Okay, good. So let's just call it $2,000 is net. What comes after business expenses? Good. Man, debt minimum monthly payments is $614.36. Okay, we know your rent at the house is $500. Do you have to pay anything towards utilities and whatnot?
No.
Internet?
No.
Renter's insurance?
I do pay for renter's insurance because I also pay for a storage unit.
How much is all that?
My storage unit just went up. I think it's $110 a month.
And that comes with the renter's insurance?
I pay the renter's insurance. Outside of that, I think it's $16.
Okay, so we'll say for that $126. Great. Phone bill.
So upfront, I pay the cost. I have a shared phone plan with my grandma.
Okay.
So I pay the upfront cost of $110.
No, why?
Then
you still own your phone?
Because I just had to get a new phone.
And she pays you some back?
So she pays me for her half of the phone bill. So
and what happens when?
Then I'm gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna have to go back on my
what
own.
do you have to pay?
So my half of the phone bill is $55.
Okay, I'd switch to helium if T-Mobile's good in your area once you have that phone paid off.
Okay.
It's much cheaper, same coverage.
Okay.
Okay, gas, vroom, drive. How much on a monthly basis?
If I'm not going anywhere and I'm staying local, then it's probably $150 a month.
If you don't do anything that you always do. Okay, car insurance?
That currently is $270.
$270? Okay.
I think.
$300 for food. Use our budget-friendly cookbook and use the budgeting app that you get for free.
Okay.
You can make that work. I promise. We've done the math. $100 for TP fund. Anything else you need to survive? It's your own makeup. It's your own toilet paper. It's your tampons. Whatever. Co-pays. Okay, we're getting health insurance. I'm gonna put at least $100 towards that. I think you're gonna be heavily subsidized. So let's just say $100.
Okay.
You have any pets?
No,
Please
I
don't. Thank goodness. Any other things that need to be in your budget that I have not brought up?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Good. Well, okay, you're $2,215.36 is what you need to survive. $2,000 is probably what you bring in after business expenses. So, you're.
Yeah. I didn't think it was that bad.
How?
I didn't think my monthly expenses were that high.
You said you've put everything on paper. This is a very basic. That took me.
No, I know.
2.5 minutes.
It's not. I put it down in hopes that I kind of understand it better, but I mean, I truly don't understand it. So, and it changes. So.
Why?
I mean, what I bring in changes, and
that
what
changes,
goes.
but
I
not
mean,
your expenses.
I mean, but like monthly minimum payments change.
Barely, very barely. Okay, what's your move back plan? Is there a plan?
I mean, it's just a very general plan at this point. I would like to just pay down as much as I can and save up to make the move, but I also know that I need to.
How can you save if you make less than you bring in? If you spend more than you bring in, just to survive.
I don't know. You can't. Unfortunately, I can't. That's where I'm trying to dig myself out of this. And
I'll be honest,
I'm digging
it
myself.
might some potential business things you need to do, or if this car breaks down, it might it. But listen, what I'm personally doing, other than the family debt, if you can prove you change your behavior for a few months, I'm declaring bankruptcy if you're going to continue down this path, and I'm going to wipe this debt.
I'm glad that he does teach people how to wield this responsibly. I can't believe the government don't put like a limit on this. What are they gonna do, like lock you up? I guess maybe they should if you just have no intention of paying anyone back. It's like, maybe we shouldn't let you loose. I feel like that'd be a whole thing about liberty. I also have a feeling that'd be the one that no one would come out and fight or protest for. Because everyone has that person who hasn't paid them back, and no one's gonna go defend those people.
Gonna you for a bit, and it's a few $1,000s to go through, and it can be a little stressful. So you have to change your behavior, prove you do it, so you don't end up back here in the first place. But more than anything, you need to get into a career field that has demand, that is providing more value, that is not oversaturated. Yeah. You need to do a little research on what you want to do, and we can get you geared towards education or certifications that get you to where you want to go. But right now, this is not working. Whether you do that in St. Louis or there, I don't know. But this is not working, as simple as that. This is those are the 2 steps I'd take from here.
Yeah, bankruptcy has been something that has been mentioned to me before.
But not until you change your behavior, or else you'll end up right back here. And we've had people on the show that have done that.
Yeah, and that's and because I do. You know what? I don't remember if I sent the stuff in for it, but I do have a personal loan out with the bank.
Okay, well, at this point, we're going to talk about it in the post show because I can wrap this. So, Joy and Hammer, link in the description below. Come hang out. It's going to be great. Let's get your Hammer financial score. Spending in a budget. You overspent 0 out of 10. Debt.
Okay, fuck this bitch anyway. I am very proud of the art I did today. Like, legit. And I was just making like a little Tamagotchi little thing that has the egg, and then I'm going to make little pixeled versions of the thing I just had. And I don't know, I could always have them in a little file, and I could make my little girl GARPG with my little monster friends. I think it's great. What a productive murder night. We watched the Indiana Burger Murders. What more do you want? Thank you. I'm so happy. It turns out palettes was all I ever needed to figure out my life. It's been very helpful. All right. Interrogations are still hard, but it's bedtime. Enjoy your Amazon. I'll be arting later. It's just been a great time. But the schedule will go back to normal. Eventually. Thank you. I'm glad that everyone's been being able to see the C-SPAN. It's very important. Please support your local government news, not that mainstream media. You miss out on plane trips, I guess, and speeches